Hello, good morning, welcome. It's the third day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 match between Surrey and Yorkshire at the Keir Oval. And Surrey last night closed on 384 for 7. They are in a strong position here to build on that lead and then put Yorkshire in with quite a big deficit. This game, it might even end today. There's the card. Yorkshire making 255 on the first day. 3 wickets for Jordan Clark, who bowled spectacularly. Tom Laws, golden arm, picked up 3. Johnny Bairstow with a pugnacious 89. And Surrey yesterday, well, they went at a decent lick. There was a possibility of them looking for a fourth batting point at the back end of the day, but in the end they opted for caution, with Jordan Clark unbeaten on 41 overnight after half centuries for Ben Foakes, whose terrific form this season continues, and the debutant Curtis Patterson, who didn't get a chance last week on the featherbed at Edgbaston, but yesterday unfurled some beautiful cover drives in his 85. 4 wickets for George Hill, who continues to impress in this season with both bat and ball. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is Cameron Ponsonby as we wait for the players to emerge on what is a rather murky morning. We're not quite used to that. We can see the significance of this game by just looking at the Division 1 table. This includes the latest round of bonus points. So a victory for Surrey would take them up to 93. Nottinghamshire are in action against Durham, and that game's very tight. Durham 320 odd for 4. They're about 80 behind Nottinghamshire's first innings total. So that game, you would say, is not exactly drifting towards a draw. Who knows what may happen today, but it's a bit more of a stalemate. Warwickshire there in second place, but Yorkshire, nearer the foot of the table, will be very keen, if they can, to get out of this game. Now, I don't know whether we can really believe that they're in with a chance of winning this game. If they pick up the 3 last wickets quickly and then bat through till lunch and maybe beyond tomorrow, hope that the pitch deteriorates a bit, but that hasn't really been the way it's gone here at the Keir Oval, Karen, has it?
Well, that's a lot of things that has to happen for Yorkshire to kind of find their way back into being in front in this game. But I think in general this match has followed a pattern that we've seen at the Keir Oval a lot over the years. I think we've had something like 15 or 16 win, toss and bowl first.
16, yep.
16, thank you very much.
As the players emerge, I should point out, overnight batters Nathan Smith and Jordan Clark.
The pitch is at its liveliest on that first day. So Surrey, when they win the toss, they're able to use this battery of seam bowlers, dismiss their opponents cheaply, and then, as they did in this match, finish kind of 40 or 50 for no loss at the end of the day. Very well placed. I think the match today kind of runs on autoplay for Surrey. They'll be looking to maximise their runs with these final 3 wickets and then, in effect, play throughout.
We're expecting a rather circumspect first over, aren't we? Because
well, this is well spotted by you.
I mentioned this because last night Surrey, they needed to go at about 7 over for the last 6 overs to get up to a 4th batting point. And there was a sort of moment when Jordan Clark was taking on the short ball and he thought, are they going for this? And then the last 3 overs of the day, they kind of shut up shop. And so it's almost as if they're saying, do you know what? It's better if we could give ourselves 3 wickets in hand next day and set ourselves to bat for at least an hour, if possible, and get a lead that's that big. And, crucially, deny Yorkshire a 3rd bowling point. And so I'd expect, as Ben Code comes into bowl, a series of leaves and forward defensives for 6 balls before the game actually starts proper today, I would say.
Well, you know what I've always said, Dan, is 16 points is more than 1. And I think that was Surrey's mindset.
Yes, I think you're right.
As a tactician, that's the route I'd go down personally, and so I'd support Surrey in their attempts to gain maximum points.
I think the idea was, from other people, that they were already ahead of the game, so it wasn't you weren't really risking the 16, but what they have done is given themselves a very good chance of getting them. As Ben Code comes in for the first ball of the day, Jordan Clark leaves it alone. So I think we can be fairly sure that Surrey aren't going to go after the 16 runs they would require to get their 4th batting point, because after 110 overs have been bowled, for those of you unaware in County Championship cricket, that's it. Bonus points are then done. Yorkshire would need to take 2 wickets in the next 5 balls to pick up their 3rd bowling point, and Surrey would need to score 16 runs in 5 balls. So I think we can put all that talk to bed and concentrate on the day ahead. Well, I say that, and he goes straight after 1 wide outside the off stump. There's absolutely no point in me even making any predictions or suggestions as to how the game's going to go. A wild waft off the second ball.
You can't win them all.
A bit of movement there, wasn't there? A little bit of away shape.
No,
I can't win any of them.
I'm very much looking forward
Although
to seeing.
you won yesterday, and you were very chipper.
We can't do this already, surely.
Well, I think we get it out of the way quickly.
Okay, right. Yeah, 1 wicket win.
You're looking like a man who's just come off the back of a 1 wicket win, if you don't mind me saying so.
Let's not say that.
Well, you've got a perma grin on your face.
Okay, that's
your
nice, that's
eyes
better.
are smiling. Wow, that's beaten the bat, and again away shape. And you see Jordan Clark there just making that signal with his hand, which is going to encourage him, Matt Fisher, Tom Laws. You would think. You see that again. That's been delicious delivery from Ben Code.
It seems to have moved off the seam a bit more than from first impressions. I thought that was out from the hand, but Coates actually angled that ball and it's just nipped away from Jordan Clark.
A friend of mine got in touch to say about Ben Code. On watching the first day's play, he said Ben Code's getting a 5 for here. Well, he can't do that because there's only 3 wickets remaining. But he bowled solidly yesterday, didn't he? I think the Yorkshire bowlers kept it tight at the beginning of the day, picking up those 2 relatively early wickets, the 2 openers going down, but then just relieved the pressure a little bit with their second and third change bowlers.
Well, Coates got the most extraordinary first-class record, over 300 wickets at 19.7.
Good grief. Right, well, with that ball, the 5th ball of the over, we can now, barring strange quirks of being run out off a no ball, confirm that Surrey are going to end this game with 6 bonus points and Yorkshire with 3.
I remember Ben
Dom
Code.
Bess. Is that Dom Bess is out there? And after the way Adam Lyth bowled yesterday, Andrew Sampson reliably informing me that he was their biggest threat, despite the 4 wickets for George Hill. End of the over. First over of the day gone. 110 overs have been bowled. 384 for 7. No addition to the overnight score. Do you think they'll be regretting not selecting Dom Bess? Andrew Sampson's in the house, and he's not just a man of statistical wizardry. He's a man who reads a game well. You thought there was a bit of spin in this pitch?
Oh, there was. He did spin it a bit, and he looked like he might take a wicket. He did get a wicket, and he looked like he might get 1 or 2 more. So I think they might well be regretting having picked 6 seamers and no spinners.
6 right arm seamers as well.
Yes.
It's yes.
I'm probably exaggerating when I said he was the greatest threat. I mean, George Hill was clearly the best bowler of the lot, but he definitely did get a bit of spin.
Now Jack White is going to open the bowling, and I urge you to watch Jack White's run up and approach, because he really is a man who's wading through thick water to get to the pitch. It's a marvellously yeomanish kind of approach to the crease, isn't it, Cameron?
Kind of a working man's approach. He's working hard for his yards, for his deliveries.
Yeah. He's a very fine bowler, but it's a deliciously idiosyncratic run up, I would say. Nathan Smith is the man facing him. Nathan Smith is his 2nd game for Surrey. Played for Worcestershire last year. Got a duck in his first outing, but he's got on the board with both wickets and runs in this game for Surrey. He's hard-hitting all-rounder. We didn't see a great deal of that yesterday. He came in late in the day after Ben Foakes was dismissed. Ben Foakes' form this season continues to impress. Averages over 80 before he came into this game, then scored 86, so he's presumably still averaging over 80. He's averaging 86. And he averaged 86 at the start of the game, and then he scored 86. I love a man who bats to his average. Did you bat to your average yesterday, Cameron?
I did. I got 12.
Now, we do need to ask you about this. So,
oh, right, okay.
So who were you playing? You were playing for Spencer.
For Spencer, 2nd 11 against Trinity Midwit Giftian.
Oh, Trinity Midwit Giftians. First 11, right.
Indeed, because there's been, I'm sure lots of people are riveted to hear there's been a restructuring of the Surrey Championship.
Let's not go too far into the administration.
You can rein me back
Surrey
in when we go a bit too
far.
far.
I just have done, yes.
There we go. But no, all fun and games. They got 255 and we got 256.
For 9.
For 9.
Oh, beaten again, has he? Yes. Well, there's a polite request from the umpire. I think that's probably bat on front pad.
I tell you what, I can make it the local news. Just have a
9.
replay here. I think Jack White, a cursory appeal.
Yes,
off the pitch
oh,
again.
beaten again, has he? Bat hits front
well,
knee, doesn't it? And that made a little noise, which encouraged the Yorkshire bowlers. But it's the third time the ball's beaten the bat this morning. Encouragement for the bowlers, and still a bit of nip off the pitch.
But to link it back to Surrey County Cricket Club, it was Rory Barker, batting at number 10, who works in the finance team of Surrey.
Oh, right.
And hit a 6 over extra cover off the third last ball of the game to win it.
Oh, my goodness me.
Indeed.
Were you at the other end?
No, I'd got out 2 balls earlier. Kind of when the pressure ramps up, that's when I tend to really take my lead.
There, yeah. That's nicely driven. First run of the day. Down through deep backward point. Smith moves into double figures. So to be clear,
yes,
when you got out, you still needed 6 to win?
We needed 7 off 6 balls.
Oh, you got out of the last ball of the previous
so
over?
I got out on the first ball of the last over, which was a mistake. I should have done that.
That brought the number 11 in.
Number 11 came in.
Dear. That was a mistake. How
It was
did you
a
get
mistake.
out? Wild
Bowls.
Yahoo?
Quite close to. I decided I was going to hit the ball really hard through cover and got an inside edge into my stumps. Number 11 came out.
Well, hang on a second.
Okay.
Before you continue. Thick edge squirting away. Another run. Now both batters have got off the mark. They're coming back for a second, but it's really good running from Jordan Clark.
Buzzers.
3. Oh,
all the way through.
There are going to be more. Yep, there are going to be 4 overthrows. So that will be 6. I don't think it's as controversial a 6 as the one we saw at Lord's in 2019. But that's a great way to bring up a 6 before you can look strange in the scorebook. Just poking forward. Thick edge ever so slightly.
Away.
Thick edge goes
Another
down
run,
to
now
deep
back
third. As this throw comes in.
A second, but it's really good
Running.
running.
It's
from
more
Clark.
than a trifle wild.
3.
There is somebody
all
backing up.
the way through.
There are going to be more.
People
Yep, there
backing
are going to be
up.
4 overthrows. Hunt it down. So 7 off that over. We're waiting to see that confirmed on our scorecard.
So
This will be a business of them having
Crossing.
crossed.
Well,
Has it been signalled as 5?
I saw umpire Mark Newell gesturing 5 to the scorers, but again, I was hoping you'd be able to enlighten us in terms of when the 5 becomes a 6.
It's very controversial, and we're going to bring Andrew Sampson in, who shakes his head with terror. So only 6 off the over in the end, 5 off that last ball. As code continues. I just want to be... I'm picturing your dismissal, Cam,
yes.
and I'm afraid there are certain words that are coming into my head, and they are delivered by Fazia Mohammed. And they are, why did he do that?
I thought my thinking was quite clear. I thought they got mid-off and cover up.
Okay.
So why don't I just whack it over there?
For the glory.
Yeah. I thought I was very proud of
Inside
myself.
edge onto the stumps is a very Shannon Gabriel thing to do in this situation, isn't it? Beaten again, my goodness me. I don't know whether it's a bit of cloud cover perhaps, but there's a bit of juice, bit of nip, and there's a bit in the air and off the seam for the bowlers this morning. I mean, Code has been metronomic with his accuracy, and he's found that spot again. Jordan Clark is smiling, I think in part because he's thinking, you know what, I have the ball in my hand quite shortly.
Code was for a while a very trendy kind of, almost the hipsters cricket selection for England.
He was like the Porter of Yorkshire, wasn't he?
As he's often refers to himself as. But he's got such a strong first-class record, and he has just kind of, even then, before there was the kind of like fascination of pace, was deemed just kind of not quick enough for the international level. But he's a phenomenal bowler.
And so far, pretty much all of Surrey's runs have come from behind square, which gives you an indication of the bowling. So I want to finish off this story.
Right,
so you've got out playing a wild Yahoo,
I would say an elegant Yahoo.
Oh, okay, exposing the number 11 with the side still needing 7 to win.
7 to win off 5 balls.
Off 5 balls, quite tricky. It's a limited overs encounter, is it?
Yep.
And mercifully, the number 11 showed a cooler, calmer head than you, and nudged the ball into the offside, ran single, and got the good batter on strike. Yeah. beats the bat again. 5th time this morning.
So Dan Thacker at number 11, he refers to himself as the thinking man's number 11. So
And it sounds like he is.
Punch waited on a length ball and cut it very firmly out to the sweeper.
Oh, cut it.
So 6 off 4. Very similar shot to what I was trying to do, but I was just trying to be better and hit it over cover. And then Rory batting at 10. I tell you,
hang on. So what number were you batting?
I was batting 9.
Right, okay. So you were the senior batter. Nicely worked into the onside as Surrey approach 400, that lead building.
I think first of all, every time I do the commentary on the live stream on a Sunday after playing cricket, I tell myself as I walk in, you're not going to talk about your game's cricket the day before. No one cares.
So you've had a thriller.
But we have had a thriller, and so I will continue to indulge you and myself. So
there's that lead, by the way, 137. Yep.
He works in the finance department here, and he actually found himself bowling at the Surrey team across the winter.
Now, use of the feet is a sign of intent, or perhaps batters just getting a little bit concerned by the movement out there, just trying to work the bowlers off their leg. 3 singles in the over, 393 for 7.
We can really make this Surrey related here. It's great. So Root works here at the Oval. He's on a finance team, and he was having a net with a colleague at lunchtime in the Ken Barrington Centre, the indoor school here. He's running in and bowling, and he turns round, and Gareth Batty, head coach of Surrey Pastures, comes up to him and goes, what are you doing here, lads? And he went, oh, so we got told we were able to use it. He went, no, you're going to be bowling at the team in the marquee from now on. Ooh. And so Rue spent the winter bowling to the team here.
More runs squirted through backward point. I'd like to see a wagon wheel of today, because there'll be one quite thick line, a big spoke that's going through backward point. Did it make him any better, do you think?
Well, it made him bowl a lot of no balls in the first week, because he said he was deliberately bowling off 21 yards to when the players were professionals, because he was like, I wasn't quick enough off 22, so I just bowled off 21. And 9 no balls later in the first pre-season friendly, he bought himself a tape measure.
He really is a thinking cricketer, this lad. That was a lovely shot, but goes straight to mid-on. Now that's Johnny Bairstow out there at mid-on. You may be wondering why he's not keeping wicket. He got a slight injury to a finger, and as a precaution, Johnny Tattersall has taken gloves. He's kept many times for Yorkshire. But, so Bairstow is now captaining from mid-on. So if we can see a close-up of those fingers. Deliciously played, but again straight to Johnny Bairstow. Andrew Sampson.
I know I shook my head a few minutes ago when you asked about the boundaries, 5s and 6s and whatever, but that was because I couldn't remember offhand what it was. But I have now looked at the law.
The exact law, because this was the controversy. Let's not forget the 2019 controversy. We have a look at them there, by the way, at Johnny Bairstow's hands. He's not so bad that he's not able to clap. I can't see any obvious strapping, can you? So I think it's just precautionary. Beats the bat again. There was an out signal in the box. Cameron Ponsonby was very sure that's out. Now let's go back to the 5, because you'll remember the controversy in the 2019 World Cup was as the ball came hitting off the bat, it ran away for 4, and everybody in the box, I remember that day, instantly assumed it was 6, because they'd run 1 and come back for 2nd. But he hadn't made his ground, had he? And was that part of the problem, or was it when? Oh, that's a lovely shot. That is a great shot. He'd been trying to play that shot earlier in the over, but just kept on picking out Bairstow. On this occasion, he nails it to the left of mid-on, down the ground for 4. So, please tell us the law. So
law 19.8, which is overthrow or willful act of fielder, which is not particularly relevant in this case.
Willful act of fielder.
If the boundary results from an overthrow or willful act of a fielder, the run scored shall be any runs for penalties awarded to either side, and the allowance for boundary, We'll do the rest after this ball.
Edged. Oh, and it's gone between slip and keeper for 4. The 400 comes up for Surrey in a somewhat streaky fashion. I don't think it was catchable height to first slip. Keeper might just have been able to reach it. But things are going Surrey's way today. They're seeing the ball go past the outside edge. The 50 partnership up with that 4 off just 61 balls. If the ball's taken the edge, it's not gone to hand, and the lead has grown to 147 as we take a look at this again. Yeah, I mean, actually I think it's harsh for me to say the keeper could have got there. First slip moved somewhat late, and it wasn't awfully far from his left hand. He might have been able to stop it, if maybe not catch it.
I think that almost was the most imperfect place that edge could have gone for Yorkshire, because I genuinely think normally someone should have got there, but I think 4 runs there was the correct result.
It's a correct result.
Correct result in terms of where the ball went, not by kind of who should be winning.
Not morally.
Not morally.
No.
But practically, I don't know how either backfielder was meant to actually stop that. Being very generous to
you are actually.
both fielders there.
Let's get back to 4s and 5s and 6s with overthrows. So how does it happen?
So any runs scored will be any penalty runs, which there aren't. The allowance for the boundary, which is 4, obviously.
Yeah.
And the runs completed by the batters, together with the run in progress, if, just as we're getting to the exciting part, if they had already crossed at the instant of the throw or act.
Instant of the throw. So they've run. So in this instance, we're assuming that they've run 1, and they've come back, and at the moment the throws happen, they haven't quite crossed. So it's not actually at the moment that the ball goes to the boundary or goes past them. It's the moment the ball is released.
Yeah.
And that can't be that's not an easy thing for the umpires to get their eyes on, is it? Because you're not sort of looking out for overthrows. I'd be quite intrigued to replay the incident and marvel at how marvellously the umpires got that right.
I think it'd be quite difficult for it to ever be a 6 in that instance, because if you're running a 2, a throw has to normally be coming from quite deep in the outfield.
Yes.
And so if you are going to complete that 2 successfully,
you'd have to complete it. You've only got to cross. You've only got
exactly,
to complete 1.5.
But if you hadn't crossed, if you were a third of the way down the wicket when the throw comes in, I would wager that you're very likely to be out.
Well, except that that's what's happened, Cam. They've run 1.
No, sorry.
And in the judgment of the umpires, once the throw was delivered, they hadn't even crossed yet. So, and yet they were running it.
That is what I meant, but I got it the wrong way round.
Look,
it's okay.
You won by 1 wicket yesterday.
You've
obviously celebrated hard.
Don't say that. It's professionally massacring.
You are entitled to celebrate your 6 successes. 6 successes. Now we'll be giving you across the other matches that are taking place in the county championship. Some very consequential games in this, the 6th round. Well, it's actually the 7th round, but it's the 6th game for everybody to have played. The big one we'll be looking at, I think, glancing at every now and then, will be the match up at Chester Street, where Durham were replying to Nottinghamshire's 400 made on the first day. Oh, goes after that, and again gets a bit of luck as it flies through to the keeper. A maiden over from Code, who's bowled really well without luck this morning. 402 for 7. Surrey, Jordan Clark really looking to get after it. Bit of width, but through to Tattersall without alarm. The lead still remains at 147. At what point is that lead, by the way? Just too much. Just
too
done.
much. I think around about 25 runs ago, 27 runs ago.
Right.
I think we've had this discussion on the stream before, when Surrey have been kind of building a lead towards 100. It happens when you watch a lot of test matches and you think, you can 100 isn't too many runs. You can turn that round.
It's also a 5-day game, I suppose, isn't it?
That is true.
As White resumes. Picks up a single off the first ball.
But then the statistics are kind of made available of how many matches are won from a first innings deficit of 100 or more, and it's frighteningly few. Once that lead ticks into 3 figures, whoever holds that lead has such a significant advantage in the match. So, well,
I mean, you can still see Yorkshire drawing from this position. It's a matter of batting time on I mean, it's a wicket that's still offering for the bowlers, but if you bat well, and that's what I mean about it being 4 days, not 5.
I guess you could argue Yorkshire in effect are kind of chasing 400 for a draw.
Yeah.
That's their target. Is if we bat well once, we leave here kind of even Stevens, as it were.
Yeah. And what our eyes have told us here at Kier Oval is that batting does get a little bit easier as the match progresses. The first innings is tougher conditions, and that'll be what Yorkshire will be hoping.
It's bowling really well this morning. Yorkshire bowled very well as a unit. They only added, I think, 19 runs to their total this morning, Surrey. And aside from that wonderful Nathan Smith on drive, your point that it's all kind of been behind the bat edges. That fielder at deep backward point has been very busy, kind of wandering in, scooping up the ball, occasionally throwing it for overthrows.
Occasionally, yeah.
Other than that, Yorkshire have bowled well without rewards.
He wants that single that'll get him to 50. Andrew.
Last time Surrey lost a game, having conceded a first innings lead having had a first innings lead of 100, was at Taunton in 2016. Made 264, bowled Somerset out for 102.
Oh, that's a big lead, 162.
Yeah, got bowled out for 138, and Somerset won by 1 wicket.
What a thriller.
That's more recent than I would have anticipated.
Yeah. But I mean, in general, if you're conceding a first innings lead, you've only got about a 10% chance of winning a first-class game. And when it goes over 100, it goes down to just over 3%, roughly.
Sorry, it's any first innings lead. If you have a first innings deficit,
yep.
So even if that was 1, your chance of victory goes down to 10%.
Well, that's 10% of all cases, so
Okay.
obviously at that level, it's different, but yeah.
I didn't expect it to be as stark as that.
No, neither did I.
I mean, it would obviously be different if I check on first innings leads of 20 or less or whatever.
Sure.
I would think, but in general, it's really
Should we get him to do that? Should we just pick a random number and get him to do it?
50. Why don't we go for 50? That feels like a fairly substantial but not overwhelming
Yes,
number.
I mean, it's obviously entirely irrelevant to this game.
It's not. Okay, brilliant. Let's choose 148 then, please, Andrew.
That'll be even less, won't it?
You would think. Right, there is a single that takes Jordan Clark to another half century. He really is such a valuable player for Surrey. At the moment he's a leading wicket taker, and yet batting at number 8, he's also the glue that manages to get that lower order to add significant runs. And in this match, when Surrey lost their 4th wicket, the score was only 198, 5th 265, 6th 306, so the lead was relatively slim at that point, and had Yorkshire rolled Surrey over for the addition of another 20-30 runs, and they would be looking at a deficit well below 3 figures. But with Clark in the side and with Nathan Smith for company, these two now having put on 53, they're just such a hard side to bowl out.
Jordan Clark, it's kind of a representation of Surrey's both depth and front line quality in one.
Code's going to continue this morning. It's as it was yesterday, I believe. Code and White started up and bowled really tightly. And this morning, well, Surrey have added 20 runs in 6 overs, so it's been steady stuff. But you have to say that most of those runs have come off edges. It's one beautiful drive down the ground by Nathan Smith. Yorkshire have probed away without good luck this morning.
That's Clark's first 50 of the year. He's had a quiet year by his standards with the bat. As you mentioned, he has been their leading wicket taker, and that's kind of the point I was trying to make, where Surrey's reputation over the last few years has been having this kind of rotation of seamers that are able to keep coming at you, and then they bat all the way down. And Clark has been a staple of that bowling attack, often leading the way, and then coming into 8 or 9 just when you think you've broken their batting line up. He contributes with a handy 50 or 60.
The lead with that single, by the way, up to 150. Not quite at the 162 level that Surrey contrived to lose a game against Somerset in 2016. They often have thrilling games at Taunton, Surrey, don't they?
They do indeed. Last year's loss to Somerset was not even arguably, I think it was the match of the season.
It certainly produced a dramatic moment of the season, didn't it? That was a dramatic photograph as well. Oh, beats the bat again. Little bit of width. But late movement from Code. Still seeing that today. It's going to give tremendous encouragement to Surrey's bowlers. It would have given tremendous encouragement to Dan Worrell, but he's not playing this game with a foot injury. As we see this again, I mean, that is lovely late movement. So unlucky not to get the edge. And he beats the bat again. He's a luckless bowler, Ben Coates. Might have been a little bit of Matt Fisher's season, actually. Matt Fisher used to play for Yorkshire, now at Surrey, has bowled tremendously all season without a great deal of reward. And Ben Code is having his season in microcosm this morning.
It's a wonderful delivery. It's kind of both tailed in,
Yeah.
swung away and seamed away. It's kind of done
The
everything.
lot. It's a Ryan Harris ball.
There's a reason why Nathan Smith has missed it in practice.
Yes. Now he comes advancing down the wicket and is beaten again. Well, that completes an absolutely fabulous over from Ben Code, in which he has somehow failed to take the edge. 405 for 7.
He sunk to his haunches there. Nathan Smith has the wryest of smiles across his face, where he knew he had to do something. He went, well, this isn't working. I'm going to walk down the wicket, nullify the movement. Whether Code's seen him or not, but he dragged his length back ever so slightly. And so in effect, Smith had to play the same delivery with the same result.
Same result, yes. I mean, he's got the ball on a string here. Poor Code, as you said, goes down on his haunches. Wry smiles all round. Now, the other thing we'll be keeping an eye on through the course of today is the record attendance figure.
Lovely.
We had over 6,000 came in on day 1. A fair few were in yesterday, I believe. Andrew Sampson was here. I was not here yesterday, because I had the great privilege of watching the most bizarre 20-over thrash at Beckenham, where Surrey's Kira Chatley was opening the batting, an emergency opening because Danny Wyatt-Hodge and Sophia Dunkley have gone to England duty, and she struck 95 off 47 balls. Alice Capsey got 89 off 45, I think, something of that order.
Something I found most remarkable about Chatley's 95 of 47, there was only 1 6.
No,
19 right. Fours.
Fours galore it was. It's interesting to know, by the way, Jordan Clark is very, very careful not to walk on the pitch. Have you noticed that every time he strikes the ball, when he starts his run, he very deliberately jumps off to the side of the pitch.
He's a man of great morality and ethics.
Well, yes. Because, of course, he'll be bowling on this pitch before awfully long. As my Adam Lyth that we see there, who Andrew Sampson told us extracted prodigious turn yesterday. Veritable Johnny Wardle.
Johnny Wardle. I suspect Johnny Wardle might have extracted a bit more turn. 4,800 we were told to hear yesterday.
Right, so that's the attendance therefore is up to about 11,000, and the record we're trying to get past is 13,100 and some against Essex last year, I think. So that
sounds
means
like
2,000.
It
It
sounds
sounds. Well, it does, but Sundays we've often found have been not as well populated as you might imagine. Now he's gone after that. He gets it through the covers without timing. He'll pick up a couple though as the fielder moves round. To his right. Just a little sense of slight frustration in Surrey that the bowlers are bowling so well. They're struggling to get him away. And I think you saw there with that shot from Clark.
Just to answer the question of first innings leads of 50.
Oh, go on, let's have
so
it.
as I said, if there's a first innings lead, only 10% of teams that conceded that win. When the first innings lead is between 0 and 50.
He's picked that up nicely, but only get the single.
Between 1 and 50 to be more accurate, because 0 isn't a lead by definition of 0. That goes up to about 22% of those games. So you're still, that kind of lead, you're still fancying the team that got the lead to win the game.
That's
all first class cricket.
Yeah, but to be clear, it's 22% of the time you don't lose.
No, 22. So 22% of games that have had a first innings lead of 50 or less have been won by the team that conceded the lead.
Right.
Got it?
Yeah. It's nicely worked away.
That'll be 4.
And it will be 4. That is beautifully timed by Nathan Smith. Picks up another boundary. And 7 runs come from the over. Surrey 412 for 7. Their lead is 157. Time for me to take a break and leave you in the hands of Cameron Ponsonby, Andrew Sampson, and editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Phil Walker.
At the end of the latest over, the score is 412 for 7. As Phil Walker takes his seat beside me. Phil, we've just been, Andrew's just been giving us the rundown of percentage of matches won if you were to concede a first innings total of between 1 and 50. And it's all the way down at 22%. Only 22% of matches see a team be able to turn over that deficit. And if it gets to over 100, it's 3%.
Well, I rather fancy it's going to be plenty more than that. 157 already. Quick single, comfortably taken into the offside. Yeah, it had beautiful. Jordan Thompson take a bow. He's had an in and out game, but he's found his touch this morning. It had that feel this morning coming in here that, having let it slide last night for the last 45 minutes really, where Yorkshire were down really by that point, and it had the feel this morning that unless the luck went their way early, it could become quite ugly. And even though we're only just over half an hour into this day, it already feels like that. The buzzers is always a clincher. The nick between keeper and first slip is another. The inevitable play and misses from the number 9. The fresh air shots. And then when you do slightly over pitch, these two players are more than capable of punishing you. Nathan Smith's a very useful number 9, and Jordan Clark's a fabulous number 8. As we see time after time, he gets important runs. And these are, because with every over that ticks by, Yorkshire's chances recede.
The ball just wobbles on Johnny Tattersall. I think what's potentially a cause of greater concern for Yorkshire is that bowling conditions this morning have been excellent, and they have bowled very, very well so far without reward. But if they do wrap up this Surrey innings quickly and concede a first innings lead of, say, 170, then all of a sudden they've got to go out and face Surrey seamers in these still murky, grey, very bowler-friendly conditions.
Another single into the offside from the outer part of the bat. Yeah, you feel like the ball will continue to offer something throughout this game. It's offered a little bit in the air as well as off the pitch across 2 blemish-free days. Barely a cloud in the sky, barely a breath of wind for the last 2 days. Different conditions today. It's only going to make Yorkshire's job of even making Surrey bat again harder. Another single. Slight misfield by George Hill, who's been otherwise exemplary this game. Kernels of optimism for Yorkshire. We could perhaps look at the Hampshire game here, which was the first home game that Surrey had in the Championship, and the pitch rather went to sleep towards the end. Admittedly, it was in the second week of the season and pitches are a little bit more mature now. Certainly this pitch up until now has been the quickest and the most electric of the three that we've seen here in red ball cricket so far this year. But Yorkshire have to somehow summon some belief that they can get something from this game. It'll be a long, hard haul across the afternoon and then into tomorrow. But they have to keep believing. If they lose this one, then the gap starts to widen up between the top half and the bottom. Feels like an important couple of days actually for the championship, full stop. There's been some interesting games kicking around. I note that Worcestershire, having bossed the first day and a half against Essex, are struggling this morning. 7 down at the last look. 8 down now at Worcestershire. They're of course the only team in the league without a win yet to their name, and they are 281 ahead but 8 down against Essex, who are also struggling somewhat. And Somerset look like they'll be wrapping up a comfortable win later in the day. Sussex are 6 down in their second innings but still trailing by 40 against Somerset, so that would be one hell of a result for Somerset down at Taunton. And in the big one at Chesterley Street, Durham are edging into a position of ascendancy against Notts as well. 4 down and only 59 behind in reply to Notts' 407. It's an interesting day yesterday. I don't know how much you were over it, Cameron, because I know Saturdays you tend to don the whites yourself. I'll ask you later. Don't worry.
We
I will ask
can't
you
do
later.
it again. Dan Norcross asked me about it for 15 minutes. It was far too much.
Anyway, I don't know if you were following it yesterday, but James Minto, 17 years and a couple of months, went out and recognised as a bowler, tear-away left arm quick, went out and opened the batting and made a brilliant 67. And if he had managed to get that extra 33, he'd have become the youngest centurion in championship history.
So why did he get the nod up the order? Was there a kind of night watch opener situation a la Somerset with Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory? Did they start their innings towards the close of play?
I don't know, but what I do know is that when Scott Borthwick joined us on the stream last year when Durham were here, Borthwick now in a kind of coach come playing capacity now, but he was injured for that game and he joined us up here and he said, our boy James, he's a batter who bowls. And he was telling us this while Minto was bowling like the clappers. Not much of him, 5'8", 5'9", maybe, left armour, and he was getting it up amongst Rory Burns and inconveniencing the Surrey skipper here and there, and Borthwick was adamant. He's a batter who bowls for us. So there you go. Anyway, the broader story is that Durham are making a very interesting game of that one. Notts, of course, runaway leaders, 3 wins in 5. Leg bite. They just keep on rolling, these two. Partnership up to 67 for the 8th wicket. It's a killer for Yorkshire, this.
It'll also be interesting to see how the game plays out at Edgbaston. Hampshire lead by 298, 8 down. Although the highest score of that match has been 300, so you suspect they have enough. But with plenty of time left in the game, put it past Warwickshire to put a chase together. Similarly, that Worcestershire game.
No backward point, so another easy single. We're in the stage now where these two are set and comfortable and milking the medium pace. The ball has rather gone to sleep here for Yorkshire. 39 overs in now. One ticks by, 419 for 7.
I'll have another question for Andrew. Noticed in that Worcestershire game, where they are 82 for 8, 6 of the dismissals have been LBW. Are we approaching record territory there?
It's quite a lot, 6.
There we go. That'll do for me.
Just quickly on Minto. He's got till the 31st of July if he wants to break that record.
Right.
There's 4 more games still after this one. I'll have a check on the records, LBW.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Again, another easy single into that space, just behind square on the offside. And you can see, can't you, Cam, the body language of the fieldsman.
It's quite
Adam Lyth, that first slip, arms folded, bit chilly out there now as well, the jumpers are on. It's hard to keep going here when you're staring down the barrel against this juggernaut of a cricket team that is Surrey.
It's quite a catch-22 for them, that kind of fielder out at deep backward point. Because they're bowling well and because they're getting the ball to move around, the ball is taking the outside half of the bat a lot. So on kind of first impressions, you go, right, let's have the fielder up in the ring, prevent that, prevent the single, prevent a kind of easy flow of runs. On the flip side, because they're bowling at reasonable pace, it's quite short from this end when you're bowling from the pavilion end. If you have that fielder in the ring, you can all of a sudden find yourself leaking boundaries, and that lead goes from 160 to 200 very quickly.
Short one, rather clothed into the onside, but he'll pick up a couple. Jordan Clark keeps doing what he does. 3 for in the first innings, irresistible on the first afternoon. He came in number 8 yesterday evening, with Surrey needing a few, and thus he delivers. It's what he does week after week. He doesn't get the headlines, but he's a phenomenon really of county cricket, is this fella.
Code will be well deserving of a wicket if one does come. Looking forward to seeing. Well, Don Best won't be having a bowl, but that man in the background, George Hill, may well be able to complete another 5-wicket haul. 4 currently.
He was outstanding yesterday, not just with the figures, but with his relentless accuracy. He's got a very smooth, lithe action. Doesn't overstrain, but he's a natural, clearly a natural sportsman. The way he carries himself, stands at first slip as well, which is notable. 24 years young, but he's a linchpin of this team. About 6 in this lineup. It's perhaps a spot too high, but he's one hell of a cricketer. And he bowled some pearlers yesterday afternoon. 4-2-2 for 720 gone now. Clark 59, Smith 28, and the two have put on 71 in relatively untroubled fashion.
Just before you go, Cam, 8 is the world
Wonderful.
record in innings.
So we're in with a
4
chance.
of those win with the in championship. There's a chance of adding another one to that record.
That is excellent. I'm going to quickly have a look and see who the umpires are in that match and tell them to get a move on.
Yas and I played a game together last week, a league game, and there were 10 bowls in our innings. Sorry, correction, 9.
In an innings?
There were 9.
Bowl straight.
9 bowls.
Just bowl at the stumps, everyone misses it. That's my departing thought.
Yeah, Yas clothed one up to mid-on. He was the only one not to get bowled. I was one of those. So, George Hill it is then. Full, driven, beats mid-on for not the first time Nathan Smith has punched the over-pitch delivery down the ground. He's looked good this morning into the 30s. And this is a mark of a team in absolute control, that if you run down that scorecard, Yas, Ryan Patel at number 7 with 15 is the lowest scoring batter in the lineup. Everyone else has got at least 20.
Nathan Smith, batting at number 9, averages 26 in first-class cricket with the bat.
We were saying it last night, weren't we, that lower order runs is really the mark of modern red ball cricket, especially in this country. Everyone can bat now. There's very, very few good old-fashioned authentic rabbits out there.
Matt Fisher, number 11, averages 17 with the bat in first class cricket. So this Surrey lineup bats extraordinarily deep.
Yep, Tom Law's in next at 10. Made a couple of first class 50s in his 26 games to date.
Yeah, this game has just drifted along this morning in a way that suits Surrey to a T. But for Yorkshire, that lead now is really, really steep. We've only had 46 minutes of play this morning, but that lead has already increased by 42 runs.
Full and driven, but not got much of it, so it scuttles up to Harry Duke, who's on, I think, for Jordan Buckingham, 12th man. They missed Buckingham last night, actually, who was off the field. Their quickest, most incisive of their 6 strong right arm seam attack, which is perhaps an issue in itself. But he was off, and unfortunately they couldn't call on him just when they needed him, and instead turned to Matty Revis, who's got a bit of pace about him. They tried the bouncer ploy, the leg theory, if you like, against Jordan Clark. Didn't quite work. 4-2-6 for 7 then, 1-2-1 overs gone. And that lead, 1-7-1.
Looks like Jordan Thompson will come on at the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. Thompson, I think, has been really quite unlucky in this innings, wicketless so far, but he's been the one that, of the Yorkshire bowlers, who's managed to really challenge the inside edge of the Surrey batters. Got the ball to move inwards through the air. Had a few really close LBW shouts yesterday. A couple of near play-ons as well.
He looked like a broken man at 6:30 last night, did Jordan Thompson. But you have to have that kind of phlegm if you're a county cricketer. There are many good days out there, but my word, there's a fair few bad ones as well. And it was a tough day for him, and collectively as well. I don't think there can be any question regarding the efforts. They stuck at it all day.
Yeah, I think the controllable that Yorkshire have probably got wrong in this game is the lack of spin that we've seen. Especially yesterday, we saw Adam Lyth bowl a short 5-over spell. He picks up a wicket in that time, but also really challenged Jason Roy in particular in his first over. And Yorkshire came into this game leaving Don Bess and Dan Moriarty out, and as you say, picking 6 frontline seam bowling options, all of whom are right arm seam, operating in a similar pace bracket. But sorry, on top of this game, we should add they've probably had the better of conditions as well. This morning noticeably cooler. Yesterday we couldn't see a cloud in the sky. This morning we can't see the sky. And though Surrey haven't lost a wicket this morning, there have been a few plays and misses, and you think that actually they wouldn't mind bowling in these conditions quite soon.
Tight one, but Nathan Smith alert to it. Samo, what was the record for the number of LBWs in an innings? What was it again?
So in first class cricket it's 8.
8.
Which has happened 13 times in first class cricket, 4 of those in the county championship.
Do we have a number for the number of bowls, just out of interest?
I think that might be 10.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Well left. A good positive leave by Nathan Smith, who's beginning to enjoy himself here, and as you say, Yas, he's got a very useful lower order record. Another very canny signing. Worcestershire identified him as a good overseas option. He impressed against Surrey last year, and now he's here. Oh, perhaps the ball of the game as well on the first day. Inside half of the bat this time. Against Adam Lyth, it was an absolute screamer from round the wicket against the left-hander, and it jumped from nowhere, and Lyth was, because he's in the form of his life, was good enough to actually get a glove to it.
Yeah, Smith's batting 9 for Surrey here, but in his brief test career so far, he's batted 8 for New Zealand. And I think it can be quite dispiriting for sides who play Surrey when they encounter this batting depth, because numbers 8, 9 and 10 bat like top order players. They don't try and change gear or change the tempo that much. They have the tempo of a top order batter.
Point proved. Trademark punch down the ground, but George Hill is alert to it. Just on Hill, by the way, he's been involved in 6 of the 7 dismissals in this innings. Only Ben Code's leg before to Dan Lawrence has not featured Hill, who's taken 2 good catches as well as 4 good wickets. And he has the ball here, and he's looked the most likely throughout this game.
And that lower order batting is one of the differences between the two sides. Yorkshire with Buckingham and White at 10 and 11, and Code at 9. They have two of their 3 tail end batters have batting averages in the single figures. Not the case at all for Surrey. And we saw in the first innings, Yorkshire's final 4 wickets fell in the space of 16 overs. It's already been 32 overs since Surrey lost their 6th wicket, so Surrey ahead of the game anyway, but their dominance has been exaggerated by this lower order partnership between Clark and Smith that is now worth 76.
Clark rock solid yet again. Yeah, it's probably fair to say that with Yorkshire, every player from 6 downwards is perhaps a place too high. But then there's mitigation behind that. As we know, and it bears repeating, Harry Brook and Joe Root are otherwise indisposed, and David Malan is injured. Put even a couple of those 3 in that middle order, and it's a very different cricket team. He's flattened him, and he's down. Will he make the 10 count? Of course he will. Jordan Clark, he's hard as hell. But that has crept through. I don't think on a Sunday morning we need to exaggerate what's happened here. A few deep breaths. Mild inspection. Everything's still in place, and we move on.
What do you think Nathan Smith's saying to him there?
I shudder to think, yes. That was a rather ungainly block into the offside, but he's recovering himself bit by bit. Another one ticks past. 4-2, 7 for 7, 123 gone now. Hard yakka for Yorkshire's 43 overs now with this second ball, and it's gone to sleep. Samo.
Most polls in a first-class innings.
Yes.
13.
13.
Sorry?
One of these.
Goes back a bit. 1836. Gentlemen versus players.
And how many were playing?
Well, gentlemen only had 11. Sorry, the players only had 11, but the gentlemen had 18.
Who won?
13 of
Who
them
won?
bowled.
Tell me the players won, please. Bit high.
The gentleman won by 35 runs.
Good game, that.
115, 77, 96 all out, the 18 of them, and then bowled the players out for 99. But there have been 10s in 11-a-side games, although that hasn't happened since 1946.
Right. There you go. And was this in the Championship, 66
So
and
it was
46?
46 was Leicestershire against Surrey at Leicester, 1946.
Another single past extra cover. These two doing it in ones. 77 now, the partnership. Will I know of any of these bowlers? In 1946, Surrey-Leicester. Or Leicestershire. I get told off about that a lot. Leicestershire, folks. Thompson in again, and he's trying his heart out here. Nothing to show for it yet in the wicket column. As Yas said, he's been luckless. Batted well, actually, I thought, on day one. Jordan Thompson, and was in a good position to get Yorkshire up around 300, batting really nicely. And then Tom Laws went on the short ball ploy, and Jason Roy took a really good catch right on the rope. Inside half of the bat. You can sense these two, Yas, looking to open up a bit more. Clark 60 not out now. Hour up to lunch. A cheeky 40 will be in his sights.
Yeah, I think that we might see Clark and Smith go up through the gears as we approach that lunch break. If that lead approaches 200 as well, you don't want to lose too much time from the game in this period of day 3.
Off the pad, but enough on it, and it will run away for 4-leg byes. The pain just continues here for Yorkshire.
Yes, you all know some of the bowlers.
Yes.
Alf Gover got 7 of them.
Alf Gover, he of the cricket school, of course.
That's the one, yep. Eric Bedser.
Yeah, brother of. Off break bowler.
Yep, he got 1. John Parker, I don't know if you've heard of him.
No.
He got the other 2.
Okay. The great Alf Gover. The cricket factory. Just produced so many brilliant cricketers. That may well be a wide, and it is, yeah.
Yeah, when I said that this morning has sort of drifted along, Surrey have been able to score at a decent rate, but doing so without seemingly taking any undue risk.
Gets slightly cramped up again there, Jordan Clark. Nonetheless, nothing doing. 4-3-3 for 7.
Yeah, they've added 49 runs in the first hour of play on the third morning. And you see, again, Thompson beating the inside edge of a Surrey right-hander's defence. One of the more established names in the Yorkshire setup, Jordan Thompson, but he hasn't always been in their first team this year, competing with Hill and Revis for spots in 11 as a seam bowling all-rounder.
He had a good game against Worcester, didn't he, earlier in the piece. His first red ball game of the year, back in mid-April. Smashed a 70 and took 5 cheap wickets. But it's been relatively slim picking since. He'd have got the nod in this game ahead of probably Dom Bess. Hill to continue. The good old days of the bowl out, when a rained off game results in the teams ending up in the indoor school at 9 in the evening, and you have a set of stumps that you've got to try and take down, and you have 5 bowlers with 2 deliveries per bowler. You'd want George Hill, wouldn't you? Guaranteed. There's another one, slightly too straight if anything, and whipped into the onside. He is as wicket to wicket as you can get, really. A lot of similarities, with Sam Cooke, who's made that breakthrough into the England side after a number of years, really, of statistical brilliance for Essex. And Hill is in a similar vein. gets in close, high action, and he just lives on off stump.
So I have a theory why bowlers like Hill and Cook are so accurate, and I think it's because they don't really try and swing the ball that much. We're seeing more and more in red ball cricket that seamers look to predominantly get the ball to seam or wobble, as they call it. So they're not flicking the wrist as much in trying to seek movement through the air. And obviously, if you flick the wrist as you're releasing a ball as fast as you are trying to bowl it, there's more scope for something going wrong. If you're someone like Hill or Sam Cook, who doesn't actually really try and swing the ball that much, you can see how bowlers of that type are a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, the key word there is wobble, isn't it? It's really revolutionised the art of the medium-fast seamer. And it's brought that style of bowler squarely into the story now. Another inside edge. Another run through gully.
Well, the theory is that if the bowler doesn't know which way it's going, how does the batter know which way it's going? Conventionally, young bowlers would have been taught back in the day to present a seam as straight as possible. Nowadays, that's not the case. The technique is to split the two fingers either side of the seam a little bit more than otherwise. Keep the thumb underneath the seam.
Off the hip this time, leg side-ish by George Hill, and another one rolls past. 436 for 7, 125 gone. Run rate as well is healthy at 3.5. It's just relentless here. And we are in that point of an innings where it's almost now the phony war before that third innings kicks in some point this afternoon. And Surrey seamers rested up, didn't have to overexert themselves in the first innings, and they'll come in screaming this afternoon. And the question for Yorkshire is, what can they scavenge from this cricket match at this point? Short, uppish, in the gap. 4 more, 1 bounce. Nathan Smith is enjoying himself here.
Yorkshire have gone to the short ball a few times in the last 40 or 50 or so overs, and it's something that we wanted them to do because of the almost sameness of the Yorkshire attack, the 6 right arm seamers that we're talking about. But although they've come close to creating chances, they have leaked quite a lot of runs whilst going short.
Gorgeous, fabulous cricket all round, really. Matty Revis may have done himself a mischief here in stopping it at mid-wicket. Right out the screws from Nathan Smith, and he's hobbling here. This is just what they need. Looks to be not too bad. He's quite the unit, by the way, Matty Revis. I saw him warming up yesterday morning, right on one of those strips, right by the side of the pitch. And then the power leave, the Ricky Ponting power leave. This is good by Nathan Smith. Matty Revis has his trouser leg rolled up, inspecting his left knee. Yeah, he's hanging in there. Jordan Thompson in again then. Rock solid.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier how Surrey have had the better of the conditions over the course of the game. The pitch was at its liveliest on day one. A lot of nip, really good pace and carry. Flattened out a bit over the last couple of days. Today we've got overcast conditions. You just think the ball is moving just a little bit more through the air today.
Yeah, I was just saying with Cameron, if you're looking for crumbs of comfort from Yorkshire's perspective, then that Hampshire game, albeit on a different track and earlier in the season, they could look to that. It was really hard for Surrey to find those final wickets on the fourth day. I think they only took 2 or maybe 3 on the final day, and in the end, bad light won the day, but Hampshire were well within that game, potentially pulling off a remarkable win, and the pitch just went to sleep. Right, little leading edge, but as befits the morning, more runs all along the floor. Another one ticks by, that's me done. 4-4, 1 for 7. Daniel Norcross after a bit more from Yas Rana.
This partnership now worth 90. Sorry, already well ahead when Nathan Smith strolled out to the middle, but at this point in the game, as we see, Surrey's second most valuable partnership in their first innings. Surrey now miles ahead.
Well, they're in an almost impregnable position. We see Matt Rothesay going off, and he's working okay, but I think what's happened there is he's, as Phil Walker said, it's a big unit. He's gone down very well to stop the ball, but he's gone down on the square, and the square at the Oval is a hard beast. She's a cruel mistress, and if you combine the height and mass of Matt Revis with the Mohs scale of hardness of a diamond, which is the Oval square, and those two things collide, you get a very sore knee. Now, Surrey are being pretty ruthless here. You might look at that lead of 186 and think, well, they're just going to go after it. And see it again. There's still a little bit of movement. There's still offer in this pitch. The ball's 46 overs old, and crucially, the bowlers are also 126 overs old, if you like, having bowled for an hour on the first day, all day yesterday, and now an hour today, even though they do have 6 bowling options. Bit of inside edge is why that appeal was stifled.
And just 5 overs of spin in that 126.3. The 5 overs bowled by Adam Lyth yesterday.
Well, indeed, seven bowling options, and for reasons unknown, we've not seen him today. Although I think, in fairness to Johnny Bairstow, there's enough, isn't there? We've seen enough for the bowlers. You wouldn't know it from the fact that Surrey have not lost a wicket. They've added 57 runs in 18 overs or so they're not going at any great express pace. They're just making sure of this game. They're making that lead so daunting that Yorkshire will have no option but to bat out for the draw. You know, even if they declared or fell in a heap here, there'd be 75 overs left in the day. And that lead, Yorkshire would only just sort of get 40 or 50 ahead of it if they batted out the day, so they would then know that they've still realistically to save the game, or a very, very outside chance of winning it, would have to bat through till about an hour after lunch at least.
Quite an interesting dynamic in the slip cordon there. Dom Bess alongside Adam Lyth. Adam Lyth going through some warm-ups. Dom Bess on as a substitute fielder. Yorkshire's premier spin option more often than not. Must be wondering, it would have been nice.
Maiden over.
Yeah,
Maiden over at this stage with Surrey 441 for 7, and that's sort of speaking to what I'm saying here, is that Surrey are in no mood to give their wickets away. They'll be very happy to bat through till lunch. You sort of get the feeling that lunch might be a target for a potential declaration. That way you don't lose overs between innings, but they could by then have a lead of 240. And then when you crunch the numbers, you find Yorkshire would be 50-60 ahead by lunch on day 2. They would therefore have to bat through till a fair bit beyond tea to be sure of saving the game. Here is Adam Lyth. Eagle-eyed Yas Rana spotting him going through his warm-ups.
He bowled really well yesterday, only bowled 5 overs, but the reason why he only bowled 5 is he was only brought on in the 71st over, I think.
Right.
So
to slightly speed up the over 8 and get through to the new ball.
Exactly, and he was bowling well, but then the new ball was there then an option for Bairstow.
Well, I'm intrigued to watch, because Andrew Sampson made him sound like Jim Laker this morning, so I'm intrigued to see how gets on.
Quite interesting figures. 5 overs, 1 for 14. 2 of those runs were a no ball. 6 more of those runs were the 6 that Jason Roy hit down the ground. So other than those 2 moments,
So just 6 runs off the other.
4.5, yeah. He's
Well,
doing
he's
exactly what Dan Lawrence did on day 1, bowling.
Oh, that was close to the short mid on there. Smith gets away with it almost immediately. Golden arm live. He picks up a wicket, the breakthrough.
But yeah, he's doing exactly what Dan Lawrence did on day 1, bowling off spin to right-handers with 5 men on the leg side and basically just bowling straight, because that's where the protection is, on the leg side. And Lawrence was able to keep Johnny Bairstow quiet, who was going great guns against the Surrey seamers.
Just take a look at this. This is going to be... Oh, I say, it wasn't a million miles from Bairstow, who put in the dive. But what's intriguing me here is that Jordan Clark and Nathan Smith, who are both batters who like to put bat to ball, are perfectly happy just taking singles here at the moment. So 4 singles off the over, 445 for 7. That lead 190, it's approaching 200. It is around this kind of point that we start to spitball and talk about declarations and the like. I mean, Surrey maybe just think to themselves, let's bat once and once only if we can. You've got 2 well-set batters who are both very capable. They might still be thinking lead of 300. I don't know. And then that really sort of says to Yorkshire, you've got to bat out the rest of the game. Oh, no, that's close. And it's given. The 5th wicket for Hill. Smith trapped on the crease, head on the shin, absolutely plumb, and a well-deserved 5 for Hill, who's having a superb season for Yorkshire, especially with the ball. Little bit of nip, beat the inside edge. And finally, after 73 minutes play, Yorkshire have got their first breakthrough. Surrey 445 for 8, Smith goes for 42.
Hill's been the standout Yorkshire bowler throughout this Surrey innings. As Phil was describing a couple of overs ago, very similar style of bowler to a Sam Cook, who obviously recently won his first England call-up. So accurate, never really bowls a bad ball. Bowls a lot of balls stump to stump. Looks to extract movement off the seam, get a little bit of nibble. He's been so effective, not just today, but throughout this season. 27 wickets now in Division 1 at an average of around 15. It's his second 5-wicket haul of the season, following up the 6 he took last week at Chelmsford.
He's been very impressive, and he's batting at 6 in this lineup as well, so it's a terrific asset to have. It brings Tom Laws out to the crease, a man that we know can bat effectively. He's had the occasional good knock. He's not had many opportunities this season, coming back from injury. Pretty nice guy to have coming in at number 10 if you're Surrey, and still got Matt Fisher to come. He's worked very hard in his batting. He's got a 40 and a 35 this season already. But the breaking of that partnership perhaps changes the conversation around declarations and the like. I wonder if it'll presage a slight change of attitude by Jordan Clark. I don't know. At the moment he's striking at under 50. He's sort of playing, if you like, a proper innings. But
there's no need to really change things batting the tail here for Surrey, because of how reliable their 9, 10, 11 are.
Oh, now then, there could be trouble here. I think there was a run there, but Laws wanted it. Jordan Clark did not. could see Jordan Clark was making absolutely sure he wasn't going to be the man run out. He's got his right leg firmly planted behind the crease at the non-striker's end.
We were talking about Surrey's batting depth earlier on, and Laws with a first-class average of 16, but when he first came through into the Surrey senior setup, there was talk of him arguably being a batting all-rounder, not a bowling all-rounder. His 50 over average is 46.
Yes, I mean, that average of 16 is partly a function of where he bats. So he hasn't really had the opportunity to bat at 6 or 7, has he, for Surrey? He's always been below the likes of Jordan Clark.
His recent form of the bat is actually pretty good. His last home fixture, he scored 58 against Durham at the end of the 2024 season. He got a 48 for the England Lions over the winter as well.
He's got a nice balanced setup at the crease.
Yeah, you were talking about a potential declaration. Why would you declare if you're in Surrey's position? What would a declaration achieve?
Well, I think in part you might look at the conditions here and think there's a little bit of cloud cover. The ball's moving around a bit. We don't know how long that's going to last. The weather forecast is due to improve. You might want to take advantage of those conditions. Also, if you're sort of going nowhere, I mean, this is the thing, where your 9th and 10th wicket partnership, if they're going at 2, 2.5 and over, then you are just taking time out of the game and making it less time for Yorkshire to have to bat. Andrew.
Yeah, Tom Laws is mostly batted at 9 or 10 for Surrey, 17 times out of 29 at number 9 and 6 times at number 10.
Do you know where he's batted in 50 over cricket?
Wicket maiden, I should say. For Hill, over the brought up his 5th wicket, 5 for 65. Surrey 445 for 8, that lead 190.
I totally see your point in terms of Surrey don't really gain anything if they're just plodding along at 2 runs and over, which they have not been doing, by the way, so far this morning.
Well, they've had 20 overs and they've scored 61 runs, so they're going at 3 and over.
Yeah. And I suppose if you try and up the ante with only 2 wickets left, you could end up finishing with a lead of 190 very quickly.
You can, which is still a substantial lead.
My point is more that there's a long way to go even in this session. So Surrey could bat for another 25 minutes, for example, add 30 or so runs, get the lead above 200 and still get a decent dart at the Yorkshire openers.
Well, that's been carved away, not with timing though, they'll just pick up the single. Just run for a little while.
Laws has batted 8 times in 50 over games, all of them between 5 and 7.
There you go. In part, of course, he's playing in Surrey's Metrobank 50 over games, and most of the big guns are not around for that. So that's in part where he'll bat higher up the order. Obviously, with that clashing with 100, most of Surrey's players are unavailable. And of course, he'll be given a bit of time to get himself in here, but he'll also be mindful he doesn't want the game to drift too much. Surrey have got on top of Yorkshire. Oh, another no ball. Almost criminal for the off spinner to be bowling no balls. Now the use of the feet, straight back over the bowler's head. And a lovely connection for Tom Laws, brings up Surrey's 450. In part, Adam Lyve's job here is to keep that over rate going. At the moment they're -1. And bowling a no ball and being hit for 4 doesn't help. End of the over, 7 from it. Surrey 452 for 8. That lead now 197.
Those two balls does a little bit of good work done not only by Lyth in his previous over but also from Hill, who bowled a wicket maiden last time round. Suddenly 7 runs off 2 overs, that's not that bad, that's not drifting. Surrey are making progress. It's very, very quickly that good work can be undone.
See there, 7 bowlers used. The ball 50 overs old. It's been quite a slog for Yorkshire. Just starting to see those little breaks in the cloud. You can see a tiny patch of blue sky. All these things will help encourage Yorkshire, because it has been tricky testing conditions today, you'd say, wouldn't you? I mean, Code and Hill have really had the ball on a string. They've got it to go past the outside edge on a number of occasions.
Well, the real test we'll see today is how much has the perceived liveliness of the pitch on day 1 and it looking like it's flattened out on day 2 and 3.
Well, that's cut back a fair bit. He's been in the boards a little bit.
Yeah.
It's Jordan Clark's been hit a few times.
Yorkshire have been able to get the ball to move a little bit more this morning, but the pitch I thought was noticeably lively on day 1. And I think we'll see today whether or not that is the pitch actually flattening out, or is it the different attributes in the Surrey bowlers able to extract more life from the pitch.
And actually, we're starting to see the first glimpses of some milky sunshine today. You can see the shadows being created by the bowlers. I was undone yesterday. Oh, I was sitting at home after I got back from Beckenham, waiting for Eurovision to start. I saw that Wimbledon were playing Notts County on telly in the playoff, second leg playoff. There you see that sky, little bits of blue up here. I thought, oh, marvellous! I can watch this, it's live. And then Henry Moran, who was coming over to watch Eurovision with me, said, oh, you're watching the big game. Do you want to know what the score was? I said, what do you mean, want to know what the score is? I said, surely it's live. And then I looked at, oh, look at those shadows. They're barely there. It's the middle of the day. I thought they'd scheduled it for after the cup final. They'd obviously scheduled it for before. And my sun radar was not on. I mean, there's still cloud around. It's not rain-bearing cloud, but it's just lifting ever so slightly. The forecast is for it to get better and better as the day progresses, and that's why there is an element of this which will be providing crumbs of comfort for Yorkshire, because obviously with a deficit as big as this, it can be quite daunting. End of the over, just a 1 run from it. Another excellent over from Hill. Yas Rana is going to take a break. Ben Gardner's going to come in and join us with about 37 minutes of the day of the session remaining. Those are the workloads for Yorkshire's bowlers. Ben Code, as ever, 31 overs, 1 for 82. He's bowled a lot better than that. Pick of the bunch, Hill with 5 for 66. White has been manful. But Matt Revis is going to come in to bowl. He went off about 10 or 15 minutes ago for running repairs after diving to stop a ball on the square, banging his knee. He's been the most underused, you'd say, of the Yorkshire seamers, and he got a little bit of tap yesterday, Ben. 6 overs going for 44, and the skipper Johnny Bairstow, just at this point, having taken that wicket, he does not want Surrey to have a purple 20 minutes where they can pile on 30 or 40 runs.
Yeah, you fancy he wants to get things done in a hurry, but you wonder, could that be a double-edged sword if they were to get 2 wickets now? You'd almost think that Surrey's opening bowlers wouldn't mind a crack with
mind a crack. No, 25 minutes, 20 minutes.
Yeah, get an extended spell in either side of lunch.
That's nicely played. Finds the gap. Not perfectly timed. A controlled push, which is why it doesn't make it to the boundary. But John Dwight, you may have heard there, has brought up his 2,000 runs in first-class cricket, and at the same time, he's brought up the 200 lead for Surrey. Oh, now it's that little patch on just above the left knee of Revis. We mentioned a moment ago that when he dived to stop the ball on the square, he then went off for some running repairs. You can see why now, because he's fallen so hard on that hard ground that it's caused blood to appear all over that knee. There, you can see it.
Yeah, that could be one of those really painful ones
so
where it'll be
sore.
sticking all through the day and all through the night even.
I once played at Fenners, and my goodness me, there's a big square there, and I foolishly would, fall more than dive to stop the ball. I was in such a state, so hard to drive back home. No ball. Clipped away out towards square leg, so 3 runs added to the total. And it was both legs. And my thighs were just a mess of grazes and bruises. I mean, I don't know how they do it. Say that again, it wasn't far from short leg. You had to take evasive action there.
Don't know if we can call that a chance, really.
Well, it was a no ball anyway.
Yes,
so
that's true. Yeah.
That rather negated any chances of it being a chance. Oh, that's gone straight through. Straight through Jordan Clark. Pretty sure that is Jordan Clark. We've got our arrow on Tom Laws there.
Unless Tom Laws has had a few sleeves of tattoos done overnight.
Yeah, overnight, yeah. Oh, look at that. That has jagged back off the seam. And again, more encouragement for Surrey seamers.
Do you think they might be pondering a declaration even and a go before lunch?
We've just been discussing this. I don't think that they are, judging by the way that they're batting, because as we see that once again, good stop by Johnny Tattle behind the stumps. I think just from the way they're actually approaching their batting, yeah, it's a legitimate tactic. But an equally legitimate tactic is to bat to lunch and then not lose the overs between innings, I guess.
That's very true. Yeah, and also, you might say that 200 is plenty of a lead. They would have very much taken it at the start of the game. Equally, you get up to 300, and when there's no chance for Yorkshire back, you might find actually that the resistance is broken that bit easier.
Yes, can happen. Oh, Rivers, he's in the wars here, isn't he? Now they've gone after that. Tom Lords is going to pick up his first boundary. It wasn't perfectly timed, but perhaps this does signal a slightly different intent from Surrey at the back end of the over. Wait to see what the exact score is. It's not our scoreboard and the scoreboard are 100% in alignment, but he's gone after that. It's just a little bit short from Revis, which was his problem yesterday. And it looks to me like perhaps Surrey put their foot on the gas. Andrew.
The 2,000 first-class runs for Jordan Clark were for Surrey, because he's got 1,616 for Lancashire as well.
Oh, I say, 3,616 runs. What's his first-class average now with the bat?
27, 28, well, yeah, probably just ticked over 28 right now.
So that's to go with his how many wickets? What double are we at here?
Quite doubly. He's 260, what did he get in the first innings? 265.
And that's first class?
In all first-class cricket, yeah.
First class cricket. Now the ball is being examined. The ball is often examined when it gets hammered. And it looks to me that umpire Milnes has accepted the appeal and has decided that a replacement ball needs to be found immediately. Now he's showing it first to Mark Newman. What do you think of that? Yeah, let's get another one. So Ben, I read your piece the other day about Sophie Eccleston not being in the England women's squad. So do you think that there's, judging by the tone of your piece, you think that it's not just as simple as Sophie Eccleston's not quite match fit yet?
Yeah, I think it feels like to me there's something a little bit more to it, given that she played for Lancashire on the day that squad was announced, and given that there is actually quite a long time until the ODI leg of that series at least, and actually the squads are reasonably different this time, so they could have easily said, she needs to get a couple more games under her belt, but she's our best player, or our second best player. We want to have her around the group at the start of this new era, so we'll put her in that ODI squad, and she'll have more games under her belt and she can be involved. But also, I think it's allowed Charlotte Edwards the opportunity to sort of perhaps maybe deliver some sort of message to Sophie Ecclestone behind closed doors, while not having to give that publicly, not for it to be a massive statement in her first squad that she's announced. So I think it's a canny bit of
quite elegant, isn't it? It's quite an elegant way of having a word.
Exactly, yeah. And also, even if she's Sophie Ecclestone, given that she only played the one game, which hadn't been played by the time the squad was picked, it's allowed them to stick with this philosophy of picking players based on their performances, as Lindsay Smith has done. She's been brilliant this season.
Double change, Thompson into the attack on the Vauxhall end, and you can tell by that shot that Jordan Clark, I think, has decided it's time to get on with it. 464 for 8, the lead 209. We've got about 29 minutes to go until the lunch break. 23 overs have been bowled today, so Yorkshire pretty much up with the run rate. The over rate, I should say. I saw Lindsay Smith yesterday on an unforgiving surface at Beckenham, it has to be said. Kira Chatley took her for 5 fours in an over, all in different parts of the ground, but she provides options for the bat and in the field. Lindsay Smith, one of the best fielders in the country, so it is a sort of reminder, I think, that there's more than just one left-arm spinner in the country.
It's one of the most unlucky groups of cricketers almost in the game at the moment, is to be an English left-arm spinner in the age of Sophie Ecclestone, because there have been some brilliant ones,
Alex Hartley.
Yeah, exactly. World Cup winner, a massive part of that World Cup campaign, and then saw which way things were headed, I think, when Ecclestone comes in after that tournament.
Meanwhile, here, Jordan Clark is trying to get Jordan Thompson away. There's no doubt about it. He's got pugnacious intent, but he so far hasn't been able to pierce the field. But there's got something happening with the ball. It's been a very absorbing morning's cricket. Seen Ben Code beat the bat time and time again. Somewhat lucklessly, only the one wicket has fallen. And to George Hill. Oh, he's got him! Off stump, out the ground. It was almost coming, really. Clark had switched into aggressive mode, and Thompson just got one to nip back. Uproots the off stump. Surrey lose their 9th. It isn't presaging a declaration, so Matt Fisher will come out to bat. But Clark goes for 69. He just brought up his 2,000th run for Surrey, and he has to go. I don't think there was any inside edge on that. I think that's just gone between bat and pad, and spectacular stump removal. It's time for me to take a break. It's time to bring Phil Walker in alongside Ben Gardner with Surrey. 464 for 9, that lead 209.
I always find it's lovely to see a stump not just uprooted, but to see the bail go helicoptering as well. That's like to go in several different directions.
Our producer behind us exclaimed, "Oh, cartwheel!" That was him. Yeah. Well, look, well deserved, let's say, for Jordan Thompson, who's been on the wrong end of some nasty luck for the last 48 hours, really. Clark, another very, very useful telling hand, 69. And so Surrey will eke out every last run here, 464 for 9. as well they might, lead at 209. Yorkshire have stuck at it pretty well. Heads haven't gone down. It's a really lovely moment when George Hill picked up his 5th, and you could see how much it meant, not just to him, but the whole team. So, can Jordan Thompson assuage some of the hard yakka of yesterday by picking up a couple here? 1 delivery to go. And this is Surrey for you. Matt Fisher is far from a number 11 rabbit. He picks up a single from his first delivery, and he will retain the strike. 465 for 9, 133 gone. Death by 1,000 dabs through that gully region, really. It's been unpopulated throughout the game for both teams, both sides. And Surrey have picked up so many singles through that region today. It's going to be Matty Revis, who's been expensive, but then he's been asked to do a job where you often do go the distance. There is that wicket again. It's a beauty of a delivery. It's hit the seam and come back, arced through the gate. And that's a hammer blow to that off stump.
Stump ends up nicely just on the side, displaying the sponsor name in full as well.
Always on brand. Painful. Looking for a run. I'm not sure that would have gone down especially well, considering it's 465 for 9. Doesn't look like it's hurt him too much. He's not showing it anyway.
Would that have gone down as taking evasive action? He sort of just stood there, didn't he?
Yeah, it was somewhere in between. I think decorum won the day there. So can Matty Revis get his name in the wickets column? He's bowled some sharp deliveries, but a rather thankless task on this pitch, just banging it in and hoping for the best. They've missed Jordan Buckingham, their Aussie overseas, who's been injured for much of this innings. Bowled a useful spell yesterday morning without too much fortune, and we haven't seen him since.
Not just the figures for Revis as well, but the graze on the leg, and also got a little bump on the way through of the batter running single in the last over. So it's been a tough innings in a few ways for him.
Yeah, that it is. Some interesting games going on around the country. Ben will run through those for you over the next few minutes, Division 1 in particular. Gorgeous shot, barely moves. He doesn't need to, look. Up on a skip as well, he enjoyed that. Did Matt Fisher, he's worn one, been inconvenienced by another, and then strummed a beautiful cover drive.
Maybe that's why he didn't take the single early in the over. He just he wants the strike. It's a lovely shot.
Should have backed himself and just stayed in his crease, held the pose. One of the shots of the innings, technically perfect. Effort ball, bit of anger in that. Definitely got some pace. And he bowls a naturally nasty kind of length as well. Matty Revis, I walked past him yesterday morning, he's a big lad. Watching him bowl to the baseball mitt. He certainly gets it down there, and he's a big hitter as well at number 7-8. Andrew Flintoff is his hero as a cricketer, and you can see why. It's been hard yakka for him here, but he's still coming in hard. And yet another one passes by without reward. 469 for 9. Lead of 214. So, yes, Ben. Notts Durham, or rather Durham Notts up at Chesterley Street. Hasib Hamid turned it on day one with an unbeaten double 100 to carry his bat, 407 knots made, and yet Durham are basically up there, just 2 behind now, but only 5 down in their first innings, so they will build a comfortable and useful first innings lead. Ollie Robinson is still there on 73. Emilio Gay made 100 earlier in the day. Just growing into his work there for Durham after a pair to kick off his year this year. Punch down the ground, but Jordan Thompson throws out a hand. And so that game is a fascinating one, really, when you consider that Notts have come out flying this year, 3 wins in 5. Somerset and Sussex. Sussex fighting for their lives in that one. 7 down and only 23 up in their second innings. But at least they've forced Somerset to bat again, and John Simpson is still there on 28. As long as he's there, they have a quarter chance. Hampshire-Warwickshire is interestingly poised. Hampshire probably up in that one. Warwickshire still need 277 in the run chase, and they're 2 down already. With the highest inning score of 300 in the match, they'll need to make the highest score in that game in order to win it. Alex Davis and Sam Hayner together, they're 2 gun players. They lost 2 right up top, Rob Yates and Tom Latham. Leg side, over mid-wicket, runs away for 4, beautifully struck. The pain is relentless here. Tom Laws has looked good.
It's another really stylish shot, isn't it? It's funny because the pitch is still... There's still enough in it for the bowlers, but even the tail enders are able to find value for their shots when they go for them.
Clubbed, clears Bairstow, plugs, won't go for 4. But another couple, Laws moves on to 15. Could have gone anywhere, but as is the nature of this innings, it tends to land on the turf. The other game we haven't yet mentioned in the first division is taking place at New Road, where Worcestershire are 125 for 8 in their second innings, but they are still building a lead of now 326 against Essex. Punch down the ground, but straight to Bairstow, no run. So 2 wickets, in fact, literally, as I refresh the page, they've lost another. So 9 down, but 326 ahead on a pitch that's offering plenty to the bowlers, and so Worcestershire will be in a good position, you fancy, to register that first win. And if they were to, Ben, then it really does concertina the league again, doesn't it? It's a fascinating set of 10 at the moment, and very, very hard to call. Full, angled into a man at maybe 4th slip, close gully, may have been a bump ball. Hard to see. Either way, it goes to ground, and they pick up yet another single. Tom Laws will retain the strike.
Yeah, I think it's bounced just before it's hit his bat, so he's kind of almost jammed it up rather than jammed it down. Another close look at the slow-mo. Yeah, he's just played it right off the face. Almost like slip catching practice, really.
Yeah, sums it up, I'm afraid, for Yorkshire. Yeah. And to Jordan Thompson, who could have done with that. Not the first drop. There was a key moment around this time yesterday when Curtis Patterson against his fellow Australian was going well, but Buckingham induced a false hook shot, and James Wharton grasped one down at long leg that he should have taken. Glorious shot. Tom Laws moves into the 20s with a back foot punch as good as anything we've seen.
Another brilliant shot in this partnership, which is entertaining and must be so frustrating for Yorkshire. He thought that, they must have nearly had the job done, the lead down at, kept it just about 200. As it is, it's creeping up 225. It, could go higher if it quite quickly if that breakthrough doesn't come.
4 more. Back to back now for Tom Laws. He's raced to 24 at better than a runner ball. Matty Revis cannot find the spot that he needs to exert just a degree of pressure here. 67 into his 9th over. They're chastening figures. Pulled into the gap. Make that 3 off the spin. Laws is enjoying this.
Three off the first, 3 balls the over, and I fancy he might be thinking in his head, I'm just going to keep going here. 6 in a row, you don't get many chances for that. It's a really well controlled pull shot, that one.
A bowler light, Buckingham indisposed, no frontline spinner, and 6 men on the boundary. That rather sums it up. Yorkshire's plight is such that they are now staring down the barrel of a potential innings defeat. 2-3-3 now the lead. It's a half-hearted appeal. He'll take the dot ball.
I'd like to discuss that Worcester-Essex game more when we get a chance, because it's a fascinating one, really. I know that you'll be looking at it with your Essex hat on a little bit and see if they can, put together a bit of a title push.
Coldly dispassionate here. Revis in again. Punched into the gap. That'll be another couple. Jack White in pursuit.
But from a Worcestershire point of view, I think a lot of people, us included, were tipping them for relegation before the start of the season, them having done so well to stay up last year. And you look at the table and that looks like it's how it's panned out, and yet, they've had 2 really close games. One very strange game where it was, all the totals was sort of, teams are starting to get up to 150, and that brilliant rear guard to start the season, and yet they find themselves bottom. And you wonder if they're, as much as you're right to say that they're well ahead in the game, with how the game's panned out, taking a first innings lead of over 200 and then collapsing. Is this a case of, here we go again? Is that what they'll be thinking? Or are they thinking, no, this is the time we have to go over the line? And then they'll look at the table and think, well, actually, we're not that far off third from bottom.
This is their season today and perhaps into tomorrow morning. Towed it this time up to mid-off with the field in. It's a dot ball and a useful one. So another one goes. 490 for 9 now. 136 overs they've been in the dirt. Matt Fisher on 5, number 11. Everyone has made double figures with a highest score of 89. It's a bit premature to ask the question, Samo, but if Fisher were to creep up to double figures, how shall I frame this one? Perhaps the highest first-class score when everyone has made double figures and no one's made 100. I have a feeling that Surrey did something remarkable not that long ago, 600 and something for 9 declared. I have a vague memory of. Punched down the ground for no run.
Yeah, I'm just looking that one up. That was the record highest total without a century in all first-class cricket.
Right, so it wasn't that everybody had got to double figures?
No.
Okay.
But I'll check. I can't remember how many of them got to double figures. I'll check the scorecard now. Surrey have had all 11 in double figures 8 times in first-class cricket. The most interesting one, that was in 1899 when all 11 got to 20.
Inside edge, picks up 1, gets to 6. There is not enough money in the world to pay for Andrew Sampson's salary. The maestro's been on fire this morning. Yeah, so just briefly then, Ben, back to that Worcestershire-Essex game. 5 games in before this one for Worcester, no wins. 2 very, very close shaves, as you say, including in the corresponding fixture at Chelmsford, where they were particularly hard done by in that one. Could have won last week as well, finished 30-odd short. There was a noise, but I think it was bat on ground. Our producer had given it.
I'd give everything as an umpire, Phil. I was giving that out up here as well.
You reckon?
Yeah, I always hear a noise. I think I just hear noises.
You just want the game to move along.
I mean, I'm amazed by the standard of umpiring in general. Basically, that like you know, obviously sometimes you see the odd mistake get made, but it's always jarring because they get so much right.
This is a ploy now. The white ball tactic of the full outswinging Yorker outside the eye line, almost impossible to reach. He's sticking at it here, moving the field around, trying to keep Tom Laws off strike for the next over at least. 2 balls to go in this over. So yeah, Worcestershire are scrapping in their second innings. 1-3 for 9. Ethan Brooks is still there. There you go again. 38 not out. In the context of an innings where no one else got past 31, it's a very useful hand, and their lead against Essex, 3-3-4. So it will take one hell of a chase by Essex, who themselves are struggling, beset by injuries. Sam Cook call up to the England squad as well. And if Worcestershire are going to have a puncher's chance of keeping in that first division, then they have to win this one. There's no two ways about it.
671 for 9. Low score was 12, so that is the highest where everyone got double figures.
4 more. 4 more to Tom Laws. The lead now 240. This is brutal for Yorkshire, who fought so hard yesterday, and at one point Surrey 201 for 4. Still 54 behind on first innings, and they had a glimpse of an opportunity there.
And that clock has just ticked over as well to past 12:50. So if we were to lose a wicket now, if Surrey had set that as a target, you know, to bat through that morning session, ensure they don't lose those 2 overs for an innings break. They've done that, and they almost have a free 8 minutes now that they can. You know, they know if they lose a wicket in this time, that's it. It'll be lunch. So.
Good pace, good heart. Tell me about the 670 for 9.
So 671 for 9 declared the highest total in which nobody made a century in all first-class cricket, and as we've established, also the highest, obviously, when all 11 made double figures and nobody made 100. Burns 30, Patel 76, Hashi Mamla was the 12, Ollie Pope 96, Folkes 91. Overton 93. I remember getting excited at that point because there were 3 90s in a row in an innings. That's Jamie Overton, obviously. Sam Curran 78, Colin de Grandhomme 66, Will Jacks batting at number 9, 20, and then for the last wicket, Clark 54 not out and Worrell 44 not out. Just 11 extras.
There you have it. Jordan Clark at number 10.
At least extras made it to double figures as well, though.
Yes.
Will Jacks at number 9. Tidy work at backward point. They have to keep on scrapping here.
Just 11 extras and 671 is quite a low number of extras for a total like that as well.
On that subject, was there a record around Ben Folkes' number of, not conceding byes last week?
It was the world record was 806, the highest total without byes. That was Chris Hartley, Australian Sheffield Shield then. So it was at the highest and something. I did make a note of Folkes also got 174 after having kept for 600 plus runs without conceding a bye.
Punch down the ground, but nothing doing. Andy Flower, when he made twin hundreds against South Africa and didn't concede a bye as keeper.
Yep, I was there. It was extraordinary, that game.
Twin hundreds, including in the follow-on, so he
Yep, so he kept for 600 for 3 declared. Didn't concede a bye. I remember him dropping a difficult leg side chance.
We don't talk about that, do we?
We don't talk about it. But he made 142. They followed on. He came out 50 for 3 again.
Single into the onside then, and he will retain the strike. Matty Fisher, 7 not out. Can he get the extra 3 to complete the set?
Second innings, he's 199 not out. Number 11, Dougie Hondo is facing. He gets a ball that's going way down leg side, and Ian Robinson gives him out LBW for no good reason. So he's denied.
A home umpire as well.
Yeah, so he's denied the double 100, and then they let him stay in the change rooms while South Africa knocked off the 80 odd needed to win. But folks, where's my list here? There are a little list of guys who conceded 600 plus without conceding a bye. What were the highest scores in a match winner by keepers who did that? And Ben Foakes is the 5th highest ever. Andy Flowers 199 was the 4th highest. Andy Flowers 232 not out against India in 2000 was 2nd highest. Chris Reed is the highest in the championship. 240 he made, having not conceded any byes in a total of 700. And then there's a chap called SD Jogiyani who made 282, having not conceded any byes in a total of 600 for 9 declared for Swarashtra versus Gujarat in the Ranji Trophy in 2012.
So he's the winner.
He's the winner. But Foakes is number 5 on that list.
Jordan Thompson has moved into that period that you see often with fast bowlers in county cricket. Of the sardonic wry smile, accepting his lot in life, having to keep on pounding the turf. Luckless since Friday morning here, picked up just the 1 wicket. Jordan Clark a couple of overs back. The catch dropped in the previous over at Gully, should have been taken. Can he at least pick up one more consolation here? Number 11, Matty Fisher, former teammate of course. Picks up a single to Johnny Bairstow, who rather flops on that one at mid-on.
It's one of the joys of cricket we probably don't speak enough about, is when you can see a record unfolding in an innings or a game as it's going along, and you're desperate that something doesn't happen to ruin it.
This is the stuff that gets you going, isn't
really
it?
Is, yeah. I mean, the most famous, I suppose, of that genre is the Bannerman. You know,
yes.
Cricket's oldest and most unbreakable record of percentage of runs to completed innings set in the first ever Test innings that was played. And you see it quite often where someone is on track to beat it, and then a tail ender comes in and hits a few runs, or they get out 6 down or something.
Slapped to mid-off, but no run. So one more delivery to go in this over. We'll have time for one more before lunch. Not that Yorkshire will be herring round to bowl it. So let's do the Bannerman then. It remains remarkable that it hasn't been eclipsed yet. As Ben says, the first ever Test match. Bannerman made
165, retired hurt.
165 retired hurt. He'd still be batting now.
Out of 245, I think.
Out of 245, first ever innings in the first ever Test match as well. Yep.
So, who are the also-rans then? Samo? 4, 9, 8 for 9.
If I can remember any, I think Michael Slater might be one.
Slater got close, yeah.
120 out of 190, I think.
Don't talk to Mark Butcher about that one. When he was adjudged not out on a run out, despite the at the time sort of prototype DRS. Despite the evidence being overwhelming that he hadn't made his ground, he was nonetheless given not out by Simon Taufel, who was the third umpire at the time. He made a key 120 odd to ice that Ashes series. don't mention it to Butch, whatever you do. He's part of our commentary team, of course, on day one here. Day two would have all been about Crystal Palace for Butch. So, Fisher back on strike, 8 not out. Can he complete the set?
Yeah, Michael Slater second on that list, 66.85%, 123 out of 189 at Sydney in 99 against England. VVS Laxman's third on 63.98, 167 out of 261.
At Sydney?
Also at Sydney.
Yeah, I remember that.
Watching that innings, it was glorious innings, yeah.
Because I think he was opening, surprisingly, I don't think he was down to open.
Yeah,
I think it was a bit of a shot in the dark. I think Ganguly was in charge at the time. What an innings that was. Put him on the map. Playing a miss, of course it is. Revis just has to turn on his heel and suck it up. Get back to his mark. These are the tough times.
So those are the top ones. Craig Brathwaite, 63.5. Gordon Greenwich next. Sanka Gurusina, 52 not out of 82. The lowest total to include a 50 in Test cricket. Yes, so we always keep an eye out for those sort of things, don't we?
Exactly.
Some of us.
And I can tell you'll be itching here, you know, 1 away from 500, 2 away from all 11 into double figures.
Let's just get it done by lunch.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing is that who knows if they'll come out after lunch as well.
There's
We've left only 2 balls. Come on, just get it over with.
There's a master and apprentice thing going on here. Having worked with the both of you over the years. So, Johnny Bairstow still active. Fair play to him. He's moved himself to square leg. Left the covers wide open. 2 deliveries to go. 75 he's conceded from 10.4 overs. Matty Revis, come on. Can he get it done? 2 deliveries. Bouncer. Avoids it. You can hear the grunt of despair. 1 delivery to go before the break.
It's 9 down. They're going to carry on, aren't they?
I would think so. No reason not to. Beautifully played. That brings up the 500. The maestro is on his feet. 503 for 9. And Fisher moves into double figures. So there we have it. 505 for 9. Maybe the scoreboard is catching up with us. Maybe it's just going to correct itself. Anyway, we are 500 and something for 9. It is 505. 505 for 9. Scoreboard's just a little bit behind. And there we go, Surrey session. We've said that a few times in recent times. In fact, they are going to roll on. They're going to try and get this innings done, perhaps.
A no ball at the end of that last over, I believe. That was where the extra 2 runs came from.
So yeah, just confirm that they are taking the extra half hour to try and get this innings done. It's a good move. Cricket is capable of common sense from time to time. So yeah, 505, hence the half dozen, a no ball at the end there as well.
We perhaps haven't given enough credit to the shot with which Surrey went past 500 and Fisher moved into double figures.
1 slip, everyone else scattered. Keith Miller style. Punched into the onside, easy peasy.
He'd been given sort of a smell of a few short ones, I think, that he'd watchfully bent out the way of, but had seen where they were coming, the trajectory. And when that last one came down, he thought, well, I'll just leave my bat out there, glide it nicely over those slips, and it bounced away for 4.
More runs onside. Long leg manages to scamper round, but another couple. Death by 1,000 bunts, this really.
Yeah, a lot of heart though from Yorkshire. They've really, they've kept trying on what's been a tough old innings, tough old game really. It's a really good stop to make when your team's had 500 piled on, when you just want to get to lunch. Probably thought you were going to lunch until you remembered that they can take the extra half hour.
Uppish, no one there of course. A top edge that carries for 4 because they changed the field around from the unconventional to the conventional, and so it goes.
They decided it's lunch in the crowd.
Yeah, as indeed did I. Didn't have any breakfast this morning, you see, Ben. So I was thinking about that 1 o'clock cut-off point. Edged, taken, finally. We can all get something to eat. 512 all out. And you can see a puff of the cheeks by Jordan Thompson, who's earned that second wicket for a spirited spell at the end there. Matt Fisher, the last to go. Cranky with himself. You have to be impressed by the endeavour and dedication of the lower order here. Tom Laws played beautifully for 37, unbeaten. So a quick run through of this notable scorecard. Rory Burns and Dom Sibley got things going as they are wont to do. A very tidy 56 opening run partnership. Burns being the first to go. Jack White picking him up, caught in the office for 31. Dom Sibley was the next to go for 29. LBW to George Hill, who's been the star of the show for Yorkshire throughout. And it brought Dan Lawrence together with Curtis Patterson. Lawrence battling clear discomfort with a side strain or a back strain. We'll be interested to see if he re-emerges this afternoon to bowl his loopy off breaks or not. So it's Lawrence to go next for 29, in fact 31 rather. Curtis Patterson, who played beautifully on debut here for Surrey, 85. Runs in the middle order, 86, 26 for Folkes and Roy, and then runs down the pipe as well. Everybody making double figures, and the bowling figures well. George Hill stands out. 5 for 66, ramrod straight, 9 maidens in there, that tells a story, but elsewhere it's been hard yakka. Jordan Thompson picks up a couple towards the end, but the match summary tells a stark story. 257 Yorkshire trail. They will have to dig extremely deep this afternoon if they're going to even make Surrey bat again at some point tomorrow. We will bring it all to you, of course, from this afternoon onwards. But in the meantime, we're just going to revisit last year's 3rd championship win in a series of beautifully produced programmes. And we shall be back live with you in just about half an hour.
Very proud of the 24 season. Even more so probably than the 23 and the 22 season and the 18 season. It's all about Stuart Surridge back in the 50s, Adam Hollyoak around the late 90s, early 2000s. Rory Burns is very much in that conversation, the same sentence now.
Competitive, stubborn, bit fiery at times. Would probably be my best summation of me as a batter, me as a player.
And then you as a captain.
Competitive, fiery.
You thought I was bluffing where you at. I came here for vengeance, watch your back. No need to defend, I'm on attack. Sorry they can't reply, but I get
people don't know Burnsy, but he demands respect. He demands hard work. He demands high effort, high quality. He knows what he wants each day, each session, and that's what makes us like so clear in our roles.
He's always frustrated by, I think, almost how confident we are in getting the job done. He's the youngest of 3 or 4 brothers, so he's a mad competitor, as you can imagine.
Openers cowards. We've got to say light roller there, we'll have the heavy one in the morning, boys.
Some days aren't going to be as good as others, or sessions aren't going to be as good as others, but just realises those moments just to give the boys a push. And then, yeah, we come out firing.
Yours will be easier than mine.
Burns has been an integral part of the culture shift, I think, in the last 5 years, from 2018 when they first won it, when he was captain for the first year.
Do you want to do it here, or do you actually want to have enough of it?
You'd be a £2 man.
Can't too heavy, that, isn't it?
He went from being a great leader and a great player to just being almost like the figurehead.
Don't think I've got a great tossing record. I mean, last year, I don't know what it was remarkably skewed the other way.
This is coming out not flushes. I've won more than I have in 2 years.
You want that, Mr. Skipper?
Me.
I'm back. It's Red Bull. I'm at peace, lads. I'm at peace. Yeah. It's because I'm back at peace.
One thing is he had respect as soon as he took on the role, when we gave him the role in 2018. He was still learning, but he's always had the respect of that dressing room. He's a man of few words, but when he speaks, you listen. He's also tough. You know, that is a thing. So when he has something to say or needs to get a point across, good or bad, he doesn't shirk it.
Burnsy and Sibbs both had brilliant years this year.
It is very hard opening the batting in general, but at the Oval, it's been tough work in the first innings.
I think also we get on well, so it's, you know, we're good mates, and yeah, I enjoy seeing him do well, and hopefully he enjoys seeing me do well.
To have 2 test openers as well, we do definitely take it for granted.
They're the foundations to what we're achieving with the bat.
You're asking bowlers, if you're rotating strike, to change from bowling at 6'5" and 5'9", and left right hand. So I think that's the easiest place to begin the sort of complementing. And then, as I said, like that grows into actually how we are as people out in the middle. The fact that we're pretty relaxed and keep each other going that way. And then we're both guys that like scoring runs, and we like helping each other do that.
And their styles and methods at times are different, but they complement each other well.
Dom Sibley as well, who just churn runs as he does throughout the year.
He's coming back for a second, and there it is.
It's obviously nice, in a game that's been played in Thorpe's name, to go out and produce that. It's obviously very pleasing. He's obviously had a pretty big effect on my career.
I remember one point during that knock where I think one of their young lads started trying to bowl bumpers for a period. And I actually thought of Thorpe at the time, but I was just like, there's either 2 ways you do this. Either you have a bit where you ride it out and those sort of things and try and make them bowl somewhere else, or you bite down the gum shield and you go for it. And I just thought, for whatever reason that day, I thought I was moving really well, I like how I'm doing it. So I was like, I'm going to bite down the gum shield and basically put a load of pressure back on it.
He leads from the front with what he does, and I think, especially with the bat this year, it was incredibly impressive what he put together. His first 100 for me stands out. That was a huge moment this season on an incredibly tough pitch. Ultimately, he's a fantastic leader, and his conviction in his ideas is why we've been so successful.
Obviously, as a partnership, we probably didn't have our best year in 23. So 24, we kind of knew it's. I mean, I don't think it's something we actually really spoke about as a pair, but we both sort of had that focus of we knew that we needed to get the lads off to better starts and what that would hopefully bring us down the line. So yeah, I think it was both a sort of an individual responsibility from both of us, and then it just sort of translated into how we go about it out in the middle.
If we have to win it in the last ball of day 4, we'll do that. Other games are on fast forward and they're over in 2 and a bit days. A lot of that's the quality of our bowling attack. Worrell is the best signing I've made, or we've made.
I think when it's going well, you just know it's going to happen at some point. There's, again, opening the bowling at the Oval when there's a few variables in your favour. It's pretty fun being able to almost play with your food a little bit. You can go wide of the crease, you can swing it, you can not swing it, you can seam it off the pitch. I think the main thing for me since getting to Surrey is just having my bad day being as close as possible to my best day.
Worrell-Clark partnership is as good as there is, and as good as there has been in county cricket for a long, long time.
Just with an older, experienced bowling attack, it's you can kind of feel your way through games a bit easier as you get older. There's a lot more variables that early in your career are difficult to manage or to work around.
Their miss is so much smaller that it means that you can be more attacking, more creative potentially. In those last 3 years, I don't think there's too many times where we've, if any, where we've had back-to-back sessions where we've not been right at it. The Essex game here, where we were behind and then got ourselves into a position of ultimately winning the game, and there was a partnership. And I remember just that feeling of like the lads, we got 5 wickets maybe quite quickly, and we thought we were close to cracking it, and there was almost that expectancy, and then all of a sudden the partnership came together and our energy sort of dropped, our intensity dropped. That looks slightly different in the dressing rooms, where obviously, you know, Essex are right out there in the title race as well. Very good team. And it's almost like if we get this over the line, this is a massive feather in our cap. Get this right, get our heads together, get our intensity back to how we want, get our energy back to how we want. And I think we literally came back out noisy bowled.
Yeah, to contribute after being out of the game for a while to win, especially a big win against one of the better teams in the country, it was a really, really nice feeling.
It takes 20 wickets to win a game, which everyone knows. Therefore, the skill of our bowlers, and not just those that play, but the squad of them, is so important. There'll be injuries, there'll be call-ups. rest and rotation, or pit stops as the coach likes to call it.
When you come over to Surrey as an overseas player, you have to be the best player in the team. I think that is your role, and you wouldn't be playing at Surrey unless that could be the case.
You do feel a little bit of adrenaline rush. You know that there's a possibility that something's going to happen soon. The way obviously the crowd is behind you, and the feeling and the ball how it's coming out your hand and stuff. You get a feeling in terms of what's probably going to happen.
As a player, you know that no stone's going to be left unturned from physical, skill-wise, mental-wise. Anything this side of the fence is taken care of because you know that you've got that support, and that is what our coaching, that is what our support staff, that's what our management give us.
When you've got guys that catch the ball behind the stumps, it changes games. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, they've been brilliant at times. I know that Frankie loves feeding Popey when he's in there at 2, although most of his nicks go to 3 randomly. Certain chances that Folksy makes look very simple, which no other keeper will get a glove on. And I think it gets more evident as well. I reckon this is probably the hardest place to keep down the country because of the pace of it, what it does after the bat. And I think you see other keepers come here and they can struggle a little bit at times with how far it's zipping, or other cordons with how quick it's actually hitting them. So I reckon when you can have that comparison, you actually realise how good he is, whereas if you see it every day, you kind of take it for granted that, oh, folks are just taking the cash. That's what he should be doing.
I think after we won it in 22, I said we'll attack 23, not defend it, attack it. And then it's how we're going to up those levels from 23, because you can get complacent if you get used to winning. But if you get complacent, then people will catch you up and overtake you. And we made it crystal clear, and the players didn't need telling. You could see as soon as they reported back in November that they meant business. And if you get off to a good start and can nullify that new ball, which they do on numerous occasions, it makes it so much easier for for the glamour boys in the middle order to then do what they can do.
You're not college, you're not college.
I mean, it's a really good engine room, isn't it?
If you look at the batting group, you've got 6-7 guys who have played Test cricket.
We're adaptable because of the skill sets that we have, whether it's a Pope or a Smith, Lawrence, whoever it may be. They can up the tempo, they can sit in. And when you've got players like that, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, I think Smithy as a whole, obviously you can see what he's been doing on the international stage now, but him making that number 4 spot his own, which is a really important position, especially if we lose a couple early in county championship cricket. I think his 100 in the first innings against Essex was vital, and his partnership with Sabah against Warwickshire, where they put on over 100, 7 down, and it really just changed the momentum of the game when we won 2 sessions early.
Smithy played played an unbelievable innings. He's an amazing player.
It's been a nice 24 hours.
Dan's been great. He's obviously a fantastic bloke, and the way he's come in and he just adds so much to the dressing room as a character, as a player. You can tick off anything you want, really. Both knocks he played against Worcester at home and away were nothing short of ridiculous, and were huge for our season in winning both of those games.
Ryan Patel, he played 2 of the most important innings of the season to get us into positions to win the game.
Me, on a personal note, getting those 200s, especially not being in the side at the start of the year, I think I've almost changed my mindset and just trying to enjoy my cricket and try and do well when I get on the park and actually not put too much pressure on myself. And fortunate enough, a couple of hundreds, couple of 50s during the season. And I think the Essex one really changed things, and just coming back in and getting 100 to put us in a good position against Essex just really sort of let the season sort of loose a little bit, and I just felt at ease.
Massive member of the changing room, and everyone likes seeing proper nice people do well. And
go on 100.
Fun last session for me to bat with the boys and obviously put the boys in a good position, leading by 360.
Travelling in on the train with him all the time and spending winters together and seeing all the work that he's put in, to see that come out in a knock. A bit like proud dad at different times. You know, the first 3 shots of like George's innings that day when he got 100. It was almost like from sitting at the other end, I was trying to keep him from getting too far ahead of himself, just because I knew that he was, like, how he moved, how the ball hit the middle of his bat.
I think he cut his 3rd one away, and I was just like, he's on it.
The sort of the bat speed that went through, I think, one of his first boundaries through cover point in his first sort of 3 balls, I was just like, wow, like, he's here to go. So it was just like basically trying to keep him focused, and it was, well, that's a hell of a knock, wasn't it?
Thanks, Josh. Well done, mate.
You're going to need a squad. I think we had more players playing in our championship side than perhaps any other, and that's because of our England call-ups, franchise cricket, white ball call-ups, etc. And therefore we know it's a squad that wins it, not an 11.
Incredibly proud of how I started the season, because I've put so much work into my bowling in particular.
Well, that's it. That finishes it.
We were pleased for him after the first game. After the second one, he was strutting around like he got 700 Test wickets. But it is nice to see. Being a leggy batting at 8 in English county cricket is a tough gig.
Get that blend of experience. Those who are sort of in the middle part of their career, who want to do a lot for Surrey and try and get into the England setup, and those who are here who've got the potential to play for England, but first of all, you've got to break in and dominate the Surrey 11. Very proud of the 24 season, even more so probably than the 23 and the 22 season and the 18 season, because to win it 3 and 3, one takes a lot of hard work, a lot of preparation, but also the fact that it hadn't been done since 1968, I think I'm right in saying.
What stands out for me collectively is how tight the group is, and how, I mean, obviously how well we get on with each other, but the way people pick each other up in certain moments, pat each other on the back when things go well.
Our dressing room is one of the best I've been around, both as a player and then obviously in this role since. And again, that's credit to the individuals. Yeah, I'll keep going back to the captain and the coach, but it's the others as well. I've always said if I can choose one trophy to win, I want to win them all. But if you only choose one, I'll always choose the county championship.
I don't think anyone has quite appreciated just yet that we've won three in a row. I think you obviously have the mad celebrations when you do win, and a lot of it's relief, a lot of it's excitement, and all those emotions blurred into one. But I don't think any of us will truly appreciate how special it is.
Probably the lifting of the trophy being the coldest trophy lift I think that's probably ever existed in county cricket, and the fact that no one got back into their whites and it was everyone in their coats and caps and just hoodies up. I think that was probably, yeah, my first and last memory of the season.
Could those people on the outfield now please make their way back to their seats? And just a reminder that no glasses or glass bottles are allowed on the outfield. and Mark Newell. Rory Burns leading out Surrey into the field. And opening the batting for Yorkshire's second innings, Callum Lyne and Finley Bean.
Hello and welcome back. As the third act of this play gets underway, Yorkshire desperately keen to send it into a fourth. Surrey be very happy if this ends in tragedy for Yorkshire and a thumping loss. But time will tell. We have 64 overs remaining in the day. Should the game look like it could reach its conclusion today, 7 or 8 wickets down, then we may get an extra half hour. The lead 257, so probably unlikely that Yorkshire, were they still batting at the end of today, would be ahead. So the equation for fans of a 3-day finish, and I don't count myself as one of those, is: can Surrey get 8 wickets in 64 overs and then wrap up the game in the last half hour? Or even bowl out Yorkshire before that? Or will Yorkshire fight back?
You do sound like a fan of a 3-day finish in your explanation of how the rest of the day may pan out.
Well, no, I'm able, using terrific powers of empathy, Cam.
Yes, of course.
To inhabit the mind and soul of a fan of 3-day finishes.
Naturally, yes.
It's going to be Nathan Smith who's going to start for the pavilion end.
But you yourself, as a lifelong Surrey fan, don't desire 3-day finishes in this instance.
I like to spend as much of my time at the Oval as humanly possible.
Quite right.
Albeit hoping that the end result is one that favours the home side.
3-day intervals. That's how you like to operate a 3-day, 3-on-4 off situation.
What would I do with myself tomorrow? I suppose I could watch the Durham live stream, because that game's getting very tasty.
Go back and
Chester Street.
Eurovision highlights. Are you Eurovision man?
I certainly am. Oh, big appeal. He really likes it. Umpire does not. Umpire's changed ends now, of course. Umpire Milnes is at the pavilion end. I'd like to see that one again. I think height might be a bit of an issue. And of course, Nathan Smith is coming round the angle. Here we go. This will tell us more. Oh no, that's very, very close indeed. He's come right across his stumps. It's hit him in front of off stump.
Well, I think you file it under seen 'em given.
Seen 'em given, yes. It's hit the knee roll or just below. Look, you can see there Jason Roy imploring down on his knees. Now, something else to look out for is Dan Lawrence. Let's see if we can find him. Is he in at third slip? It was Curtis Patterson who was there before. Oh, beats the bat.
No, our slip coordinates Jason Roy, Dom Sibley, Curtis Patterson. So,
I think. No, wait a minute. Where am I seeing Dan Lawrence? Am I imagining things? Is he at forward square leg?
He is.
Often is.
He has often been at square leg this season. I don't quite have my binoculars on. Well, we can pretend that Dan Smith's at square leg if you want to. Dan Smith?
Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence. Who's Dan Smith?
Well, there was T. Dan Smith, who was a notoriously corrupt mayor of Newcastle
that's
in the
what I was talking
1960s.
about.
Were you thinking of that?
Yep.
Now, if we could just zoom in on the fielder who just collected that ball, we might be able to confirm for ourselves once and for all if Dan Lawrence is there.
It doesn't. Dan Lawrence normally fields.
Dan Lawrence.
That's Tom Laws.
That is Tom Laws. Now, Dan Lawrence had a back issue.
Who is the fielder at fine leg? Given we see these players very often in our lives, I find it very difficult to identify them.
Well, I haven't conclusively spotted Dan Lawrence yet. And that would suggest a first blow for Yorkshire, because Lawrence has become a very important component of Surrey's bowling lineup.
That's Matt Fisher at fine leg.
He's bowled the second most number of overs.
We have Nathan Barnwell on the field at third man, so he'll be on for Dan Lawrence.
Thank you very much, well spotted. Well, that is a blow. I can't think of any other spin bowling option. End of the first over, just a leg by off it. And Adam Lyth surviving a very, very confident appeal.
There is Nathan Barnwell.
Keeper and slip cordon. There is Nathan Barnwell, who's fielding for Dan Lawrence. So he grimaced badly after pulling a ball yesterday to Dan Lawrence and was then in some discomfort. Matt Fisher is going to open the bowling from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips in place. He's had a luckless start to his Surrey career. Batted well. Bowled really well, but hasn't quite got the wickets to reward that perseverance. But just to underscore what a miss Dan Lawrence is. He's picked up a couple of wickets in the first innings, but Andrew, would you be able to run me through the number of balls bowled by Surrey bowlers? I think you'll find that Jordan Clark's out in front, and then Dan Lawrence is second.
Well, I remember earlier on this year, after 2 or 3 rounds, I believe Dan Lawrence was first. And I couldn't believe that. I think it was Yas Rana who instructed me of that fact.
Mm-hmm. Adam Lyth, of course, got that half century in the first innings. He's in a rich vein of form at the moment, averaging, is it exactly 60 now? I think he had 611 from 10 innings, and then did he get 55 in the first innings?
So
they're at 666.
60.54.
Now there is Dan Lawrence just clutching the offending part of that back. He doesn't look like he's going to be out on the field anytime soon, as he's in his training gear and hoodie. Wait to see the umpire's signal. I think there might have been a bit of inside edge on that. So Lyth gets his first run.
Lawrence looks very at ease there. Well, he looks more comfortable than he did previously when he was holding his back.
Yes.
He's
in the reclined position.
That's very
Feet
reclined.
On the glass. Lovely.
That's a milestone for Adam Lyth with his 1000th first class run against Surrey.
Is it?
Yeah.
That seems like a lot against one county.
It's quite a lot these days, yeah.
Well, especially given that Yorkshire haven't always been in the same division as Surrey in recent years.
Yeah, I mean, these days, if you are doing that, you do tend to have to be in the same division quite a lot, I would imagine.
Yes. How many first-class runs has he got in total? Because I don't suppose he's got 17,000, does he?
No. His first-class career, he's got 15,000, so isn't that far off? 15,300, just under 40.
So we'll have over 1,000 against a couple of other counties, you'd think.
In terms of being in different divisions, I was told a wonderfully kind of sweet and ultimately untrue anecdote about Nathan Smith and Joe Root, which I'll relay to you here, with the aforementioned warning that it's not. We're pretty sure it's not true, but I believed it for a day.
Okay, so you're just going to tell me a tall story?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Splendid.
So remember, and I got it from quite a reliable source. And
not that reliable, but
quite. Good point. It was during the New Zealand Test tour.
Yes. End of the over. 2 without loss, Yorkshire.
And so Nathan Smith is kind of making his debut against England. And I'm talking to someone who's friends with Nathan Smith. And of course, last season, Nathan Smith was at Worcestershire.
He was.
And there was a really charming anecdote about how Nathan Smith, Worcestershire played against Yorkshire, and Joe has gone up to Nathan Smith after the game and gone, "I'll see you in November." Basically being like, pat on the back for this lad, he's proper. I told that story to a friend.
He pointed out that Yorkshire were in the 2nd division.
And he said, what division was this in, mate? Worcestershire Division 1, Yorkshire Division 2. So I looked it up to the only game that they played against each other, and it was a T20 where Nathan Smith bowled 2 overs, none for 24.
Did Root play?
And Root did play.
Oh,
so he must have had a very keen eye and decided, despite the economy rate of 12 across 2 overs. I know you're not meant to deliberately spread myths, truths on public communication settings, but I enjoyed my 24 hours of believing it was true. I thought it was quite nice.
Well, it may yet even still possibly be true. He might have seen something in those 12 deliveries.
Well, one of them's out there, so we can ask him afterwards.
Yeah. Finley Bean has had a torrid season. Tall left-hander. You do fancy that if Yorkshire are going to make Surrey sweat and toil here, they will need to get off to a decent start. The ball was doing quite a lot this morning, albeit a slightly older ball, and we have found at the Oval that the very new ball has rather curiously not been as effective at taking wickets as the slightly older ball. It's in the air for a little while.
We got very distracted from your plans to rewatch Eurovision, the highlights.
I don't want to rewatch it.
Okay.
I watched it all last night. I have a coping mechanism for it. My wife rather likes it, and of course, it is objectively entirely silly. So what I do is I imagine that the original judging panel of Strictly Come Dancing, Craig Revel-Horwood, Arlene Phillips, Len Goodman and Bruno Tonioli, beats the bat with a beauty. Yes, I imagine that those 4 are judging it.
Yes.
And so I then inhabit all 4 of them. And ascribe marks accordingly. You can ask me if you want the name of any of yesterday's competing nations, and I can find you what I believe the original judging panel.
Oh, lovely.
So
say for instance the United Kingdom performed, you would then you yourself would award 4 different marks out of 10 based
Correct.
on what you assumed Craig Revel-Horwood or Len Goodman or Arlene Phillips would have
all
prescribed.
Yes.
And
so I can tell you what I said about the United Kingdom, if you like.
I'd love to. I'd love to know.
Well, it's not what I said, of course. It's what, what I said. They said.
You put this onto Twitter into the public domain.
Blue Sky.
Blue Sky.
So for the United Kingdom, I say Len not happy with the technique on either hair flick. Craig got smashed Hindu vibe, but Arlene loved the commitment. Bruno just says what the hell just happened. 5868.
And
the song was called What the Hell Just Happened. That jacks back a touch.
And
with the onside, no run. End of the over. 4 without loss.
And within these...
signs of a bit of life, especially from Nathan Smith in these first 2 overs he's bowled from the pavilion end. Sorry.
Within these kind of 4 marks
that
you were giving out, do you allow a 5th mark for your own opinion?
No.
Whose opinions do yours most closely correlate with? Do you feel like kind of Craig is closest to your own thinking?
Generally, yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean, Craig is normally the barometer of what is and isn't right on Strictly. The others are just window dressing, really. You could just have one judge. But they wouldn't like that.
Well, I found that both surprising and enthralling.
Good. Did he just perhaps take the bat inside the line there? A touch.
No, I'd definitely give Bean credit there for getting the windscreen wiper out, pulling the ball away. I wonder whether it was just removing his bat slightly late. Went to play originally. Finley Bean, of course, his kind of pub quiz question, pub quiz answer. Kind of trivia associated with him was scoring 405 in a second team match. as you said, he's had a meagre season so far, only averaging around 15 with the bat. He does have 5 first-class centuries to his name, so he's an accomplished player.
He has a wonderful, wonderful name.
He does indeed, and that, if anything, that is the most important part.
It's good to see that Sundays can still attract a younger crowd.
Poor girl didn't look like she enjoyed her sip of her gin and tonic.
It's quite early for G&T, but on a cold day. It is a trifle brisk today. I'm expecting the sun to break through at some point this afternoon. There are little patches of blue sky, high cloud, but barely a breath of wind. The flags above the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion are scarcely moving at all.
I beg your pardon, I think I might have said that. Finley Bean made 405, he made 441.
Oof. Yes, you're thinking of Graham Hick, aren't you? You can't stop thinking about Graham Hick.
What made the innings all the more remarkable was he wasn't actually contracted at the time. So he was not a contracted Yorkshire player when he turned up for the twos. Made 441. I think that's a pretty good case to be given a contract of sorts.
Yes. There's your blue sky, by the way.
And Yorkshire finished on 814 for 7.
814 for 7?
It feels excessive.
How many overs?
Some to lots.
Yes.
This is excessive.
Thank you.
It is a lot, isn't it? Nearly squeaked through there, did Matt Fisher. He's quite definitely on the spot. 2 Surrey opening bowlers, given nothing away so far.
Well, I've just been looking at Finley Bean's innings this season. I mean, as we said, averaging just the 15, but he's got in virtually every innings. He was out second ball in the second innings of the season, but other than that, he's faced 24 balls, 50, 34, 45, 41, 74, 93, 48 in the first innings, yeah.
So not the highest strike rate, I'm guessing, on that basis.
Yeah, I think he's going about 2 runs and over.
End of the over, a maiden over, 4 without loss. Yorkshire, this in reply to Surrey's mammoth 512, which gave the hosts a lead of 257. So a long, long way to go. And that man there, I'm very impressed. Shorts on a day like this. Obviously rubbing that calf to try to get some sensation in there, get the circulation moving. As other members of the crowd were enthralled.
Well, I think we're officially above a smattering of spectators.
Oh, we are definitely above a smattering, and we are on record crowd watch. Those people there could be part of history, and you can see that Jeff Thompson lookalike there was, well, slightly elderly Jeff Thompson lookalike.
We just saw one of our.
He was just drinking it all in through closed eyes.
Jeff Thompson, 74. He is slightly elderly.
Yes. Well, that's sort of what I meant. I meant the older incarnation of Jeff Thompson rather than the young incarnation of Jeff Thompson.
We saw one of our camera operators in shorts as well. So maybe
they do that, don't they? And yet they'll often be wearing hoodies and a hat, but have these shorts, cargo pants on. Short cargo pants.
Is it? I don't know if it's a professionally useful piece of clothing to be shorted up. I don't know. I couldn't comment.
You've got the right pockets, I think, so you can put your screwdriver in there. Penknife. Oh. Hostility from Smith. Do you think if anybody in this Surrey lineup is going to bowl the effective short ball? There is our camera operator with shorts on. Very natty shorts they are too. But just to be on the safe side, he's got what looks to me like a pretty decently warm outer shell. He'll dribble away for another leg bite. Smith on this angle, he's noticed, I think they're both Yorkshire batters tend to get over to off stump, and he's trying to get that one that thuds into the pad. He's already managed to achieve that off Adam Lyth, but David Milnes has been quite sparing with his finger during this match.
We've seen Surrey employ this field a few times this season.
Oh yeah,
so
it's
very
gullish.
straight. 3 slips, 2 fielders in the ring on the offside.
Well, that's been flicked away. It's going to be the first boundary of the Yorkshire innings. Managed to get it between the forward and backward square leg. But that's why you heard the oohs and the ahs, because in a way Surrey are kind of bowling for that shot where Lyth just slightly falls over, head slightly falls over to the offside.
That's
on this
absolutely.
occasion, it's got it perfectly.
I think Surrey will be entirely content with that. The idea is they are bowling very straight. They have 3 fielders in the ring on the leg side, kind of covering that protection. Ryan Patel catching it backward square leg and a fine leg.
And that is really nicely guided with soft hands. Barnwell's got a chase on here. But they'll get back for 3. Really good running as well from this pair. So runs just starting to flow at the back end of that over. 13 without loss, 5 gone.
Double figures again for Adam Lyth.
Oh yes! How many times is this now?
Up to 29.
29 consecutive double figure scores.
He's climbing up the list. And
yeah, that's woken Cam up, hasn't it?
It has, isn't it? 29 consecutive. So, I mean, as we were discussing on the first day, the world record in first-class cricket is 45 by VVS Lakshman.
Oh, I always find it very satisfying when a record like that is held by someone who, an exceptionally world-class kind of generational player. I feel like it should be that.
You'd prefer it to be that than, say, Jack Birkinshaw.
Exactly. I don't know who that is, and that's the point.
I
don't know who Jack Birkinshaw.
I know, it's really, really concerning, the young today.
Yeah.
You'll be telling me you've never heard of Monkey Hornby next.
Unfortunately, I've worked with one of our colleagues, Adam Collins, enough to have heard of Monkey Hornby a number of times.
Anyway, in County Championship, the record, as we were discussing, is a proper player. I wonder if Cam's heard of Frank Tarrant.
Proper player.
He's Googling him now.
Give me a second to Google him, and then I'll tell you if I have.
Frank Tarrant had 33 consecutive innings. But Lyth is going up that list.
There's 2 more matches to go. It could be level.
Yep.
As an opener, get those opportunities.
Philip Mead did 32. Morris Tate did 31. Dodger Weissel.
Morris Tate's an interesting
Yeah.
one in there, isn't it? Because obviously Morris Tate you'll be very familiar with, Cam, as a
naturally
England's premier fast bowler on the 24-25 Ashes tour.
Yeah.
One shining light in an otherwise gloomy parade of dismay.
It's not my favourite Ashes tour, the 24-25.
No, it's not mine either. My favourite Ashes tour is 32-3, obviously, closely followed by 28-9.
Dodger Weissel 30, and he's caught Graham Gooch on 29. Gooch had a string of 29.
Oh, that genuinely beaten the bat again. We've watched a lot of Matt Fisher this season, and I don't know whether he's made some kind of awful mistake in a past life, but he is so deeply, deeply unlucky.
Do you remember that kind of curse? It was meant to be kind of put upon Chris Wokes when he started playing for England. He was
No,
often,
I don't.
He was known as being exceptionally unlucky for a period of time and kind of not deserving of the wickets he wasn't taking. Matt Henry had that for a while with New Zealand. Now he's kind of regressing to the mean.
Yes, Matt Henry most definitely did, but since you mentioned Chris Wokes, of course, he comes from a part of the world where curses are common. The curse of St Andrews at Birmingham City. You know about this?
I'm familiar, but I want to be reminded.
Birmingham City was cursed by a woman.
No.
About 50 or 60 years ago, something like that. You can Google it.
Sorry, I will do.
And it is believed to be entirely responsible for Birmingham City's poor form over the last 4 or 5 decades. There's the curse of the Bambino as well.
Yes.
Yes, Andrew Sampson will know all about that. Down the leg side. Now there's an appeal, but only really from Curtis Patterson at third slip. No one else is that interested.
I claim part responsibility for the end of the curse of the Bambino.
Oh, really?
Babe Ruth being sold.
Just seeing this
to the
again.
Yankees from the Red Sox.
Just have a little look at this. Was it a noise? I don't think it's near the bat. Oh yes, so what did you do?
Well, the Red Sox had won the World Series 5 times and the Yankees none when Babe Ruth sold.
End of the over. A maiden from Fisher. Yorkshire 13 without loss.
And 86 years later, the Red Sox had not won the World Series again, while the Yankees had won it 26 times, hence the belief in the curse of the Bambino, Babe Ruth's nickname. But I started following baseball in 2003.
Hello.
Had a look around the teams and thought, oh, this is an interesting story about the Red Sox and the curse. Oh, I think I'll support the Red Sox.
Of course you'll support the cursed team.
Exactly. Yeah. And they won the next year. Which
I think you're right. I think it is you.
Purpose. So I came part responsibility.
Does Major League Baseball, are they aware of what you have done in transforming history?
No, we should probably keep it that way as well. I'm pretty sure I'm not actually that responsible. You know, they played quite well. There's a possibility.
I think when they heard that you were, backing them, they put the curse behind them.
So
psychological fillip.
To quickly return to the double figures in a row, which I've
you really are on.
Really enjoying
this. I think you've got an article in this.
VVS Laxman's in the lead with 45.
Yep.
And who's second?
Mahelo Ajayi, wouldn't it?
With how many?
He's a decent enough player. 44.
Oh. I wanted it to be like 30 or 35. I wanted it to be a record a long way in the distance.
I know. You're so oft disappointed, Cam.
I know, but it's fine. It's a side product of ever being hopeful. 45 to 44. Okay. You know what my next question is going to be? Who's in third?
Who's in third? Well, that's a who's on third. Sorry, we get back to Patsy Hendren on 38. So
another great player.
There's a bit of a gap there.
Yeah. E.H. Why was he called Patsy? It always confused me as a child. And it continues to confuse me into late adulthood.
Was Patsy... If you're a Patsy, is that like you're someone... What's like the definition?
You're a bit gullible nowadays, but I don't think that was the definition in 1920s when E.H. Patsy Hendren.
I was trying to work out if you could be like a Patsy for someone else, and his name was Elias, but spelled with an E, and then someone could be quite clever. You'd be an Elias.
Alias,
that's the one.
Good grief.
We're working hard, we're working backwards.
That's beautifully played. Lovely on drive from Finley Bean. Full face of the bat to the right of Jordan Clark at mid-on. That'll make him feel an awful lot better.
Nathan Smith himself played a wonderful on drive this morning. Kind of treated to a bit of his own medicine, dose of his own medicine from Finley Bean, who moves on to 5. Andrew's now filled me in about why Patsy Hendren was called as such.
Beats the bat again. Just a little lower this time.
Remarkably, it was for exactly the reason I'd suggested.
Okay.
It wasn't. He's Irish. That's why. I don't know why.
Are we going for unreliability or this entire session?
Yeah, I think.
Mercifully, I've only got another 7 balls to do while you
say that.
Disseminate falsehoods.
This is according to AI, so it must be entirely reliable.
Okay, there we go.
He had an Irish ancestry, looked and spoke Irish according to that, and people called him Pat. Teammates.
Again, nicely played, but just get the single for it this time. Just a little push into the offside. End of the over. 7 gone in Yorkshire. We're pretty pleased with this start. 18 without loss. Deficit down to 239. Meanwhile, at Chesterley Street, where Durham were applying to 407 by Nottinghamshire. Well, they're building a healthy lead. They're now 75 runs ahead, 5 wickets down. They're 482 for 5. Ollie Robinson, 95. Graham Clark, 53. And in the hunt for bonus points as well, Nottinghamshire just picking up the 1 bowling bonus point as Fisher resumes. We're not even halfway through the season and I'm already fixated by bonus points.
I must admit, it's a flaw in my professionalism kind of keeping track of bonus points. I kind of often find
you don't care for them, do you?
No,
they're messy for you, aren't they?
They're messy. They're not neat and tidy. I want to be able to look at a table and understand. All right, if this team wins, where do they go?
Yeah, you'd love
if
to
it's
know
a draw.
that.
3 points, 1 point, 0 points could.
Perhaps cricket isn't the game for you.
There's still a chance that's right. Oh goodness me. Daniel's finding his own jokes very funny today. He's not giving anything to anyone else, but it's fine.
I didn't mean it. But
that's fine, it's okay. I'll battle through today.
It does seem a little bit crazy to imagine that cricket might introduce a 0-1 3-point system.
Is that crazy?
Yes.
What's wrong? Why? Why is that crazy?
Because cricket never does things like that.
Andrew Sampson, I think, is about to correct you.
Or maybe it did once.
Well, in the early days of the county championship, the points table was how many games did you win minus how many did you lose.
Right.
And then, of course, they'd have to be divided by the number of games you played, because nobody
played
ever
different
played the same
numbers
number
of
of
games.
games.
Yes.
But that's what it was. Just wins minus losses.
Yes.
That remains my favourite cricket fact I've learned whilst doing this live stream, that way back when in the 19th century the county champions were decided. It was a kind of qualitative decision making. Who do we think? Who did the journalists think played the best? And they'd award,
before 1890.
I believe they had a very similar system to your Eurovision ranking contest. Kind of, they divvied it up by what they thought people would think about it.
Surprisingly, Yorkshire didn't qualify for this year's Eurovision Song Contest, which did surprise me. You know, Yorkshire actually display at Headingley county championship titles that they think they won between 1864 and 1890, when it didn't happen.
Because it was subjective who won?
Yeah, because it didn't officially start properly until 1890. It's just been a good solid start for the two Yorkshire openers here. They've not been in too much bother. There's been a couple of balls have beaten the bat. There was one very, very loud appeal against Adam Lyth off the bowling of Nathan Smith when he moved across his stumps, was struck on the shin or knee roll just about. But other than that, it's been a pretty quiet start.
Well, I've only got you for one more ball, but I want to ask before you go. So, for what reasoning did Yorkshire award themselves the titles?
Well, I don't know that they awarded them themselves. It was just that, as Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't totally qualitative. It was based on the results of the games that the counties played between them during the seasons. There just wasn't a league structure.
A bouncer to end. Andrew's the oracle on all these matters. I'll allow him to continue to explain while I get out of the way. And welcome Yas Rana.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a judging contest. It wasn't like Craig Revel Hall was sitting there and going, you know, I think Yorkshire have displayed more style this year than Nottinghamshire. It was Yorkshire would have won more games than Nottinghamshire, whatever it was, as a general rule.
But does that not naturally lead itself to a league table?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't. The point being, it wasn't actually a league table, and eventually it took them quite a while to decide maybe we should have one and have a proper structure. So Wisden used to publish from 1864 a list of county championship winners for a long time. Which includes Gloucestershire winning, which they haven't won the official championship since it's been constituted in 1890. As Yas knows.
You took the words straight from my lips, Andrew. Cricket, more than any other sport, has just so much weight, more weight on its history. In no other sport would you have someone, a Surrey fan like Dan, essentially sledging Yorkshire about titles they may or may not have won in the 1870s. Even in the Ashes, we talk about bodyliners nearly 100 years ago. Let it go.
Some really good late movement from Smith there. Yorkshire have started steadily enough. It's been difficult batting conditions. It seemed to be difficult batting conditions for most of the day. That's a great reverse angle there. You see the ball darting into the left-handed bean and folks taking the ball to the right of the stumps. Nathan Smith in his second appearance for the club. Kinder bowling conditions this week than last week at Edgbaston, I think it's fair to say.
This time going the other direction. Brilliant bowling here from Nathan Smith. Yeah, we've seen movement throughout today, but the one thing I would say that I think the pitch is just a little bit slower than it was on day one, and it's a pattern that we've seen across the country actually so far this season, here at the Kier Oval as well. The pitches have tended to lose a bit of pace throughout the 4 days. Middlesex, for example, often make sure that they're batting last at home to make sure they're batting on day 4 if possible.
That ball there just speaking to the lack of pace, or decreasing pace in the wicket. Folks is taking it down by his ankles.
And the carry was really, really good on day 1. Folks taking length balls and around about shoulder height.
I'll tell you something I've really enjoyed is Jason Roy returning to first class cricket for the first time in 4 or 5 years and immediately returning to first slip. Slips are known for being a kind of specialist fielding position, specialist position in the field. Can't imagine he would have had too much practice at it over the last 4 or 5 years. But he shuffles Sibley and co down a few levels. So Jason Roy stood there at first, Dom Sibley at second, Curtis Patterson, the overseas, in at third. Ryan Patel used to field in the slips a lot. He's kind of found his way back into the ring.
Edge and taken. Excellent catch from Ben Folkes, diving low to his left. Nathan Smith strikes early. Finley Bean departs for 7. Yorkshire 19 for 1.
No, well deserved from Nathan Smith. He had the ball moving in both directions this over, and this time the ball was just angled in towards Finley Bean and then left the left-hander. Well taken down low by Folkes. That's a beautiful bit of bowling from Smith. I don't think Bean's done too much wrong there. His 35 ball stay comes to an end. Just 7 runs from his 35 deliveries, and Surrey have their first wicket.
Yeah, in isolation you might look at that replay and think, could he have left that one alone? But Smith bowling from around the wicket, angling it in to the left-hander, bit of nip away, forcing Bean to play, but also, as Cam says, earlier in the over, Smith was able to get the ball to move into Bean from around the wicket. So causing doubt in the left-hander's head, and Smith's bowled really well so far this afternoon and gets his reward. James Wharton, the new man in the middle. Yorkshire number 3 has enjoyed a really good start to his first class career, averaging around about 40. A lot of work to do though. Yorkshire trailing 238 runs as we have another look at that wicket. Really good catch from Ben Folkes, another one that we added to a highlight reel. I'm sure that will do numbers on social media.
No, Ben Folkes is an absolute banker for the social media team here at Surrey. Every match there's a diving catch, and every match old Ben Redwood downstairs is able to tweet something along the lines of Ben Folkes doing what Ben Folkes does.
Or Ben Folkes doing Ben Folkes things.
That's the one. That's the one. That's the man who's got more social media experience than me. Well, Matt Fisher is going to start his 5th spell here. 5th spell, 5th over. Only 2 runs conceded.
Nudged into the leg side. Live gets down the other end, which brings young Wharton on strike for the first time in the second innings. Yeah, Wharton, 24 years old, averages 40 in first class cricket. Steady starts to the season, averaging in the low 30s for Yorkshire in Division 1. Decent nick and a good week last time round, 63 not out and 61 against Essex. That 63 was off 145 balls as Yorkshire were bowled out for 216. It's a good start. Drives that into the offside to get off the mark.
It was slightly uppish from Wharton there. I think Surrey were pretty encouraged by a big shot first ball against a ball that has been moving around. I think although call it a score draw or point a run to Wharton to get off the mark. I don't know if we'll see too many of those drives in the near future.
Leading edge from Lyth, short delivery from Fisher. Not a hugely dissimilar ball to the one that dismissed him in the first innings. Shorter of a length.
It's also a shot that again speaks to potentially the wicket losing a bit of pace. Lyth through his shot, it's a little bit early, the ball takes the leading edge. Does land safely.
Gets on top of it. On this occasion, nicks another single. It's a fairly new look field to the Surrey attack this week. Nathan Smith on home debut. Matt Fisher obviously new to the club in 2025. Dan Worrell not around.
Tom Laws kind of was late into kind of starting this season. Jordan Clark ever present. That is not a new face in that bowling attack. But they're all going to have to do the brunt of the work. No Dan Lawrence currently to bowl overs of spin. He's off the pitch with an injury.
Well left by Wharton. Yeah, if you're just joining us, Dan Lawrence picked up what looked like a back spasm whilst batting yesterday. He was in visible discomfort. Battled on to get to the lunch break shortly after picking up the injury, but even when play resumed after the interval, you could tell that he was still managing the pain. Performed a really good job with the ball in the first innings. 2 for 22 from his 12 overs. Picked up Johnny Bairstow, and arguably the moment of the game so far. Bairstow going really well on 89. Took on the long boundaries. Wharton defends the final ball of that Matt Fisher over. Yorkshire 22 for 1. We talked about Yorkshire not using spin as much as they could have done in this game. Surrey might be in a similar boat in the second innings.
Well, they're going to force to be in the same one, if not a more extreme situation where they won't have a single spinner to bowl. And the part-time all-rounders they have is Ryan Patel, who is another seamer. I apologise deeply to Curtis Patterson if he's able to chuck a few offies down. I'll go and have a look just in case, but it's definitely not why he's been signed for these games at the moment.
Jordan Clark going through his warm-ups. Coming on.
I'll tell you what, have a guess, Yas. From 106 first-class matches, how many overs has Curtis Patterson bowled?
17.
0. So I'll be surprised if he gets a roll out today. I'm going to do you out of a job, Andrew. I'm all over it.
Somebody has to do it.
I think you might be underestimating what Andrew actually does for us. I don't think he just gets up people's Cricinfo profiles.
It was quick though. Earlier on, well, a few overs ago, Andrew was kind of walking us through the most consecutive number of double-digit scores in first-class history. Adam Lyth is currently on 27, I believe.
He's 29 now.
29 now. And the record with 45 is VVS Laxman. And I've really enjoyed that statistic. I'm going to look into it. Well, I'm guessing that was across Test and first-class cricket.
Yep.
Okay.
It's early 2000s, so he was playing Ranji Trophy as well.
So Lyth needs another 18 or so, is that right?
Yeah, he needs 16. We're looking at the championship record first, though, because that's 33, so that's within his sights. By Frank Tarrant. Do you remember Frank Tarrant?
No.
Great player, Frank Tarrant. One of the greatest players who never played Test cricket.
I looked him up earlier. He had about 1,500 first-class wickets. He's one of the, I think from memory he played about 600 first-class games, averaged 36 with the bat and 17 with the ball. So basically won games every time he played.
Across the world, Australian made his debut for Victoria at the age of 19. Played his last game in India in 1936. And played a bit there and played for Middlesex quite a lot as well.
So Lyth is 6 innings away?
Lyth is 4 innings away from equaling Tarrant, 5 away from going past him and double figure scores consecutive in the championship.
Well, June 29th, mark it in your diaries, folks. Yorkshire versus Essex at York. Could be a historic day.
There we go, let's go.
It's a record that I'd wager that Adam Lyth is probably not aware of himself.
I mean, you'd imagine you'll know that he's been scoring quite a lot of runs recently, consistently, so whether he knows the actual sequence, probably not, but you never know.
Defended again from Lyth, completes a maiden from Nathan Smith, his 3rd of the Yorkshire second innings so far. Yorkshire 22 for 1. Cam Ponsonby is going to take a breather, coming in his place. Phil Walker. Take a look at the Surrey bowling card so far. Smith and Fisher have done all the work so far. Smith with the breakthrough of Finley Bean for 7 earlier in the piece. We've got our first bowling change. Tom Laws coming on to replace Matt Fisher. Laws finished the first innings with 3 wickets, 3 for 77 off his 18 overs. Got things going with the wicket of Bean early doors. Picked up Tattersall through a brilliant catch from Ben Folkes. That is a loosener. Compared to someone like George Hill, who we saw bowl excellently in the Surrey first innings, Phil, you'd say Laws is more of a speculative seamer in that he tries lots of different things.
Bowls a full length, basically at all times. That's his job. He's a slightly old-fashioned bowler in that he looks for late swing, a bit of seam if it's there on offer, but he's an old-fashioned swing bowler for me. Echoes of Chris Wokes. And he's sometimes driven, but it's that old adage, he doesn't mind it, because he's always creating options.
Just searching for his line at the moment. Wide and full, but as Phil says, that is often not too far away from where he's actually looking to operate, tempting the right-hander into a drive, vast space between cover point and mid-off, but also 3 slips behind the stumps, lurking.
Yeah, and the number to note with him is his strike rate in first-class cricket. It goes at 43, wicket every 43 deliveries, which is pretty good. And so that's the role that he plays in this side. Average of 25 as well, for 76 wickets to date. And we have seen him, Yas, over the years come and change the momentum and tempo of many an innings because of that length that he bowls consistently. Not express quick, but nippy.
Yeah, he's already played England Lions cricket. Excellent first-class record, as you say. 79 wickets at 25. And on paper, Surrey, like Yorkshire, have lots of right-arm seam bowling options, but I think with Surrey, if you're comparing the two attacks, you can more clearly identify what the seamers do slightly differently from each other. And Laws, as I said earlier, probably the most speculative of the Surrey bunch. Bowls are slightly fuller length.
Yeah, and further evidence of it, playing on Wharton's impulse to climb into that longish half volley, but only has to deviate slightly, and those free slips in the office, plus the backward point. Nathan Barnwell on as subfielder in a catching position at backward point. They're in the game here.
There's the tempter. Full and swinging away late, left alone on this occasion by Wharton. That's exactly what Tom Laws looks to do. Yorkshire 23 for 1 after 12 overs, still trailing by 234.
Big knock list for James Wharton. Missed out in the first innings. Nicked off, got a good one from Jordan Clark. Not the first, won't be the last. He's simmered this year, probably fair to say. Had a good game last week, once out for 124 runs, couple of 60s at Chelmsford. Missed out the week before against Warwickshire, Norton 4, and made runs in the first innings the 2 previous weeks against Durham and then Worcester, a 69 and a 44. And then a very quiet game to kick off in the first week of the season against Hampshire, and so a couple of noughts in there, a couple more low scores. So he's not really quite got going, but as I say, played well last week against Essex. Big responsibility at first drop.
Jordan Clark into the attack for the first time in the Yorkshire second innings.
But you look at Wharton and he's tall and he's correct and he's not afraid to open the shoulders. He's an attacking player by nature. He's already made his mark in red ball cricket. 285, I think the 5th highest score in Yorkshire history. He made that in the final weeks of last season. It's a big job, 24 years old, and they fancy him. Yeah, they fancy him to fulfill that role for a good long time, and he has the game for it, clearly. But as we've seen so many times with county cricketers, taking it from promise to results, doesn't matter how good you look, you have to find a way week after week. And he's just at the start of his journey, but he's an interesting player to watch with an interesting story.
Well, credit to Yorkshire, part of their resurgence and their return to Division 1 has been based on the work of homegrown young talent. Finley being up top, James Wharton at 3. Full and flicked towards the leg side boundary, that races away for 4. Second boundary of Adam Lyth, stay at the crease in the second innings. Potentially an attempted Yorker from Jordan Clark. Swung late, but Lyth playing that shot on instinct really. Sends it towards the boundary, prompts a field change. Ryan Patel's moving from mid-wicket to deep square leg. That side of the ground, definitely the shorter one.
Yeah, it's Jordan Clark's line to try and take out leg stump to the left-hander on that angle. He only ever bowls around the wicket against left-handers, and with good reason, because he can stand that seam up and get the ball to move away against the angle. But the natural angle nonetheless comes into the pads, and we've seen a few this game actually against left-handers that have not been given, especially from big David Milne's end up there, and he's He's kept his finger in his pocket throughout this game on that angle against the left-hander. Just overcompensated to deliver his back, and live, he's such a natural stroke player. Of all the players, for my money, who have had a taste of opening the batting for England in the post-Strauss era, he's, I think, with the exception of the current two, the most natural stroke maker of them all. He has shots all around the wicket. He has an excellent white ball record. He can take apart an attack on his day.
Brilliant take from Ben Folkes again behind the stumps. It ends Jordan Clark's first over. Yorkshire 27 for 1. Yeah, when Lyth got that opportunity for England, they were, if you look back at how many tests they gave the new openers in the post-Strauss world, they didn't have the same patience that not only the current England regime do, but even the regime when Chris Silverwood was in charge. Players got a much longer go. I think expectations were generally too high in the early post-Strauss days.
Did you hear Butch on day one talking about Adam Lyth?
No.
So Butch was with us on day one of this game, and he bumped into Adam Lyth that morning of the game and said, because I think he came into this game with 611 runs in 10 knocks, and went up to him and he said, "Well batted, Lythie." And he said, "All right, won't get me picked though." And so even now, 10 years on, still ticking and still hoping. You're right, it's a much more forgiving environment now than it used to be. He had 7 test matches, I think, from memory. Made a brilliant 100 in his second game on his home ground against New Zealand. Got undone against the Aussies that summer, as happens to many, many good players. And that was the last time he played, I believe.
Yeah, I think what you said about him being, other than Duckett and Crawley, potentially the most fluent with the England openers tried since Strauss. It's a good point. I think that a young Adam Lyth would have really appealed to the current regime. Sam, I'm not sure if you could look up the numbers on Adam Lyth's record in the years leading up to his England call-up, when Yorkshire were the dominant side in Division 1, with Lyth and Lees up top. From memory, Lyth really did bang down the door, and did so, as you say, batting with real fluency.
700s from memory, 2014.
Yeah, 2014 he got 1619 runs at 70.39, 700s and 650s. So that was his biggest season. 2013 it was not such a great season actually. He had 50 at 34, but he averaged 50 the year before that as well. And in 2010, 1509 runs at 52.
He would have been 27 thereabouts when he made his debut.
Wonderful shot from Wharton. Slightly straighter delivery from Tom Laws, and Wharton just leans into it, sends it down to the long on boundary for 4. His first boundary of the day.
Yeah, lovely shot. There to punch down the ground. Burns had just moved Jordan Clark slightly straighter to encourage Laws to try and angle into that middle and off stump, but Wharton good for it. Compact shot, doesn't want to get outside his box here, outside off stump. Right there, he just needs to keep playing within himself initially while he gets the pace of the pitch, gets his eye in properly, because those 3 slips are waiting.
I mean, Lyth's form, I'm just looking at it now, it fell off after that, after he was picked for England. So 2014, as I said, he averaged 70. He didn't average 40 in a season again until 2023.
Oh, wow.
So he was kind of mid-30s and whatever most of the time. But he didn't have another season averaging 40.
Could I just ask, did he expand his white ball game though during that time?
Yeah, would have done, I suspect. Well, I suspect he did, didn't he? But anyway, 48 he averaged in 23, and then 57 last year, and he's up at 62 at the moment for this year.
Edge taken at third slip. Jordan Clark strikes. Adam Lyth, one of the form players in Division 1 so far this summer, departs for 16, and Surrey have their second.
And that is a good catch by Curtis Patterson, because it's flown. And Lyth can barely bring himself to drag himself off. Disconsolate, he knows that with his dismissal goes much of Yorkshire's hopes of even taking this game into day 4, let alone influencing the final result. Jordan Clark again, we've been talking about that angle to the left-hander. He's a master round the wicket. And he picks up yet another.
Very similar dismissal to the one of Finlay Bean earlier in the afternoon. A right arm seamer operating from around the wicket, forcing the left-handed batter to play at it. You look at the replay and you do wonder, what is the batter supposed to do? Angled in at the stumps, they've got to play at it. The ball just about holds its line, kisses the outside edge, and this one really flying through to Patterson at third slip. Really good sharp catch.
And it's, you know, it's test match quality bowling. Again, it's that hard length, played with perhaps half a bat. Lyth looks at that again, he's that compulsion to perhaps try and angle it rather than play with the inside half of the bat towards mid-wicket. So he might be a little bit disappointed with that, and in fact, as we see here, he's looking in the post-mortem to how he may have played that slightly better. A rule of thumb as an opening bat to try and play with the inside half of the bat rather than the outer. 31 for 2, both gone. Surrey all over Yorkshire like a cheap suit here, and Johnny Tattersall in as a batter. Of course, made his name as a keeper bat. It's a big ask at number 4. They need something very special here. Bairstow waits in the wings, of course, next man in.
Yeah, Tattersall playing for just the second time in the championship this summer. A lot of work to do. Yorkshire 2 down, trailing by 226. And Clark into his spell now. Bowled a brilliant first spell on the opening morning. 9 overs, 1 for 8. Unbroken spell before lunch on day 1. Left alone from Tattersall. That's not far away from his off stump.
Seemed like it was a rather belated decision. No, that's fine. That's fine, in fairness.
Really did for Lyth there, bigging him up. And as soon as we do our statistical stuff on the man,
well,
he departs.
Yeah, the beauty of it is that if you big up the bowler and the batter all at once, then you're at least half right.
On Clark, Samuel, I wonder if you could get Jordan Clark's numbers since the start of 2022 with the ball. He really is increasingly the key man for Surrey. Plays every week, does such a good job, often bowling first change, backing up the good work of whoever the opening bowlers are. Generally, Dan Waller's one of them, but not around this week.
I remember speaking to Richie Richardson once about Curtly Ambrose, and he said he only ever bowled badly once, and he could remember the spell. Unfortunately, I can't, but he could remember it because it was so unusual. Jordan Clark's bowled one bad spell this year. He was against Somerset. He bowled 3 overs for 20 odd first up. Aside from that, he's just been unstoppable. Again, at home, admittedly, at home, on pitches that are tailor-made for his kind of bruising fast medium. He gets bounce and carry off a proper cricket track here, and it suits him down to the ground. But the point about him playing every game is a fair one. But part of the reason is because his levels never really fall away. The stamina is remarkable. And he's a wicket taker. Sometimes, perhaps in the past, maybe been pigeonholed as a slightly containing kind of cricketer, a utilitarian cricketer who does the good stuff well. But he's so much more than that.
Defended by Tattersall, completes a wicket maiden for Jordan Clark, Yorkshire, 31 for 2 after 15, still trailing by 226.
Part of the battle here for Yorkshire is not falling into that pit of despond, of that sense of pointlessness, of futility. They can't allow that to happen. They have to still believe, albeit in the face of overwhelming evidence, they have to start believing that there is a way out of this situation. And even if it doesn't result in a draw or a remarkable win late tomorrow evening, at least they can take something from it. Get Burns and Sibley to strap them on again at some point. Give them a target of some description. Make a name for yourself as James Wharton. Establish yourself back in this team in the middle order as Johnny Tattersall. Make 100 if you're Johnny Bairstow before you head off to India next week. George Hill in at 6. There's still things to take from this cricket match.
2022, Clark took 30 wickets, average of 35s.
Okay.
It's been average come down quite a lot, obviously, since then. 48 at 21 in 2023. 38 at 25.97 last year. He's at 19 at 24.8 this season. So over those 4 seasons in total, 135 wickets at 26.2.
And 3 championship titles to show for it as well.
And the odd 100 in a session.
Useful cricketer. No, you're completely right. There's a long way to go in this game, and we've already seen one remarkable rearguard performance this season from Worcestershire against Somerset on the opening weekend. Laws getting that one to move in to Wharton. Previously seen Wharton comfortably let away swingers go past him. This time the ball only narrowly missing Wharton's unattended off stump. Should we go round the grounds, Phil?
Well, I just was. I was at New Road.
Of course
Not
you
for
were.
the first time. And Worcestershire are getting it done. They are well on the way to registering their first win of the season. And what a fillip that would be for them. Essex 47 for 4. Chasing a very distant target. Still 289 to win. And their top order, Allison, Elgar, Wesley, Das. It's not exactly Gooch and Waugh and Stevenson and the rest. Have all been blown away, so Critchley and Pepper are the not-out batters there. So if Worcestershire don't get it done, they may as well pack up and wait for next year. But you fancy that they will, and it will be richly deserved because they've been in amongst the fight all year, haven't they? As you mentioned, remarkable rearguard to get a draw in that first week against Tom Banton and Somerset. We're on the wrong end of 2 very tight results as well.
Yeah.
They could have easily won both of those games, and then it would be a very different story. So they are well in the box seat there. But the really interesting one, I guess, at the top is what Durham are doing at home to Notts. 5-2-4 for 5. Already a lead of 117. And 5 still in hand. Ollie Robinson think is the man doing the business there. Yeah, 115 not out, and Graham Clark 72 not out as well. Runs from top to bottom.
Just before I hand over to Dan Norcross, I was watching the Durham stream yesterday, and their head coach Ryan Campbell was on commentary on the stream, and he was talking about how, on paper, conceding 407 on the first day, not ideal, especially having decided to field first, but actually said they acknowledged that that pitch was a really good one, and your best route to victory on a really flat one is to bowl first, because he argued that, let's say if you score 600 in the first innings of the game, it's really difficult to take 20 wickets on a flat pitch without a break in the middle. So even if you're forced to follow on, like Warwickshire did to Surrey last week, for example, at Edgbaston, it's really hard to take the 20 wickets. But if you do what Durham are currently looking like they might be able to pull off, concede 400 and still end up with a massive first innings lead, but crucially your seamers have had a long break in the middle, that does give you a chance.
Well, they were the first Baz Ball or Stokes Ball adoptees in the second division. Went to over fours during that promotion campaign, and Stokes, Borthwick and Campbell were very much of one mind up there. And you think back to Trent Bridge, say, under Stokes against New Zealand, give up 450, win the game on the first innings. So it's logical, and of course you see it here. Surrey bowl first every time, and whoever wins the toss now bowls first. 16 times, I think, in a row now. Yeah, the game is evolving all the time. That's why we love it. Daniel Norcross waiting in the wings. Could we have a Eurovision amnesty, Daniel? Because I didn't watch it, and I have to be honest, I'm broadly indifferent. Okay? Can you just wait for someone else to badger about this thing? Okay, non-committal. Frankly, it's never stopped him before. Whatever he fancies chatting about, we are mere passengers.
Just give him nothing back. Just don't even acknowledge it. Stonewall him.
I've tried that as well. That doesn't work either.
Seeing a field change here. Ryan Patel being ushered into a leg slip, leg gully position. Surrey love a leg slip.
Can anybody bowl spin in the side? Literally nobody.
Dom Sibley's leggies.
Dom Sibley's leggies. Yes, yes.
Down the leg side, but left alone by Tattersall. Tidily taken by Ben Folkes behind the stumps. Yorkshire 31 for 2 after 17 overs in their second innings. I'm going to take a break, and Dan Norcross is going to come and join Phil Walker.
So what did you do last night?
I'm not telling you. Wrestled with an alligator.
Just another Saturday.
Swam the Limpopo. It's not just the fact they've lost a couple of wickets here, Yorkshire. They're applying no pressure to Surrey's bowlers at all at the moment. Oh, no, it's not a million miles away from Folkes, but they'll pick up 4 runs for that. It's come off an inside edge and gone away very fine. Now, you may well say, look, for Yorkshire the task here is to bat and bat and bat for as long as they possibly can, and that is true as we take a look at this again. But partly underscoring the point that you're making there, Phil, is, can anyone bowl spin? Does Rory Burns really needs to turn to spin at any point? Well, it's a bit easier as a quicker bowler to bowl when batters let you bowl at them. And Yorkshire, it's very hard for them. They're in a very horrible situation in this game. But if they can just apply a bit of pressure by getting a couple of boundaries here and there, forcing Rory Burns to think, because runs could be significant. In order for Yorkshire to get out of this game, they're going to have to bat and get ahead of Surrey and hope, because it's unrealistic to bat the entire rest of the match, but they can hope to get sufficiently far ahead for it to be extremely difficult for Surrey to knock off whatever runs are being asked. To do that, Yorkshire have to be a bit proactive now. It's reasonable for them not to be in the immediate aftermath of losing Adam Lyth, but it's just going to have to be part of their equation to get out of this.
Yep. Bang on. I don't think James Wharton is necessarily playing passive cricket. He's just trying to play disciplined cricket outside off stump, because Tom Laws is getting that away drift, that away swing, and the field is set for it. They've left that whole expanse through the offside available to him. Burns is saying, that's all yours, son. See if you're good enough. And he's trying just to play within himself and wait for the ball to come to him, and he's been tidy enough down the ground and clipped a couple off his toes. That's okay for now, I think. But you're right, in the fullness of time, that deficit of 2-2-0, they have to go past that and then some, and then it becomes an equation, a time runs equation. Crumbs of comfort. The pitch didn't break up against Hampshire, and Surrey really struggled to get those final wickets. They took 2 in the best part of the whole day on day 4. Hampshire began that final day of 30-odd for 3 from memory, albeit 2 of those were night watchers, but still 3 down, and then they bedded in on day 4, and the pitch
could have won it, couldn't they?
Very much so. And
in fact, you wondered why they didn't try when they went back out.
Indeed. Bad light won in the end. Less said about that, the better.
Well, you say that. You wrote an entire article about it.
And wanged on about it for about 3 weeks after.
Yes.
But I've got that out of my system now.
Okay, so the less further said about it, now that you've litigated the case to the ends of eternity.
I'm surprised you read it, Daniel. That's what I'm saying.
End of the over, 38 for 2, Yorkshire still 219 runs behind.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. And I was just saying to Yas, there are still some little wins that they can take from this game, even if they go down in the end. And George Hill in particular, he's been magnificent in this cricket match with the ball and in the field, but missed out with the bat in that first innings. If he could get a few, perhaps in the slipstream of a classic Bairstow counter punch, then you take something back with you.
There's batting to come. There's Thompson at 7, at 8, I beg your pardon. So look, it's not going to be easy for Surrey to take those wickets, and Yorkshire will exactly want to do that. They're going to want to put as many miles in Surrey bowlers' legs. There's games within games in the county championship, because it's a small league. They're all competing with each other, and even if you just keep Surrey in the field for 120 overs and deplete them before they play their next match against Essex, that's going to be 4 more. Flicked fine off the pad. Umpires ready to signal leg byes, and just some runs coming here for Yorkshire. A little bit of rare ill direction from Jordan Clark. But talking back to your point about lack of a spinner, 2 things occur. One is I have completely forgotten that Curtis Patterson is playing. Now, I have no idea whether he bowls or not. I think not.
We were discussing that earlier. Cam said he's played 106 matches. How many overs do you think he's bowled?
Is it 0? Right, okay. It is Australia, though. Australians don't go in for frivolity, do they? So there's and also if your fast bowler is on his knees because he's bowled 31 overs on a really, really hard track in Perth, and there's blood coming out of his toes, that's the skipper's excuse to make him bowl another 5 overs, isn't it? To prove that you're a real man. So he might not have got his chance. Let's put it that way. Ryan Patel, I haven't seen him bowl this season, but he was
warming up. He was warming up between innings.
Well, I think he'll need to, because it's hard to get through an innings with just 4 bowlers, come what may. Rory Burns bowled one of the most significant overs of the season in that match against Hampshire you were talking about, by bowling an over in poor light, and then the light improved sufficiently for Surrey to get those 2 night watches out the back end of the day.
Dan, all roads lead to Dom Sibley's floaters.
I think you might be right.
Bring them on.
I think you might be right.
Not before time. 42 for 2, 18 gone. Get him on.
Get him on. I think there's a couple more overs left in each of these spells. Especially Jordan Clark, who's quite happy. Well, I say he's happy, I've never asked him, but he seems to bowl long spells.
Just going back to that Aussie attitude, there's the classic, isn't there? Dean Jones at Chennai.
Oh, yes.
1986. I think he makes 210 in the end, but the last 60 odd he makes in 40-degree heat, he doesn't remember anything of it.
That's right.
Yeah. And every hour or so they'd have to change his clothes. And
was that Chennai?
It was Chennai, yeah.
Because Chennai is a place where you get those stories.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, he was so badly dehydrated, wasn't he? But there's another one about a man who got a double 100 there, Graham Fowler.
Yes.
His double 100
along with Gatting.
Along with Gatting.
Yeah.
And he says to this day how grateful he is to Mike Gatting that Gatting just played the last over of the day out. He actually hit the ball into space and looked up and saw that Foxy was actually asleep standing up at the non-striker's end at the end of a very, very long 95% humidity 40-degree day.
Yeah.
Punishing place to play cricket.
That would be it. So Jones gets in at tea, around 180 odd, and they have to change him on the bench and find some cleanish whites for him, because things have turned distinctly murky and ugly by that point, and he doesn't remember a thing, and manages to murmur to Alan Border, "I think I might be done here, Skip." And he said, "Okay, well, Greg Ritchie's in next. He's a proper Aussie, proper Queenslander, and we'll get him in there, because clearly you haven't got it." He's 180 not out, and he can barely see. He's just had his whole nationhood questioned.
It's un-Australian.
It's un-Australian.
Un-Australian to retire nearly dead.
Yeah. See it through, son.
Fabulous. They're a funny bunch, aren't they, Aussies?
Well, anyway, Curtis Patterson, if he did get a go, he'd probably pick up a couple here.
Offies, you're assuming, are you? Oh, he's actually.
I think
he's an Aussie.
Left-arm darts.
Left-arm dart.
Yeah,
I was just thinking if he's an Aussie, their part-time spin is usually leggies, isn't it?
Yes. It'll be a leggy or a left-arm darts.
Yeah. That's nicely played. Standing tall. Singled out to Nathan Barnwell there, who's deputising for Dan Lawrence, who had a problem with his back yesterday. Batted on manfully. He's a real Essex man.
You were at Beckenham yesterday, Daniel.
I was watching that
Did you
thriller.
catch anything on the stream of this?
Oh, well, I saw the first session before I then left, because the Beckenham game started at half 2, and I didn't get to watch it, I'm afraid, because we only had 2 commentators, so it was slightly intense doing the live stream. I was able to keep in touch with the scores, and then I caught the very, very end of the day's play.
Well, Curtis Patterson played beautifully, by the way, but Dan Lawrence managed to get his way up to 31, and it was heroic, because you sometimes get the sense with certain players, naming no names, that they're slightly hamming it up. There wasn't any of that with Dan Lawrence. It was very evident.
Well, I saw it when it happened.
Bent double every other shot, it was.
You could almost feel the nauseating sickness, because I know that pain. We all have experienced that pain, but it's a horrible, in the gut pain. It's obviously it's in the muscle, but it actually gets you in your stomach, doesn't it? It's so awful.
Yeah, yeah.
And he I mean, Dean Jones, got nothing on Dan Lawrence. I'll take your point. In the searing 21-degree heat of Kennington. How are your lads doing against Worcestershire, by the way?
Badly.
Set 324, really?
Badly.
I can't believe that. What at Chelmsford?
It's at New Road.
It's at New Road. Right.
Result pitch there for obvious reasons. Worcester desperate for that first win, and they're doing it They are halfway there, 47 for 5.
47 for 5? Really?
Yeah, 289 still to get. You'd be shocked if they get anywhere near that,
Well,
really.
you say that, but that incredible draw that Essex pulled off last week. Never write off Essex. They bat all the way.
Meanwhile, Durham 548 for 5. So we're leading 141 against the league leaders, Notts, and that is a real statement innings, and only halfway there as well. They'll want to bat past tea, to the end of the day, and then have a full day to try and win by an innings at this rate. 141 ahead, still 5 in the hutch.
Well, they're in a situation where it's actually perfectly reasonable at the end of the over. 20 gone, 43 for 2, to target 700, isn't it? And then target it relatively quickly and try and have 20 minutes, half an hour at the back end of the day.
Yeah.
2 bites of the new ball.
Yeah, exactly that. Ollie Robinson, the keeper, Ollie Robinson, as opposed to the other one.
Born on the same, not the same day, the same birthday.
Yeah. He's 128 not out. And
when he gets going, he can go, but he can also get those runs very quickly, can't he?
Indeed. And Graham Clark as well at the other end is unbeaten on 80, but they've made runs all the way through that innings, including 100 for Emilio Gay, one of the loveliest players to watch on the circuit, left-hander, who began this year with a pair. So he's going really well. Graham Clark made 160 last week as well against Hampshire, and he's 80 not out here, so he's going beautifully as well. They're a dangerous side at Durham. They are depleted in the seam bowling stocks somewhat. Echoes of the first innings. Johnny Tattersall down the leg side.
Quite the catch that was, wasn't it? That Folkes catch to get Tattersall. My word.
Yeah, if you can just see on screen, if our cameramen can pick it up, where leg slip is, where Ryan Patel is, that's where literally where Ben Folkes ended up.
Yes.
It was a freak catch. His footwork was just spectacular, really. The other game, well, in fact, there's 2 others. Sussex are asking Somerset to have a go. 114 ahead, just with 1 wicket left, having followed on in that one. And so
John Simpson still there?
John Simpson, 61. What a couple of years he has had. Sussex skipper, 500s last year, 2 more this, and more runs here. So they will be setting Somerset 114 and a bit, which will take a little bit of chasing on a pitch that will offer some spin. Jack Carson, of course, in Sussex's lineup. And then the other one, Daniel, is at Edgbaston. And it looks like Warwickshire are just edging ahead in that one against Hampshire. Warwickshire 5 down for 123, still needing 187 in that one. So still go either way, but Hampshire doing that well up to now. Alex Davis is still there, however, 65 not out. It's been a really good round actually for the Division 1, and further evidence as well that there are no bad teams in this division.
Just manoeuvre here. Ryan Patel's got the helmet. He's going to come into short leg. We've got the leg slip. Have Surrey decided this pitch is not doing as much of beating the bat particularly? Maybe it's time for a bit of enforcement, a bit of hostility from Jordan Clark. Still got slips in place, but with this enormous lead, Rory Burns can afford just to attack. You see that field there, 3 slips, leg slip, forward, short leg. Bowling straight for that. Now, is that going to count as a shot or evasive action? The leg by, I'm waiting to see if it's going to be signalled. It will not be. I thought it might not be. It did seem a little bit hopeful. Taking your bat out of the way, letting it hit your thigh guard.
Yeah. David Milnes, he's not having that, is he?
No.
Former quick himself, of course, and a real quick back in the day.
He was, but he wouldn't have considered that to be a ball to be evaded.
No.
It's still the source of my most splenetic rant about umpiring, actually. It was an erroneous leg bye given to South Africa in the 5th over of the World Cup Women's semi-final, T20 semi-final at Cape Town, when I think it was Laura Wolfhard let the ball from Charlie Dean hit her thigh guard without playing a shot, and they went through for a run. And when Jackie Williams was asked as to why that counted as a shot, she said, well, she was taking evasive action. I don't think you can take evasive action against Charlie Dean. I think it might actually be physically impossible.
Not even a quicker one?
Certainly not, no. Yes, as you can tell, I haven't been able to let that lie. Because actually what happened next was rather significant. I think 4 fours were taken off the rest of the over. And the rest, as they say, is history. Nice history for South Africa, though, because it took them through to a World Cup final on their own ground. Very moving occasion, actually. But I would happily not have seen it.
The maestro is smugly silent to my right.
Oh, great day, wasn't it?
End of the over, 21 gone, 43 for 2. It was actually that World Cup final was something else. Newlands was pretty much full, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's been no history of crowds at all for women's games in South Africa ever. Probably virtually till that game. Yeah.
Who would have thought? You'd imagine a country like South Africa would have embraced women's cricket. Because they had a very prolific. Upton, but who was the opener, the South African opener back in the day? Not that recent. I'm thinking 25, 30 years ago or so. I think she went off to become a doctor.
Oh, Jo Marie Lochtenberg.
Lochtenberg, sorry, yes.
Yeah. Oh, she was, yes, I'll tell you a bit about her.
Yeah.
Oh, early days of the Women's League. So the first Women's League, provincial Women's League, the first properly arranged one in the kind of modern era. 2003-4.
Fisher back in attack, sorry.
Jo Marie Lochtenberg, 14 years old at that point.
14?
She was 14. I saw once she played a test match here in 2003. I was quite looking forward to watching her bat at Shenley against England back in the days when that's where they played women's tests.
Yeah.
She got a duck, of course.
Of course, yeah.
But one of the joys of being the statistician keeping the records for the Women's League was to see if Jo Marie Lochtenberg was going to get out this season.
Ah. She was an immovable object, yes?
Yeah.
Well, she crops up in records.
Yep.
They're here, there and everywhere, and you see this name time and time again. Of course, I never got to see her.
Yeah, I mean, so she... Well, before I get into the numbers, I remember Stephen Jones, who was a coach at that age, famously said that 2 other players who he coached at the same age, he was technically better than them, Darryl Cullinan and Mark Boucher.
Wow. Wow. That is high praise.
Yes. Let me just get some numbers for you.
Cullinan, what a player he was to watch. I had a real soft spot for him. He made an amazing 90 here in the Devon Malcolm game.
It's a nicely pleasing shot out to Barnwell. Wanted 2, did Wharton, but he was never going to get it. Relatively rare run of Matthew Fisher.
So here's Jo Marie Lochtenberg's averages in the 2004-5 season. 414 runs at 207, 6 innings, 4 not outs.
Batted.
Next season was better. 9 innings, 8 not outs, 464 runs.
Oh, lovely.
Following season averaged down to just 159.5. 6 innings, 4 not outs, 319 runs.
So what was her average across those 3 innings, those 3 seasons? It's about 200. I knew there was a reason that she keeps cropping up in the back of my mind, even though I can't remember precisely her name or how to pronounce it.
It'll be 1197 runs at 239.
Goodness me.
Not bad. It was fun. It was fun processing. Well,
Yeah, and
those
Don
scores.
Bradman gets all these plaudits.
Yeah.
He's a nobody by comparison. She's basically two and a bit times as good as the Don. He was actually only 36% better than the next player.
There you go. She's out. That was the headline.
She's out.
Those were the headlines in my mind, anyway. The very rare occasions she got out in those seasons. And then sadly went off to do something else. I think she tried to play bigger professional golfer at one point, but I don't know what happened.
Yes. She was just unlucky, really, wasn't she? The timing.
Timing, exactly.
Yes.
She was just a couple of years before it started to become more professional and everything. She obviously didn't see much of a future in cricket, unfortunately.
Whereas you compare her with Laura Wolfart, who was training to be a doctor and was on the cusp, wasn't she? Will it be cricket?
Yep.
Will it be doctoring? And then, WPL comes along and £100,000 suddenly, and
A lot of rands.
So, yes. Go quite a long way, that. It's a nice positive shot. Gets it past a diving Jordan Clark. Mid on. It won't go to the boundary. Scamper back for 3. And this has been a good passage of play, this, for Yorkshire, as Phil Walker departs. He's managed to get through a full 25 minutes without me mentioning Eurovision, which was a very lucky boy. But lucky Ben Gardner, who's a Eurovision superfan, has come to sit next to me. Has posters of Lordi on his walls. Is still angry to this day that Iceland's Dadi Freyr never got the recognition they deserved for Think About Things in the COVID year. That never happened. But you can let it lie now, Ben.
Yeah, I am a fan of that song, actually, Think About Things, that's true. In general, not a huge Eurovision acolyte. They were stitched up a bit, the Icelanders, in that Think About Things year, weren't they?
Ah, they were, yeah. They basically should have just done it the following year. But
Lordi, isn't she from New Zealand? Or
I think wasn't Lordi not the mad thrash metal band from Norway or Finland? Or
we're talking at cross purposes. I'm thinking of Lord.
Lord, yes.
Who does end their name with an E, but
right. Yesterday's Icelandic Eurovision entry was absolutely execrable. It was among the most hideous things ever to have assailed my ears, and was done by a pair of twins who strongly resembled Jedward. So there was absolutely nothing to recommend it. Anyway, that's it. That's the last I'm going to say on the subject. Meanwhile, Yorkshire are digging in a bit here. Lost their last wicket some time ago. Score on 31. They're not exactly piling pressure on Surrey's bowlers with the runs, but they're just causing some frustrations. And this is all about trying to build partnerships on a pitch that traditionally has eased a bit. We're still seeing good carry. That last ball there, as you see, goes through waist height through to Ben Folkes, but not seeing quite the movement through the air and off the seam that we got this morning from Ben Code, for example. He's a high-class practitioner of the art of putting the ball on a string.
he certainly is. I guess the thing with this pitch is that it's always felt like there's been something, even in the quieter periods, that there's been a ball that's just done something here and there. There's been good pace in it. There's sometimes just been one that sort of, if you bowler really bends their back, they'll bang it and it'll get that sort of lift that can surprise a batter. So won't be too disappointed. I expected Yorkshire to block out a few balls at some point, and they'll just keep plugging away, you'd think.
Yeah, but what Yorkshire want to do is just stretch their resources, because without having Dan Lawrence there, and we've been talking about this a little bit, Rory Burns uses Dan Lawrence because he's got faith in his ability not to go for too many runs, so it allows him then to rotate his four seamers. It means that someone like Ryan Patel will probably be called into action at some point, because it is tough just to rotate four seamers. Slightly to Surrey's benefit is that they're going to have 2 sessions of 32 overs and then a break, presuming they haven't bowled Yorkshire out. Chance to regroup. But what he would then really dearly love is in that stretch coming up to a second new ball, should it be required. Oh my word, it's gone straight into short leg. I'm not going to call it a chance. Oh, and Patel there, I think, being absolutely clattered by the ball. Let's see that again. See, got him on the full. They were able to giggle about it. A bit too chuffed at that short ball. It didn't get up.
Yeah, I'm interested to see exactly where this hitting, because you're right, it's not a chance in that there's nothing Patel could have done, but you do sometimes just see those sort of lodge or bounce up in the right way, don't you?
Yep. Oh, I say, that's the ball he's looking for. Just trying to bring leg slip and forward short leg into play. Leg by to end the over. Maiden for Clark. 1 for 4 from 6 overs. 48 for 2 Yorkshire. With 9 overs to go until tea. Now, let's go back to the point of a bowler like Lawrence, is that if you do have 16 overs to go to the new ball and you've got, say, 6 wickets down or 5 wickets down, frequently you'll see someone like Lawrence is going to bowl the bulk of those overs, so that you've got 2 fresh seamers. It can be a bit of an issue if you've got to use bowlers that you're then going to use soon after getting the new ball. So someone you would imagine will have to step up.
Yes, I suppose with how this, as you say, with when the overs will come and that new ball will come, what, an hour into play tomorrow? About that is that, I guess the one thing is that you might think, oh, we want to start the day with our best 2 bowlers. Maybe you give them 4 overs, perhaps 4 overs each, and then they can have a bit of a break and then come back to the second new ball, or perhaps you delay take the second new ball. But also don't think Burns will be worried too much about that yet.
Well, no, he said there was only 23 overs into the innings, but it's just, it'll be there in the back of his mind, because it's just an option that's been taken away from him, and he's used Dan Lawrence to very good effect against both left and right handers. He was responsible for getting Johnny Bairstow out on day 1, called it deep backward square leg. He's the kind of bowler, Dan Lawrence, you'd like to bowl at Johnny Bairstow, because Bairstow, you feel, is not going to want to let him bowl at him. Meanwhile, Fisher is plugging away lucklessly, as he has done through much of this season. He's an object lesson in why you need to be very careful looking at stats, it seems to me, Matt Fisher, because his raw stats from his first 6 Surrey matches of the season would suggest a man who's struggling to settle in and can't take wickets. But if you've seen him bowl, which you will have done, you've seen a man bowling as well as any of the 5 or 6 bowlers Surrey have used, seam bowlers.
And especially when bowling, you can, even if figures in innings can sometimes be so deceiving, because you can pick up 3 at the end and not have been the key reason why a team have made what they've made.
Yep.
Or you can be the bowler that comes in and gets the 2 guys for half centuries, and you've broken the game open. But you've ended up with 2 for 100 or whatever. Looks like you've had a big day. But yeah, he has been really good.
50 up, by the way, for Yorkshire, hence the smattering of applause around the ground.
And that first day was almost a case in point, really, where he was beating the bat, was throwing the bat as much as any, and yet he ends up with the worst figures, 1 for 70.
Yes, it's been the story of his season, really, so far. Now, we're not far away from tea, so if you're watching and you're not too far away, and you're at a loose end on a Sunday, having finally licked your post-Eurovision wounds and are ready to face the outside world, it's free after tea at the Oval. So you could pop down, get the last 32 overs of the weekend. Could yet prove to be quite a consequential 32 overs. Oh, hesitation, this could be tight. There was always 2 there, but for some reason Tattersall was just a little hesitant in taking the second. 24 overs gone, Yorkshire 53 for 2.
Wonder whether any Crystal Palace fans who might just be waking up now.
Well, one of my favourite comedians and dear friend, Mark Steele, is a Crystal Palace fan. And I think yesterday was probably, and he's got a couple of kids, and he's had quite a successful career. I think yesterday might be the happiest day of his life. He never imagined it would actually happen.
Joe Harmon is also a big Crystal Palace fan, cricket journalist.
Cricket journalist, yes.
My colleague at Wisden, he was there yesterday, and he's recently had his first child. So.
Oh, so have you popped the question, which was more moving?
Recently married. Not his first child, I was recently married.
Recently married. Oh well, that's never going to compete with winning an FA Cup final.
But yeah,
I mean that's a sort of contractual obligation. It's a bit like signing the forms when you get life insurance.
The videos he was sending through were amazing, with him and his cousins, sort of, voices barely audible because they're so high pitched, saying like, it's happened.
It's happened. Well, I know how that feels because I'm a Wimbledon fan in the days when we were just Wimbledon rather than AFC Wimbledon. I was at Wembley for the 1-0 triumph over Liverpool, and I was shell-shocked for about a week. I had a girlfriend who left me actually because she asked me in a sort of one of those romantic moments, when were you happiest? And I sort of gave the question some thought. I think she meant me to say, oh, that marvellous summer we spent together in 1991. And I said, I gave it some thought, and I said, and I can't remember the exact date, but it's at 4:46 p.m. on the 17th of May 1988. She said, why? Said, well, that was the final whistle at the Wimbledon FA Cup final triumph over Liverpool. Oh, that has got a mile hooped away into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Tattersall just hanging his bat out there, could so easily have got a little nick through to the keeper. Oh, I say, nice movement from Nathan Smith. It is Smith bowling, not Jordan Clark. Anyway, and that was it. She was infuriated and said it's over.
Wow.
It's probably for the best. Andrew.
3:58 a.m, 6th of January, 1994. McGrath caught and bowled de Villiers at Sydney. I'm in South Africa watching on TV. South Africa win by 5 runs, defending 117.
Happiest moment of your life?
Yep.
2 kids and married. You see?
But that was before, I was 2 kids and married.
Yeah, but it's still the happiest moment of your life. Yeah, that's what unites us sport fans, you see. Honesty. And a terrible lack of perspective. What about you, Ben?
Well, I don't know why I don't know the exact date, but it would be. I'm a Liverpool fan, but I think I can shrug off the 1988.
Yeah, 1988.
Yeah, 1988. But given that, it would be the 2005 Champions League final win, coming back from 3-0 down against AC Milan.
That was more important to you than England winning the Ashes? Cricket journalist that you are. Yes, I suppose because you're entirely neutral.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. There was not a single emotion that went through my body when.
No. You're very good at that. Suppressing
lack of emotion. Yeah.
But not when it came to Liverpool winning the Champions Trophy. Whatever it's called. Right, couple to finish the over. 56 for 2, 25 overs gone. To take you through to tea, it's going to be Yas Rana in company with Ben Gardner.
This partnership only worth 25 runs, but they've been together for quite some time. 11 overs now, Wharton and Tattersall. Huge task for Yorkshire to salvage something from this fixture. Still trailing Surrey by 201 runs. Fisher to continue, 3 slips and a leg slip waiting.
Throwing it forward, yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the rest of the Yorkshire lineup approach it. Given it feels like they've set out their stall to at least for the moment just bat time. Obviously, runs are a factor in this game, even though Yorkshire will only be hoping to save it, because if they can get into the lead, each run is effectively worth double in terms of time saved. In particular, you've got Johnny Bairstow, who played in such an attacking batter in general, played in that manner in the first innings, but is also the captain. And if this is a team instruction, he's going to have to be the one to follow it as much as any. He's next in.
Yeah, I just wonder how much of a plan this is, and how much of this is just a reaction to how well Surrey are bowling at the moment. Tattersall 6 off 38. He was 8 off 38 in the first innings when they obviously weren't playing for the draw at that point. And we've seen this a few times this season. James Rue called up to England a couple of weeks ago. The week before he was called up, he batted for 70 minutes across the 2 innings here and only scored 7 runs, so it can be hard work. This Surrey bowling attack back each other up really well. Potentially an opportunity later in the day when the seamer's tired. There's no Dan Lawrence on the field at the moment, suffering from back spasms, or what we think are back spasms, yesterday. Visible discomfort while batting. Just misses the outside edge. Tattersall looking to defend on the front foot. It looked like a genuine attempt to play the ball. Fisher just getting the ball to nibble away late at the last moment.
It's a lovely line on that ball. It's exactly what Dan was talking about just before he went off air, just how well that Fisher's bowled without reward, not just in this game, or in this innings, but in this game and actually across much of the season. But keeping it tight is still doing a job building pressure.
Yeah, Surrey bowled really well here today. Jordan Clark, 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 4. His first spell on day 1 was 9 overs, 1 for 8. So his 2 first spells combined are 15 overs, 2 for 12.
Wow. Effectively a whole session's worth from one end.
Yeah.
Giving him absolutely nothing.
Full, flicked into the leg side, and Tattersall scampers through for a quick single. 1-1 from the over. Yorkshire 57 for 2.
I guess that's the other factor in terms of how this session's partnership is playing out. Is that there as a that's a genuine scoring opportunity, but when when the pressure's there all the time, then even when those balls come along, you can sometimes find that you can't take full use of them, and actually that can almost be even more frustrating than the one that goes past the edge, because you're like, oh, we could have had another 4 on the total. I could be into double figures, I could be up and running. As it is, I'm sort of still plodding along.
Yeah, and if you execute those attacking shots well, pick up boundaries from them, you might force Surrey to take away a capture or two, ease the pressure off a little bit. But at the moment, Surrey can afford to attack 3 slips and a leg slip in place for Tattersall. So often you see a boundary and you see third slip removed straight away, especially as the ball ages a little bit. How are we getting on elsewhere in the country today? Any games nearing a result? Any games of particular interest at either end of the Division 1 table or near the top of Division 2?
Well, in the Division 2 table, Leicestershire are still just motoring along. So they've bowled out Middlesex for 143 in the third innings of that game, leave themselves 101 to get what will be the start of the season. If you say that, you know, Leicestershire were going to go into a game at Lords, you know, as favourites, and then players they have in this game. Rian Ahmed there finishing things off with figures of 2 for 1 from 1.5 overs.
Very handy.
That could be a massive result, given, you know, Leicestershire are already kind of streaking clear at the top of the table. Should well be 4 wins from 6 games.
Yeah, just looking at the other games at the moment in Division 2, Kent Gloucestershire's a long way from a result. Kent just starting in their second innings. Derbyshire just about avoided the follow-on against Lancashire up at Old Trafford, trailing by 144, so Lancashire will need to bat again. And Glamorgan going very well against Northants, but Glamorgan have had a pretty quiet start to the season, so yeah, you're right, Leicestershire could have a really substantial lead just 6 games into the season.
That Lancashire game, I mean, they might still go on and win it possibly. There's time left in the game, but how that has played out just pretty much sums up their season. Having Derbyshire 236 for 8 in reply to 458, and a slow 458 as well, scoring at under 3 and over, and then they end up crawling up to 314 just past the follow-on.
Oh, nearly chops on. Tattersall defending on the back foot. Ball maybe kept a little bit low. You've seen a lot of occasions in this game where we've been close to having a chop on, but the ball has just about evaded leg stump. So why are Leicestershire doing so well? Not that many people before the season were touting them as likely title contenders, let alone runaway leaders 6 weeks in.
I think when you go through the team, there's a lot of good players in there. Probably you could be to actually underrate their squad a little bit. I think Ian Holland has been brilliant. I mean, you know, he's not the star in this game, but still, he's such a good bowler at that level, all-rounder at that level, really. So there's a lot of sort of just calibre throughout the side. But I think, to be honest, the thing that makes me think they can keep it up is just how sort of inventive they've been and kind of creative to solve problems as the season goes on. So, you know, Rian Ahmed opening the batting, for example, solved a problem they had at the time, and actually, you know, was a helpful thing for them when Rishi Patel, who's basically their star player, was out injured. And then I think now you kind of have a team who are just like, they realise that something special is kind of bubbling up, and they're so determined not to let it go. So a case in point in this game would be when they're at 81 for 4 in that first innings. Middlesex haven't been 232, and then Ian Holland makes a vital sort of 37 of 115, which you think in the course of a season gets forgotten about, but that's in a partnership of, you know, nearly 100. That's what gets them up to lay the platform to go past Middlesex, and it seems like they're just a side that are now capable of when they get into the situations that could go one way or the other, they're ensuring things fall in their favour.
Oh, driven nicely by Wharton. But there's cover on a very long offside boundary. Barnwell collects it. And yeah, Yorkshire's scoring rate not much above 2 runs and over, but the context of what the Surrey field is needs to be taken into account as well. There's protection on both boundaries at the moment, so even when Wharton does nail a drive, there is a sweeper there waiting to collect it. Driven, but further in front of square this time. Barnwell with more work to do. Two more to the Yorkshire total.
Getting towards a finish at Taunton as well, in a game that's actually seems to have come back into it a little bit. So Somerset will need 150 to win that game in the final innings. But at one point it looked like Somerset might get an innings win. Sussex were they 129 for 6, 195 for 7 in that second innings, and then John Simpson, pretty much the most informed player in the country, almost makes 82 not out. And I mean, if you looked at what the surface looked like on day one, you'd say that 150 was going to be tough to chase in the final innings. As it is, you've had 2 scores in excess of 300 in the game. Somerset will back themselves to chase it down, but they give themselves half a chance.
Yeah, the greenness that we're seeing in a lot of pitches on day one, I think, is an effort to ensure that pitches have enough pace, bounce and life in them early on. We saw last week at Taunton when they basically went viral for posting a photo of the pitch before the game. A lot of eyebrows were raised, but actually they were completely justified given with how the game panned out, going the distance pretty much. James Rew scoring that 4th innings 100 the week before his England selection against Essex. Even here, we saw how green the pitch was on day one. Dried out a little bit. That green grass has browned a little bit.
A couple of other games that might just finish today at Edgbaston and at New Road. At New Road, they've just taken another Worcester, so four wickets away from their first win of the season, which is richly deserved a victory so far. They've been nowhere near as bad as a record of 4 losses and a draw from 5 games suggests, and it would really squeeze the table together if they won that. With there's a sort of a bit of a gap between Essex in 5th and Sussex in 4th, a little bit of a gap, 11 points I think coming into this round. But from there down to Yorkshire in second bottom, just the 8 points.
Yeah, really tight Division 1 table at the moment, especially if Worcestershire can close that gap between themselves and 9th. Quite a big result quietly, and not for a good reason for Essex. Often tipped as title contenders. 1 win from 6 so far this season if they don't pull off a miracle against Worcester.
The other factor in Division 1 this season as well is that I certainly, before the start of the season, didn't see Notts doing as well as they have done. Topping the table as they are, and also Sussex as well. I think people probably would have fancied them to be battling relegation, but in 4th place. So it means that actually there's a real chance that one of the bigger teams, one of, I guess, Essex, Durham, Hampshire, Somerset or Yorkshire, are, if not, if they don't go down, they could be in danger of it.
Ball from Nathan Smith, just jagging in off the seam. Prompts a field change. Tom Laws been moved to a catching short mid-wicket. Slightly squarer than you'd typically expect a short mid-wicket. And Jordan Clark has moved from mid-on to and more conventional mid-wicket, suggests that Nathan Smith will be bowling stump to stump.
The other game, I suppose, of some interest, Yas, involving some men's county cricketers, but not a county championship game, is the Zimbabwe tour match, which is actually interestingly poised going into the final session of the game, with the Zimbabwean tourists 5 down, needing 228 to win that one. Eddie Jack is a lively proposition. He's got 3 wickets in that game, or in that innings. Nick Welch holding things together with 83 not out, but if they could get him early in that final session, who knows?
There's a nearly runnable 100 from young Tom Root, 17 years old, brother of James. I don't think this game has first class status.
Doesn't, unfortunately.
But James made his first class debut as a 17-year-old wicketkeeper for the county select 11 against a touring test side 4 years ago. Tattle defends the last ball of the over to mid-on. It's another maiden. Yorkshire 63 for 2 after 29 overs. Just 3 overs remaining until the tea break. I've not seen any of Tom Rue, but Somerset fans, those in the know down at Taunton, extremely excited about both Rue brothers. And I wonder, actually, having seen James move up the order at Taunton this week after his stay with the England Test setup, he's now batting at 4. I wonder if that... It's a lovely shot again from Wharton off Fisher, but again Barnwell will prevent that from reaching the rope. 2 more for Wharton. Yeah, I wonder if that possibly opens up an opportunity for James's younger brother Tom lower down the order. And Eddie Jack, teenage Hampshire quick. He played a blast game here for Hampshire last summer. He's sharp. He's really sharp for a teenager. Hampshire got a good battery of young, exciting seamers: Sonny Baker, John Turner, and Eddie Jack.
Kind of the shape of teenage fast bowler that England don't really seem to produce, but those in other countries do, in Australia and South Africa. You know, really sort of strapping, broad-chested.
Driven down the ground nicely, but really well fielded by skipper Rory Burns at mid-off. Racing around and diving low to cut the ball off. Yeah, I think we were watching England 19's game in the office once. And we were just convinced Eddie Jack must have been born in South Africa. To the extent I messaged the Hampshire press guy, are you sure he's English born? And he assured me he was.
To the extent that I imagined he had a South African accent, and then turned out I was totally mistaken.
Fisher coming around the wicket to Tattersall. Got a leg slip, square leg. Tattersall frustrating Surrey a little bit. Been in the crease for some time. Not necessarily making a serious dent on the Surrey lead, but as we said earlier, we've seen at least one epic rearguard action this season. Long way to go for Yorkshire. Ryan Patel puts his helmet on. He'll go back to short leg. Nearly in business straight away. Tattersall does well to get on top of it, directing it to the floor, and gets himself on strike.
there has been a growing sense of comfort in the last few overs for Yorkshire. They're not getting full value for the fact that they are sort of finding the middle of the bat a bit more. There's been a couple of 2s and 1s, but off nicely played drives out into the offside, to that straight drive that Burns as well to intercept. But that will still have, I still feel a lot better for those coming out in the middle of the bat.
Short in again, but again well defended by Wharton. Yorkshire 67 for 2 after 30 overs in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 190. 2 overs remaining until the tea break. They're blunting this Surrey seam attack well at the moment. Wharton's look really composed. As Ben says, not quite getting full value for his shots at the moment. Surrey protecting that offside boundary, that long offside boundary on the gas holder side of the ground. And the bowling's coming from the Vauxhall end. And it looks like Nathan Smith's going to continue doing what Matt Fisher was doing from the other end. He's bowling around the wicket to the right-hander Tattersall. Patel is once more stationed at short leg. There's a leg slip in place, a shortish square leg too, so expect it to be short and sharp. Comfortably ducks under the first ball of the over. But from a Yorkshire point of view, Ben, it's a suggestion that Surrey's plan A is not working at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, and they're going fairly all in on this plan B with 2 fielders almost in a line, just in front of square on the leg side, and then also sort of in a line to the stumps. You've got kind of a leg slip, and then a fine leg down there. Quite a bit of short stuff coming their way. But yeah, it's I think if you're a batting side in this sort of situation, you're looking for sort of ticking off tiny milestones. You're seeing off a spell. You're you're dealing in maybe 10 runs or in half an hour, just to kind of calm the nerves when you lose those 2 wickets early on.
Again, defended nicely from Tattersall, getting on top of the ball.
T would be a big milestone for them to get to 2 down, given how the innings started, and given how we've seen Surrey's last game here played out, where you had sort of Surrey had less of a lead in that game. But that all unravelled so quickly after 2.5 days of really hard battle between 2 sides. You could sort of almost feel it going the same way, and they've put a stop to that, even though Tattersall 9 off 59. It's been a real battle out there, but at the moment they're doing what they need to do.
Oh, this one does trouble Tattersall. Again, looking to defend the ball down into the leg side, but squares him up somewhat. That could have gone anywhere. Coming off, maybe even the glove. Just a bit of extra bounce this time from Nathan Smith. We saw a couple of balls ago, Tattersall was able to get on top of the bounce, this time unable to. Ducks under the final ball of the over. It's another maiden from Nathan Smith. His 5th in the Yorkshire second innings. Yorkshire 67 for 2, 1 over remaining until the tea break. Fisher continuing very much in the same vein as what Smith is attempting to do from the other end.
In some ways, Fisher's got the slightly harder task at this end, would you say? Because that's a shorter boundary down there behind square on the leg side, at least to the right-hander.
Yeah, it's a good point, though. He might encourage the Yorkshire player to actually take it on, whereas at the other end, it's such a long hit. It's a leg side boundary on the gas holder side of the ground. At the moment, both Yorkshire batters showing absolutely no interest at all in taking it on. I think partly a consequence of just how close we are to the break. I also think just a very different job doing this to Wharton as it is doing it to Tattersall. Quite a noticeable height difference between the two players. Wharton really tall. Actually shapes up quite a lot like another very tall right-hander, Cam Green. Ben Folkes runs across to his skipper Rory Burns and offers him potentially a few words of wisdom with 3 balls remaining until the interval. Still 8 wickets for Surrey to prize out to secure what would be their second win of the championship season. Fuller, this time from Fisher, and driven firmly to the man at mid-wicket.
Does have a good eye for a tactic, Ben Folkes. Remember there were times when he was with England, one dismissal that Stuart Broad got and was instantly pointing at Folkes right after, because it was Folkes had done, I think, for a cutter against South Africa.
I'd say it's early on in Surrey's short ball ploy towards this Yorkshire pair, but you'd probably say that Wharton's been the most comfortable of the two. With that extra height, it's much harder to deliver a length that is genuinely uncomfortable to a man as tall as Wharton. Slightly easier for Wharton to defend the ball down into the ground. Defended into the offside, and that'll be that for the afternoon session. Yorkshire 67 for 2 after 32 overs. They still trail Surrey by 190 runs, so still very much behind in this game and have an almighty task ahead of them if they are to get anything out of it. But this pair have done really well. They've been at the crease for just under 18 overs. Surrey struck twice early on. Finley Bean, the first to go, falling to Nathan Smith. Ben Folkes taking a good low diving catch to his left. And Adam Lythe followed shortly afterwards. Adam Lythe coming into this round of fixtures as the leading run scorer in Division 1. Started strongly, but also fell to a right arm seamer bowling around the wicket, squared up slightly by Jordan Clark. Curtis Patterson taking an excellent catch, a sharp catch in the slip cordon. So Yorkshire 67 for 2 at tea. Don't go anywhere, folks, because just after we're done here, we're going to be showing you the second glance from Surrey's first home fixture of the season against Hampshire. Second glances are these brilliant short documentaries filmed by the Surrey media team showing all the behind the scene action from all their fixtures this season. So we take a look at the scorecard and how the game is set up. Yorkshire still trailing by 190. A lot of work to do for them to save the game from here, but a good hour or so between Wharton and Tattersall. Anyway, that's it from me and Ben. Next up, second glance from Surrey's drawn game against Hampshire earlier in the season.
I realise what a great club is and the ambitions that the club has to go and win another trophy this year, and I want to just try and help the club do that. And like I said, it's always such an honour pulling on the three feathers, and it's my childhood club, and it's something that I never take lightly.
This way. Looking down that way.
Obviously, when you're here all winter or netting, frequently at the Kier Oval, you sort of know, you're training on similar wickets to things that you'll face. So you're getting used to it in that way. But I think it's just trusting what you've done. We've had a lot of success. Everyone in this side's had success at times, here at the Kier Oval, but also at other grounds. So it's just trusting what works for you and then really sticking by that.
Feeling confident for it?
Try to produce an unnecessarily high flick. Tail, head. Tails.
Good stuff, go well.
Go well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. Good luck. Thanks. Looks like the luck's changed this year.
I just want to know if someone's bowling decent pace or not, so you can get yourself a little bit more up for it. You've played these guys year after year now, so you know what's going to be coming down at you, and you're formulating your plans days in advance of how you're going to go about it. If you can keep trusting what you do and have the full faith of the dressing room, from the coaches, the players, that really gives you a lot of confidence coming in that you can go and express yourself and play the way you want to. After every ball there's a small reflection, or again you're trying to score runs, whether it's a certain bowler is targeting a certain area to get you out, you're going to try and mitigate that and score your runs around that.
So Hampshire looked to the extra pace of Sonny Baker to try and do something different. And Dom Sibley was in complete control in that innings and managed different phases really well. And at the moment, he's faced something like 28% of all the balls Surrey have faced in the Championship so far this season. He's a man at the very, very top of his game.
Do I bowl naughty into him?
I don't bowl it like that.
It's fucking
I would say naughty. Yeah.
Wrong side. But it's a big gabber. Arms up. Like to say shoot.
Just like this.
Yeah. Big up, both arms.
Well, there's a quietly remarkable first session on day 2 where, even though Surrey didn't create too many wicket-taking opportunities in the first hour, they restricted Hampshire to just 42 runs from the first 29 overs of the day in the first session, which you very, very rarely see, especially when top order batters are in.
He's got him this time. The plan has worked perfectly. Oh, that's got to be close. And it's given.
First real mistake all day. Another nick, and that's definitive. Umpire doesn't even need to raise his finger. Ben Brown knows. He's gone up for it. Very keen. Gets his man.
How can I adapt my game this week and best prepare myself for facing guys like Kyle Abbott? That's not necessarily a technical change, it might just be where I'm looking to score, where I'm looking to stand, potentially like either deeper or further forward in the crease. So yeah, I think for me I've realised that the toughest part of batting is obviously your first 20 balls. You can think a lot about batting and you can think a lot about cricket, and sometimes you're playing your best when you're doing a little bit less thinking and you're just going off instinct.
If I can go out and be positive, my natural game is to be slightly more aggressive. That's where I feel I can really, bring the best out of myself. So to have that sort of change in mindset. You're in a 1v1 battle against the bowler, but you're not then worried about getting out. It's you're the one that's scoring runs, so how can you put the pressure on them?
Matt Fisher will take 5ers and 6ers and bowl worse than he did on day 4. Really, really impressive amount of movement he got. I think the amount of time we lost on day 3 was pivotal in this game not reaching a result.
I love playing here at Surrey, to come back to mates that I've sort of grown up playing with, being around this dressing room for a period of time, sort of coming through as an academy player. It gives me a lot of pride to walk out and play here. To play for England's been fantastic. It's a childhood dream to represent your country, so to be able to do that's fantastic. And I'd give it all back right now if I couldn't have some of the moments I've had in the last sort of 4 months. I feel like it's every time I step out, I feel lucky that I get to go back to I guess what I go back to, which is at home with a sometimes smiling 4-month-old. So whether I've had a good day or a bad day, it's always, the nice thing that, you can shut off from the world and just go back and enjoy being Jamie Smith, the dad, the partner, the friend. And it's not just Jamie Smith, the cricketer. There's a lot more to everyone in this dressing room.
Good afternoon, everybody. And so, the evening session is almost upon us. The umpires ambling out to the middle. Surrey's fieldsmen warming up, getting ready, getting the medicine ball out, just to get the body loose and live again for another extended 2.5 hour session on the way. 32 overs to bowl this evening, but with no Dan Lawrence. We will be here for a good 2.5 from now, and if you are watching and you're in the area, remember it's free from here on in, so if you are able to come along and watch Yorkshire try and rear guard themselves into a position where they can potentially look to try and get something from this game tomorrow, and they went okay in that period just before the tea break. Tattersall and Wharton digging in effectively, then do come along. It promises to be an intriguing evening session. 67 for 2 Yorkshire. They lost their 2 Southpaw openers up top. Both went cheaply on 19 and 31. Finn Bean's struggles have persisted in this game, unfortunately. Yet to register a half century in his first class season, and Adam Lyth played tidily before Jordan Clark from round the wicket induced the false shot, and he perished for 16. Wicket for Clark, wicket for Nathan Smith, and it's going to be Clark to resume, and again with a strong leg side field, leg slip in place. Johnny Tattersall to resume, and although he was broadly shotless before tea, 9 from 62, he was still doing a useful blunting job against Surrey's insistent pace attack, and this is what they need. They need more of the same. James Wharton was much more expansive and played tidily and correctly for his 27. A couple of very elegant drives through the covers. Tattersall is away into the onside, and he'll scamper back for a couple. Wharton 27 not out. The non-striker here looked good. Came into this one under a lot of pressure, having missed out in the first innings. Big responsibility at first drop for Yorkshire, and he played responsibly, I thought, against the swinging new ball. Tom Laws went after him, and he eschewed the drive until he was in, punched tidily down the ground. But 27 doesn't get it done. They need something substantial if they're going to get anything out of this game. Johnny Bairstow looms large in this innings, next carded at least to be in next, and indeed as Daniel Norcross joins us, that deficit is 188, so they need to win this session emphatically, you fancy, and then see where they are at the end of the day. That has to be the attitude. And considering the pressure they've been under and being in the field for 140 odd overs and giving up 512, they've done pretty well up until now to negotiate 32 and a bit overs, to only lose those top 2. And as we've said a few times today, the pitch is perhaps losing a bit of its life as it wends its way into day 4. Daniel Norcross is with us.
I am with you.
And animated now.
I am. It's an AI version of me. Yes, it's where Ben Folkes is taking the ball, isn't it? We've seen in the first innings he was taking frequently around about shoulder height. And Tom Laws was particularly getting a lot off the pitch. And it's just a little coming through a bit lower now. And that movement that we saw earlier on in the day from Ben Code, Surrey's bowlers haven't extracted quite the same swing movement, certainly.
Towed it. Dribbling out to extra cover, and so Dot to finish the 33rd over of this innings. 69 for 2. Yeah, we mentioned it just before the tea break, Dan, but the story of the Hampshire game earlier in the season, Surrey will be wanting to put it to the back of their minds, and Yorkshire will want to be using it as a frame of reference.
Inspiration.
And if we recall, Hampshire finished up 30-odd for 3 at the end of that one, and we all turned up on day 4 assuming that that game would be done around lunchtime, maybe a bit after lunch, that Surrey would, as Surrey does, get that one done. And they took 2 wickets across the whole of the day, and the pitch went to sleep. Laws to resume.
Oh, I say. That is a tasty leave. Almost as tasty as that boiled egg I saw being eaten in the crowd. And the reason I mention that boiled egg, as we take a look at that again, a little bit wider of something I initially thought, is that boffins, Phil, boffins have discovered the best way to peel a boiled egg.
Okay.
I mean, this is terrific news for all boiled egg peelers around the world. Where would we be without our boffins? Well, it's a very complicated thing, because there's more to an egg. I was going to say the meets the eye, which will come as no surprise to you, given as it is the source of life. But have you, for example, ever thought to yourself, a boiled egg isn't just like a weeble, is it? It has a distinct bottom. You know what I mean? When you boil an egg and then you peel it properly, you can actually stand it up, can't you? Because it's actually got
a base.
A base, yes. I didn't want to go to where my mind was going, but yes, it's got a base. And do you know how it comes by that base? The older the egg, the more pronounced the base.
Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Because the shell of an egg is porous. Not very porous, but porous enough. And over time, you start to create a little air cavity. So when you boil the egg, it's nicer to boil a slightly older egg. Also to boil a slightly more room temperature egg. Because there's a membrane, of course, between the shell and what you would think of as the main body of the egg.
Tom Law's in again. And James Wharton picks up a single into the offside.
And so boffins have been experimenting with a number of eggs. I do hope they all got eaten. To establish the precise circumstances, age, temperature and length of boiling required to create the perfect conditions for an easy peel, such that there would be no even tiny shards of egg, nor indeed leftover membrane on your egg. Lengthy article.
No doubt.
Oh, again. Sorry, good leave. But yes, all these findings have now been made public. And so the secrets can finally be divulged. And I just think it's marvellous when you consider how much of a problem that is to people in the wider world. A lot of time is spent trying to get battery technology to work so that we can get wind power and store it and then send it around the world to prevent the world from burning up. Not enough time has been spent on how to peel a boiled egg. Finally, it's been done.
I wonder if that chap on our screen is listening to you now.
I doubt it. I doubt he would have. If he was, he would have taken the headphones off.
I don't have that luxury. He's in again, Jordan Clark. And James Wharton's been solid today.
He just prescribes every conversation, doesn't he? I know, I'm walking out if it's Eurovision. Oh, I'm bored by eggs. I mean...
I'm not bored by this conversation, Daniel. No.
Do you boil eggs much?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Do you like them hard, or do you like to keep it?
6 minutes 15. 6 minutes 15 for me.
Very good.
Into boiling water, crucially.
Oh, right, okay. Slight danger there. You might get crackage. If it's you need to make sure that's room temperature when you put it in. Or
I know.
a little prick. Do you have an egg prick?
I do.
I bet you do.
Of course I do. I'm terribly bourgeois. Also, Marmite toast. Marmite soldiers. Lomticks of toast.
Marmite into the egg.
Marmite soldiers
I
into
think
the
that's.
egg.
I think that's a very good idea.
Now,
didn't you have Marmite pickle? Didn't you recommend to me Branston pickle with Marmite?
No.
What was
not
it?
me.
So what was your fancy Branston that you liked? Oh no, hang on, sorry, I'm thinking about your really perverted beans.
Branston beans are the king of beans. No question about it. But let's move on if we can.
But can we?
James Wharton is picking up a couple into the onside. This is what happens when you are given the second role, isn't it, Daniel? The summariser role. As the day wends along, and our producer John Surtees decides, okay, let's take the pressure off his shoulders and let him play a few shots. And yet I'm compelled to ask you more about eggs. This is what you do to me. Jordan Clark in again. Inside edge. He had to get something on it. Lost all kinds of shape, but he will pick up a couple. He needs to play hard-boiled cricket here, does James Wharton.
Well, I thought you'd succumb, and with that in mind, I've got the details here.
Off the pad. But all useful runs, that deficit needs to keep being chipped away at if Yorkshire are going to get anything from this game.
So, egg peelability factors. It's important to know, firstly, what you're dealing with. Because you can take the humble egg and not really appreciate its complexity. It consists, for a start, of a hard porous shell, an inner and outer membrane, albumin, of course, the egg white, and a membrane encased yolk at the centre. Don't forget that part, it can be vital.
Samo, do you have a stat for us? Anything?
End of the over, 75 for 2. There's also an air cell between the inner and outer membrane next to the shell, and that's where you get its kind of bottom here. Look, you see, there's a diagram for you. Diagram. A lot of research was apparently done in the late 60s and 70s on factors that affect the peelability of eggs after they've been boiled, which is, I suppose, explains why everything went so horribly wrong at the back end of the 70s. And one of these factors is the pH of the egg, well, the egg white. And an early study, you'll have been all over this, I imagine,
sure,
Phil, from the 1960s, indicated the pH of the egg white needs to be in the range of 8.7 to 8.9.
That much contested territory.
Now, I don't know how you'd find that out without
cracking a few.
Yeah, and putting the litmus paper inside. But once you've done that, of course, you can't really hard boil it. So, tricky.
It's a real chicken and egg conundrum, that, isn't it?
Really is. Really is. Storage temperature has to play a role. A study from 1963, so around the time of Kennedy's assassination.
And James Wharton, rock solid again. Keeps punching it up to mid-on.
Death of Aldous Huxley as well, of course, around that time. Showed that storing eggs at about 22 degrees centigrade, this is centigrade obviously, gives a better peelability result than storage at lower temperatures of 13 or even fridge temperatures. 3 to 5, right out. Take your eggs out of the fridge if you want to peel them easy.
Beautifully played off the hip.
Oh,
and it does run away for 4. Yeah, much needed boundary. James Wharton is moving nicely into his work here. I think that's Matt Fisher out at deep mid-wicket. He'll be cranky to have lolloped over the top of that one. Before you go on, Daniel, 3 down Somerset against Sussex, chasing 150. They still need 115. 3 down.
Who's taken those wickets? Have they gone to spin or not?
Yeah, this is against Sussex at Taunton, and we did say that with John Simpson having carved out another significant knock, he ended up 82 not out. It takes a little bit of chasing 150. Well, Ollie Robinson has gone, as Adam would say, bang bang, getting rid of Josh Davey and Tom Lammonby, and James Rue now as well. Oh, that is coming man. He's nicked off to Simpson, giving Nathan McAndrew his first. So 3 down inside 8 overs.
I'm keeping my eye out for Tom Lawes' nip, but I'm also very conscious that you've got a gigantic question that's burning away at the depth of your soul, which is surely there's
what
a
is
risk,
the answer?
Well, there's a risk of spoilage, isn't there, if eggs are stored at higher ambient temperatures, and you'd be right. But in the studies, an increase in storage time before boiling increased the ease of peelability, so it's a very much swings and roundabouts. It's no yolk, folks.
Lovely shot. He makes very good shapes, but the field is set for that. Another one ticks by. 79 for 2. Yorkshire fighting hard here. 36 gone, 28 still to bowl in the day. They have to get through to the close without too much more damage, and then they can maybe still take something from this cricket match. It's been a good rear guard up until now.
Now the pH factor does increase in alkalinity the longer you store them, and also it loses a little bit of its moisture through that porous membrane. So, but some keen egg boiling pundits believe that you start off with boiling water and lowering it to simmer before gently placing the eggs into it.
Is there a whole punditocracy then around this particular?
Yeah, well, boffinocracy. Yeah. Provides a better result. However, you want to do this with room temperature eggs to avoid crackage. Sudden temperature change can create egg crackage. And the quick hot start makes it easier for the egg white proteins to denature and bond to each other rather than obviously to the membrane. You've been fiercely conscious of that. After boiling eggs for the desired amount of time, the boffins say, typically 3 to 5 minutes for runny yolks, 6 to 7 for jammy yolks. Is that how you like your yolk, jammy?
It's a rhetorical question at this point, isn't it?
12 to 15 minutes for hard boiled. You can quench them in ice water. Do you do that?
Yeah, immediately. After my 6 minutes 15. I'll never forgive you, just for the record.
A lot of ice.
I'll never forgive you. Okay, just bear that in mind. John Clark in again. Beats him. No ball. Had 2 more to the score.
You do it because it helps the egg white slightly shrink away from the shell as we see this again. Now that's what we wanted to see a little bit more of. A bit of nip, a bit of movement off the pitch and into the gloves of folks around about waist height. That's an encouraging sign for Clark. She's a capricious mistress, this pitch. There are moments when you can have 10 or 15 minutes which can look very difficult to bat, then you can just slightly go to sleep. I had a cousin like that one. Do you want step 3?
Are we only on the end of step 2?
Yes.
How many more steps?
Well, this is optional, this step. It's whether or not you add things to the water. You add anything to the water?
Not for a boiled egg, no. I know you can add maybe vinegar and stuff like that, but not
for
me.
A poached egg, maybe. Yeah.
Not for a boiled. I don't add anything.
No.
Do you, Daniel?
Well,
I don't care, but do you?
Apparently, no. No, but apparently if you put salt in, and this is what I mean, this is the boffins have done this for us, so they're worth paying heed to. Apparently adding a bit of salt can improve peelability, but this was lost entirely for eggs that have been stored for longer periods, so you've really got to know your eggs. Again, that's gone a long way off the pitch, isn't it? Acids and alkali have been shown to aid eggshell peelability or removal. The patent that describes this used rather harsh substances with the goal to dissolve away the shell. Well, I wouldn't want to be doing that. I suppose that's one way of doing it, though. If you put it into, like, sulfuric acid, boiling sulfuric acid, then take the shell away completely, and then you can just remove the egg. I need to give it a good wash, though.
Another dot ball. Hope for some action. Another over ticks by 81 for 2. 7 down Essex at New Road. 7 down.
Oh.
Worcester on the cusp of a rousing win there.
Might be their first win of the season, wouldn't it?
It will be.
Who's still in for Essex? So we see Yorkshire. That third wicket partnership's up to 50 between Wharton and Tattersall now.
Shapes up well. It's been an innings of self-discipline as well for James Wharton. He's had to play as responsibly as he possibly can and rein in his natural instincts. Grown into his innings. Everything along the floor up until now. They're preying on him here, outside off stump for that shot in particular. With 2 men on the drive and a boundary rider as well. But he plays that tidily enough. Picks up another single.
By the way, you know, you don't have to boil them.
Don't have to?
No, you can air fry them these days, apparently.
Don't have one.
No, neither do I. My wife won't have one in the house.
Yeah, it feels like
She's
you're cheating.
Militantly anti them. But apparently, it's a myth you can't microwave them. Especially if you prick them first, I would think. Thought he was in business there, didn't he?
He certainly was. Head to the hands. Tom Laws on his haunches after that one. Just skewed from the bottom of the bat, and it was ramrod straight.
Can I just thank you, by the way, for
indulging you?
No, the cheese and salad sandwich.
Pleasure.
It was delicious.
Yeah, well, you've repaid me in kind, haven't you?
Well, tips. It's all about knowledge sharing, isn't it?
Do you like eggs, Andrew? Right, let's get back to this.
Do like an egg, yeah.
For crying out loud. 83 for 2.
You'll never get on
this
TNS
game
if you won't witter on about food.
Believe it or not, it's still on here.
Do you know how many eggs are eaten a year in the UK?
Oh, that's a good question. Now, do you mean eggs qua eggs, or do you mean eggs in all products?
Probably in all products.
In all
I would guess.
products,
I mean,
well, that's a tricky one.
I'm just looking at the website egginfo.co.uk.
I reckon that the average human being in this country consumes 211 eggs a year. So I would times that by about 67 million and hopefully get the right answer.
You're not far off, according to egginfo.co.uk. Okay. 199 per capita in last year.
Oh, that is close, isn't it?
That's very good, Daniel. That is outstanding, in fairness. Puts everything that's gone before it in context. Another one ticks by the way, 83 for 2.
Gives you a total of 12.8 billion.
That's roughly what I'd have said. Yeah.
Not bad.
That is a lot. My colleague and friend Atif Nawaz is always baffled by the fact that he never sees a chicken, and yet he consumes a lot of chickens, and he doesn't know where they're all hiding. I haven't had the heart to break it to him. He eats fried chicken every day, I'd say.
Every day?
Yeah.
That's a bit excessive.
It's every day, Andrew. Yeah.
I don't even eat an egg every day. I eat a few eggs.
Well, no, it sounds like human beings in the United Kingdom eat an egg roughly every 2 days.
But of course, one egg is enough.
Very good.
Yes. Jordan Clark to continue, as indeed we are here in the commentary box, believe it or not.
Do you remember the Egg Marketing Board's campaign, Go to Work on an Egg? It thoroughly confused me as a child.
Different times.
I thought a train or a bicycle would have been altogether more sensible way to do it.
Now that's unforgivable. Essex 8 down now. Tried the double bluff, clever by Jordan Clark. Tattersall wasn't expecting it, but just misdirected. Drifts down the leg side. Look at this field though. 2 men now catching on the onside. One behind the corner, or around the corner rather. And a man on the hook as well at long leg. Tattersall has occupied 79 deliveries for his 12. But it's useful in the context of this rear guard.
Well, it also gives a breathing space to consider the role of the egg, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Thank you to Johnny Tattersall for his work. Long may it continue.
I did once spend quite a long session during a Boxing Day test with Neil Manthorp on SABC.
Oh, yeah?
Trying to calculate how many chickens were eaten on Christmas Day worldwide. It's only estimated. I can't remember. Sadly, I can't remember what the actual number was that I calculated. But we did while away quite a bit of time trying to do this calculation.
Is it the most commonly consumed meat in the world, the
Yeah.
chicken?
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder when that started.
In the 50s in America.
Is that right?
Yeah, anyway.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Got him! Johnny Tattersall has to go. The first attacking shot, really, he has played in anger. And it only deepens his frustrations. He has to go. Good catch. A flyer. Tom Sibley taking it in front of his face. Jordan Clark, as Jordan Clark does.
Well, we were talking about this as we take a look at the replay. As you said, Phil, wide outside the off stump. If Tattersall had been perhaps in the mood to play shots before that, he might have moved that front foot towards the ball and he might have creamed it through the covers. But we spoke about this. Good sharp catch. Second sit, because it has gone fast. Dominic Sibley taking it. But as we talked last time we were on together, the danger for Yorkshire is if they don't put pressure back onto Surrey's bowlers, it allows them to bowl and bowl and bowl. And the other side of that equation is that when you decide or you get drawn into an aggressive shot, you're not actually in the zone to play it particularly. So he's in the zone to sort of stay up the crease, play the ball late and defend. And so the other parts of your attacking game are not in good working order. And that is the result. I don't expect Johnny Bairstow to fall into that trap, but Johnny Tattersall did. It was a lengthy, rather turgid innings of 12. He'll argue perfectly reasonably that he was doing it for his team. They're trying to bat out the time, and that runs aren't a significant part of that equation. But I just think it just changes the dynamic for the fielding captain, for the bowlers, and that is the result. That Yorkshire, although they'd put on a 52 there for a long time, thwarted Surrey, they've ended up not really going anywhere and still 174 behind.
And if we can catch it on our monitor, Jason Roy is in Bairstow's ear again. He greeted him at mid-off and walks all the way to the batting crease alongside his old sparring partner, chipping away. No doubt, a few words of wisdom.
What do you suppose they are? Get bogged down.
I think they are. Let's put on a show, John. So the game is moving along again. 3 down, a successful over. Jordan Clark is a phenomenon. 2 for 12 from 10. 83 for 3 now, with 25 overs still to bowl this evening.
It's his 5th wicket in the match and a half century in it as well. He's been the perfect replacement, hasn't he, for Ricky Clark? I don't think it's just a policy of purchasing Clarks, but it has worked rather perfectly since Ricky Clark's retirement.
Minus the E.
Minus the E, yes. His replacement would be called Clark.
That's the funniest thing you said this afternoon.
Well, there's nothing funny about eggs. I'm sorry about that. They are a serious matter.
It's pork, actually, according to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization.
That surprises me.
36%, just above poultry on 33, and beef on 24. It's a bit surprising.
To me, yeah. Yeah. Large parts of the world, but pork is forbidden.
Shot for 1. Easy on the eyes, Daniel through the covers.
He is. I mean, when he hits it, it makes a lovely noise as well. But this is going to be interesting here. I don't think this is necessarily the matchup that would cause Bairstow too many concerns. We talked about this a little bit in the first innings. Bairstow's got, well, an historic weakness against the straight ball. Frequently succumbs to being bowled. I never asked you how many LBWs went with those bowls. You told me he bowled 81 times. But Laws, that's not really Laws' game, is it? He's more looking for the outside edge. But he's gone straight to him there, so obviously everybody is aware of everybody else's game, so the bowlers will adapt. You would think probably Clark would be the more menacing matchup, would you, for Johnny Bairstow?
I think he'll play on his ego more.
Yeah,
he'll be prepared to bounce a few, stick a man out or two.
This is also quite intriguing. We got Ryan Patel in at a short catching cover. So you see that he likes to drive, and actually the cover point, that'd be Patterson there, about a yard in front of square. That is not a normal position you tend to see. You've got a catching point and a catching short extra cover.
Just needs to keep playing in this vein all the way through the evening session. Not really put a foot wrong. I can't think of a half chance that he's offered. No strangulated appeal for an LB. He's been technically watertight, but it matters not unless he can see this through.
Do you like his stride?
I do. He's a very technically correct player. He hits mid-off and mid-on. He hasn't played a cross-bat shot all innings either. Just waits for it to come to him, punches through the line the way that God intended. Right, another one ticks by, 86 for 3. Sadly, this is time for me to depart.
Your torment is at an end.
Yeah. I love you, Daniel, and everything you stand for.
Toodle pip. It's time for a fresh victim. Hello.
Hello, Dan. You know who James Wharton reminds me of?
Oh, I don't actually. I'm trying to think. Tall, upright, driving. Zach Crawley? No.
Big Cam Green.
Big Cam Green. That's a very good shout. Yes, I like that shout.
That's a lovely shot again from Wharton. Pushes it down the ground. Straight to mid-on, who should be able to retrieve that, but they run hard and pick up 3. Johnny Bairstow briefly in a bit of trouble.
Yes, asking a bit of the new batter, isn't it, coming out? Can get the skates on.
But my point around Wharton is he's obviously very tall, but he's extremely upright at the same time.
Yes.
And as Phil says, he's been good on the drive today. And he used that height well, or his height was beneficial to him when Surrey, just before tea, looked to bang it in for a bit. Quite a considerable height difference between Wharton and Tattersall. Very different job trying to get it in around neck height to Wharton compared to Tattersall.
Now, I do love watching Johnny Bairstow run between the wickets, because he has a sort of like slightly furious manner of a 1930s copper chasing after a child who's just stolen an apple from a street vendor.
What is it precisely about the Bairstow run that there's an anger in there?
There's an anger in there, yes.
And a real purpose?
Yes, a real purpose, yes.
Oh, lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow. That's vintage Bairstow, overpitched slightly from Jordan Clark. And Bairstow dismisses the ball away to the extra cover fence, picks up 4.
Just answering your question, Dan, on bowls and LBWs for Johnny Bairstow, we were discussing it. 81 times he's been bowled in first-class cricket, more than anyone else since he started his career, which is 24% of his dismissals, which is comfortably above the average of 18. LBWs is kind of in the normal range, 59, about 17.5% of all his dismissals.
But then if you add the two together, it's, I mean, obviously not all bowls are straight balls, are they?
Edge just wide of Dom Sibley at second slip. A run away for 4. But Dom Sibley, who took a sharp chance just a couple of overs ago, very, very nearly held on to another.
Well, the pace of the game has now completely changed after Tattersall's dismissal. Bairstow's come out here, he's looked to put back to ball, looked to do the things we were saying that Yorkshire had manifestly failed to do so far. There is a flat-footed waft. Third slip would have been in business. There is no third slip in place. I wonder if Rory Burns might be encouraged by that. He's got a lot of runs to play with, as Burns. And whilst slips, it didn't feel like slips were going to be massively in play against Tattersall, because he was depriving himself of aggressive shots. He was playing late, he was playing softish hands. It's not going to be Bairstow's game to do that, you wouldn't think. So we just may see a slight change of approach, both from Surrey and certainly from Yorkshire here.
Short, but not that short from Jordan Clark. Bairstow does well to duck underneath it. It's the end of the 41st over. Yorkshire 99 for 3.
He's conceded more runs in that over, Jordan Clark, than he did in the first 10 overs he's bowled.
And Bairstow has scored 1 fewer run than Johnny Tattersall in 7 deliveries at the crease. Tattersall was at the crease for 82. So as you say,
about 12 times as quick.
The pace of the game has changed somewhat since the dismissal of Tattersall. Just throwing it forward and working out what is Yorkshire's route out of this difficult position. And for a while with Wharton and Tattersall, they didn't seem to be going anywhere. It looked like they were just trying to absorb as much pressure as possible and eat up as much time, but actually, I think more realistically, reducing that deficit as much as possible, getting ahead. That's really important. Runs are important. This isn't just solely about time, because the runs become time later on in the game. Lovely delivery from Laws, and well left on length by Wharton.
It's a lovely lead. Durham, by the way, are 9 down now. That lead of 248, very similar situation to here, only with obviously less time. But that certainly means that Nottinghamshire will have no way back to getting a win in that game. A lovely shot. The significance, of course, is that Nottinghamshire are top of the table at the moment, and win for Surrey, if not draw the 100 up, it's the reason for the smattering of applause. Would gain, if Notts drew, would gain Surrey 9 points over Notts, because they've got 4 batting points and only the 1 bowling point. Cut that gap significantly, the two sides yet to play each other. Starting to loom large as a big fixture. But Durham now have got themselves in a position where they can think of winning that game, and then of course were Surrey to force victory here, then that really would change the picture near the top of the table.
More generally in Division 1, Worcestershire on the verge of beating Essex handsomely at New Road. So at the end of this round, every team in Division 1 would have at least picked up 1 victory. And barring a miracle at Chestler Street, no one would have had more than 3. Warwickshire in second place at the moment. They're struggling at home to Hampshire. They are 7 down, requiring another 121 in the 4th innings.
It's quite a big ask.
Yeah,
it is an Edgbaston, albeit what seems strangely to be a rather different surface from the surface at Edgbaston last week.
No recognised batter in the moment for Warwickshire. Bairstow scurrying through for a single to keep hold of the strike. Yorkshire now 101 for 3. We've got a change in the Coventry box. Dan Norcross is done for the day, and Ben Gardner will come in to replace him.
17
Yeah, Che Simmons and Ethan Bamber at the crease for Warwickshire. Another potentially spicy finishes on the cards at Taunton. Somerset 48 for 3, chasing 150 against Sussex. They were, however, 30 for 3. Ollie Robertson with 2 new ball wickets, Nathan McAndrew with the other. Lewis Gregory, part of a, I don't know, can you call it a makeshift opening pair in Josh Davey and Gregory this week?
I think you have to, really. Yeah, I think you have to. We were talking earlier about Thomas Rue and about, you know, whether even though he's only 17, how soon will it be until the first team debut comes. And actually, Somerset's batting lineup is in such a state of flux this season. You know, Archie Vaughan was to begin with a sort of himself a little bit of a makeshift opener. At least he was kind of up there filling a job because they didn't quite have anyone else to do it. But then he goes down the order this week and makes a very good 80 in that first innings. So then Gregory and Davey, who, you know, Davey was batted at 3 here last time Surrey were here, with Sean Dixon injured. They do have Andy Amid on the bench, but for some reason don't quite seem to fancy him yet. And given all that, and, you know, even someone like Tom Banton, who obviously started the season with that 100, hasn't really been able to get much of a score since then. And that's the kind of situation where you can see them thinking, like, actually, we've tried a few things not working, why not give this young player a go? It went all right with his brother. So yeah.
Delay in proceedings at the moment. Looks like we've got another change of ball. We've seen both teams inquire about ball changes several times across this game. I suppose the issue there for Somerset is the vacancies have been up at the top of the order Vaughan scoring runs in the middle order actually makes it even potentially harder for Roo to find the spot. Younger Roo, that is. Yeah, on Andy Reid, he dominates second 11 cricket, but doesn't have a great first-class record. Averages 21 from 31 games. Played a couple of weeks ago in their win at home to Essex, actually. Scores 20 and 0. Edge, falls short of Dom Sibley at second slip. It's the second time that Clark has induced an edge from Bairstow's blade. Bairstow's looked to be positive, getting back on ball. But in his 11 ball stay so far has offered one half chance and another edge. 2 second slip.
I feel at least we're looking to be proactive, running between the wickets as well as sort of, putting some pressure back, finding the boundary.
Yeah, hard to find the boundary at the moment. Surrey with a sweeper on the offside at both ends. And just as I speak, Nathan Barnwell dropped from a more conventional square leg to deep square leg. So there's protection on the rope. Hard to find the boundary. Width and punished by Johnny Bairstow. Jordan Clark doesn't bowl many bad balls, but on this occasion offers Bairstow a bit of width, and Bairstow so good on the cut. And does well to ensure it goes behind square, so the ball evades the deep offside fielder.
Yeah, that really is vintage Bairstow, isn't it? 'Cause as you say, so well played, as well as obviously the time, the well placed, I mean, as well as the timing that's on offer.
And that'll be 4 more. This time slightly over pitch from Clark. And Bairstow leans into a drive. He's raced to 20 of 14 deliveries and changed the feeling of the game a bit. For a while, Yorkshire were solely, or predominantly at least, absorbing pressure, now exerting some pressure onto the home side.
So we were wondering a bit earlier how Bairstow would approach this situation, whether he would, if the team was just set out to block and to put together a rear guard and just, runs don't matter, or if he would play in his usual way as he did in the first innings, and it looks like the latter. Although I don't know if Clark could have bowled consecutive balls that that easy to hit for the boundary all season almost. So good has he been.
Left alone this time by Bairstow. Completes the 43rd over of the Yorkshire second innings. They're 109 for 3. It's what happens when you look to apply pressure back onto the bowlers. As you said earlier, since Bairstow's come in, these two have run really aggressively between the wickets. Been proactive around scoring. And when there's a batter who isn't looking to put too much pressure on the bowling side, sometimes as a bowler it's easier to settle into your rhythm.
Yeah, and even just the challenge of having to bowl at, 2 different players throughout and over with the strike rotation as well can just sometimes create that little bit of uncertainty for a bowler. I imagine you might be thinking as a Yorkshire fan looking at it, and there's been nothing close to a mix-up really, but just taking those few steps down and then getting sent back, you might have your heart in your mouth for a second. But there's a reason why it's worth doing it even when even when there's a game to be saved.
Extravagant away movement from Tom Laws through the air, left alone by Wharton. Dan was making the point when he was on air that if you look at what is Yorkshire's route out of this game, it's not like that Somerset-Worcester game in the first round of the season when Worcester had to bat time. Actually, they need to reduce the deficit, get ahead, and that takes time out of the game as well. Forcing Surrey to bat again, forcing Surrey into an awkward run chase. You see in run chases that are under 100, even if there's only 10 overs left in the game, the chasing side can have a go. There's no realistic prospect of defeat. If you leave 50, 200 even, and the draw becomes so much more likely. Short and pulled dismissively by James Wharton. Really good shot. Pulled quite a long way in front of square on the leg side. The shorter side of the ground, but that would have gone to the boundary on both sides. Really well struck from Wharton, who moves on to 47.
Yeah, he was onto that really quickly, and that's even with the field not completely set for the short ball.
Yeah, he's really grown into his innings now, Wharton. Took a while to get going. He's driven really well. Defended resolutely. You know, there aren't many 24-year-olds averaging 40 with the bat, batting at 3 in Division 1. Short again, looks to pull, but this time ball doesn't quite get up as Wharton expects. So it takes a blow to the body. And another good over for Yorkshire though. They're 1-1-3 for 3 after 44.
We have a result, Yas, at Worcestershire.
Huge.
Won by 225 runs against Essex. Matthew 8 finishing with 6 for 19 from his 10.5 overs. Essex bowled out for 157 and 110 in that game. And I mean their first innings coach's nightmare, with so many getting to double figures, not getting to 50. And then the second innings just a collapse in favour total, which I think they would have been pleased to keep Worcestershire to. Yeah, what a result for them down the bottom.
Nathan Smith replacing Clark from the pavilion end. In a blink of an eye, Johnny Bairstow's moved to 21. Only been at the crease for 17 deliveries.
Looking ahead to tomorrow, Yas, we've been discussing a little bit through this season about the prevalence of actually of some of these fourth-day rearguards.
Another example of the urgency that Bairstow's had since reaching the crease. Slight fumble from Ben Folkes. Ball died on him from Nathan Smith. And Bairstow alert to the run-scoring opportunity.
We've been talking about the prevalence of fourth-day rearguards that have, obviously that Worcestershire one was spectacular, but there have been other examples as well of games that look like they might be tricky for the side batting last in the game, who have actually made it look quite simple. Obviously, quite a few things at play there. Do you think that this pitch will sort of go the same way to lend that sort of opportunity to Yorkshire?
I think it's less lively than it was on day one, and that is the pattern that we've seen not just here but across the grounds this season. The first day was notable in just how much pace and bounce there was on the pitch. It was genuinely fast. And as we see in the early season, pitches have generally got just a little bit slower as the games play out. Saw it here in the Hampshire fixture earlier on in the season, but as you say, plenty of examples around the country. Middlesex chasing 360. Was it against Kent at Lords?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Or was it the other way around? Kent chasing, where is it Millet made a brilliant 100?
No, it was Middlesex chasing 266 at Lords a couple of weeks ago.
You're right, they've traded big chases this season, haven't they? So Kent got a big chase against them earlier in the second round. They chased 316 in that game.
At the end of this over, by the way, we're going to restart our stream. So if you lose us, head back to the Surrey YouTube channel and you can catch us straight away as Wharton hits one into the leg side. Barnwell will retrieve that for the boundary. It'll just be 2. Wharton moves on to 49. Yorkshire 118 for 3. So refresh your streams. We'll be back in a second. Welcome back to the Surrey live stream. Apologies for the minor delay. Matt Fisher to resume from the Vauxhall end.
The other factor in the last day, and we've been talking about the injury to Dan Lawrence, is a challenge to Rory Burns in terms of how he juggles his bowlers and how the seamers can sort of dovetail. But you've also got an issue there in terms of, if the pitch were to take any turn, so without, who is their premier spinner effectively.
Ben Folks gave up a bye in the last over.
Yes.
First in a while, because obviously he had that big innings in Warwickshire and first innings here as well. I reckon he went 1,097 runs in 298.2 overs without conceding a bye.
Do we know what the all-time record is on that front? You knew it was coming.
No, I do know what the test record is.
Yeah.
Well, not the. I can probably find out the exact number again. But Mark Boucher had a series against the West Indies. It's either 98, 99 or 03, 04. 5 test series without conceding a bye.
Extraordinary.
Only time that's happened.
That would have been during Alan Donald's career as well, so... Flicked through the leg side by Bairstow. Timed to perfection. Fisher erring a little bit straight. It's another boundary for Bairstow. He moves on to 26 off 22.
Given how often they've been competing for an England place, maybe it's fitting that it was Bairstow who stole the bye that broke Ben Folks' streak.
That boundary prompts a field change. Tom Laws moves from mid-wicket to deep square leg. A bit more protection for Fisher against Bairstow. Fisher lets out a grunt as he releases that delivery. For the first 20 minutes of the day, Ben, I sat basically where Tom Laws is now at deep square leg, and it is amazing how close you feel to the action on those front few rows. And obviously for a county game here, you can sit where you want. You can get as close to the action as you'd like. It's amazing seeing the bowlers that you really appreciate the pace and carry the bowlers get. Width and walloped to the long offside boundary. Fisher did offer width, but Bairstow again did really well to direct the ball behind square to evade Barnwell, who's covering that offside boundary. And he started his second innings like a man on a mission. 30 off 24. Player miss from Bairstow. That ends Fisher's return to the attack. Yorkshire 1-2-6 for 3.
He's looked really good, Bairstow, hasn't he? Just looks like the Bairstow of old in a lot of ways. And, you know, he's had actually quietly a very good start to the season in this new role as captain. He's had a 50 in all but one game, or sorry, all but 2 games, or a score of 40 or above in every game. Carrying Yorkshire's hopes with him at the moment.
Punched firmly to mid-on from Wharton. No run, but a shot that demonstrates how well he's got his eye in at the moment. But yeah, Bairstow was brilliant in the first innings. It was his dismissal really that turned the tide in that Yorkshire first innings. Out, slog sweeping, Dan Lawrence caught a deep backward square leg with 8 or so overs to go to the second new ball.
Rumblings or reports that he might be getting a call away from the County Championship for next week?
Yeah, nothing confirmed though. And the team that he's linked to in the Indian Premier League aren't guaranteed to make the playoffs, so it may well be that Bairstow is, as expected, available for Yorkshire next week. Played towards deep third by James Wharton. It runs to the boundary, and it means that he picks up his 4th half century of his 2025 County Championship campaign. 2 50s last week at Chelmsford. On the road again this week. Wharton raises back again. A fine knock.
Yeah, he's really grown into it, hasn't he? You know, he started out Yorkshire in a lot of trouble at 31 for 2, having conceded a big first innings lead. And to begin with, you know, him in partnership with Johnny Tattersall sort of look to just set their stall out, bide their time, and then sort of moved up through the gears. Has been joined by his captain, who's sort of almost, you know, dragging him along with him and playing in a different sort of way, and reached a very well-deserved 50. And that actually singled just after bringing up the landmark is representative of how they two have gone about this partnership, where they've taken the singles and offer as well as the boundary scoring opportunities.
Yeah, there's been an extra urgency in the middle since Bairstow joined Wharton. Put on 47 in quick time. Left alone. That deficit now 126. Been in the crease for 8 overs together, putting on 48, so going at a run a ball as a pair. You throw it forward, an hour going at that rate changes the equation significantly. Left alone by Bairstow. End of the 47th over. Yorkshire 1-3-1 for 3. Samo.
So Mark Boucher's spell without buys in that period, with including the 5 test series, the whole test series against West Indies and South Africa without conceding a bye. He went 2,432 runs in 903.3 overs without giving up a bye.
So that's over 10 days of test cricket.
Yep. Good effort.
Fisher to continue. Driven nicely by Wharton. Come back for 2. He's pierced that offside field several times today without picking up the boundary. Didn't quite time that one to perfection, but a good shot nonetheless. You can hear the Surrey fielders really giving the bowler Fisher as much encouragement as possible, sensing just how important this moment is. Their task tomorrow in pursuit of victory could look very, very different depending on how they go in the next hour or so. 16.4 overs remaining on day 3. At the moment still a lot of runs to play with, 124 ahead, but the way these two are going, Yorkshire could erase a lot of that lead this evening.
Yeah, we talk about big first hours a lot, but this really is a big last hour, isn't it? As you say, you know, and Best obviously he started well, but he has the potential to go up a gear from here. And if he were to do that and Morton to keep playing as you say, 124 is obviously it's a lot of runs. Sorry, a long way ahead in the game, but could look very different by stumps in either direction. It feels almost like a Jordan Clark moment to me in some ways.
Should be at least 2 more. Yeah, a feature of Bairstow's knock in the first innings was he just scored so freely against Seam in particular, but did so without really taking that many risks. 89 off 114 in the end, strike rate of 78. I know there's been a couple of plays and misses, and there's one edge very early on, just wide of Dom Sibley at second slip. There's been nothing wild from Bairstow. There's been a noticeable urgency about his innings so far, and it's transmitted to his partner Wharton at the other end, who's been really impressive today. Banged in, and Wharton takes evasive action, ducks underneath it. It's the end of the 48th over. Yorkshire 135 for 3. Phil Walker is going to return to the commentary box.
Afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Ben. It's been impressive, really impressive, by James Wharton in particular. Johnny Bairstow's just come in and sparkled for 28 deliveries. Been irresistible, really, up until now. But yeah, a very notable knock this by James Wharton under pressure. Been technically brilliant. Very few gremlins in the pitch. It's held together very well. And Yorkshire are edging towards a point at which they can genuinely feel like they can get something from this game. Don't want to speak too soon on that, but approaching the final hour here, 15 overs still to bowl after this one tonight. But if these two can somehow get to the close, then they will come back tomorrow morning knowing that this pitch is not going to break up, and that Surrey are a bowler down with Dan Lawrence indisposed. been good to see though, Ben, hasn't it? Because you felt at one point that Yorkshire was so down in the dirt chasing leather this morning that it would have been a tough gig to get yourself back up again and to go again and to keep fighting when you're staring down at a game with still 40% of it still to roll and you're 250 in arrears. This has been impressive, really. Negotiated 48 overs. Doesn't get much of it, but he'll pick up one, comes back for a couple.
Yeah, and it shows how quickly sort of a change of impetus can change the feel of a game. Because if you look at this sort of objectively, you come to it, you haven't seen how the innings has played out, then you'd see, this partnership, sure, it's just ticked past 50, but Surrey still ahead by more than 100. Yorkshire 3 down, and yet in some ways it doesn't feel like that, just because these two have decided we're going to be on top for the moment. And that can change very quickly again. Play one shot too many, or one of Surrey's many excellent bowlers comes in and takes a couple of wickets, then that will have almost broken the back of the game.
Yeah, and the challenge that they have is that they bat deep, but they don't have another established player to come in after these two. George Hill at 6 is perhaps a position or two higher than they would like at this stage in his career. Leg side, stifled appeal. And then the mid to lower order after that. Matty Revis is a hitter, Jordan Thompson the same. And so there's talent in that middle order, but there's not pedigree yet. So much depends on these two getting through to the close. Another beautiful evening here. We've been blessed across these 3 home games here in South London. It's going to be Matt Fisher to continue then. Nothing to show for it in the second innings yet. He's bowled a bit wide to Johnny Bairstow and fed that savage square drive stroke cut that he has in his locker. Needs to focus back on off stump, you fancy. Try and cramp Bairstow for room, because he's been very free and fluent. More of the same, doesn't get much of it, but will pick up a single, brings James Wharton back on strike.
I think an underrated aspect of Bairstow as a batter is how good a partnership builder he is. Obviously, you remember the stroke play and the attacking shots and the brilliant innings, but actually a curiosity of his time with England is that he had a much better record as a partnership with both Joe Root and Ben Stokes than those two have with each other.
Feature of his innings, punching straight off front foot and back. That's a glorious shot. It won't go for 4, but he'll pick up 3. That's a very, very tough shot to play, but it's been a mark of his knock. He's played ramrod straight. He's only played one cross-bat shot in anger that I can think of, and that was lacerated through mid-wicket into the 60s. Results beginning to come in around the country now. Worcester have their first win of the year. Huge result, and an emphatic one by 225 runs against Essex. My, did they need that just to get their season up and running. And Leicestershire as well have won at Lord's by 7 wickets. What a performance. What a story it is, really. You have a game to keep an eye on as he goes round the wicket now. Matt Fisher into Johnny Bairstow, and yeah, he may just be tempting him here, playing on the ego with a man at long leg and one round the corner for the glove at a leg gully, plus a deep square, plus a conventional square leg, so A 5-4 leg side field now, as Matt Fisher experiments with a little bit of leg theory. Yeah, the other game is Hampshire-Warwickshire, 2 contenders this year. And Warwickshire just have 1 wicket left in the hutch. There he goes, gets enough of it. Contemptuous, really, by Johnny Bairstow. Picks up another boundary, takes himself through to 37 now at a runner ball. Probably worth a go, you would think, this policy, Ben, although it's an invitingly short boundary down there. Echoes of Trent Bridge and 1 or 2 other knocks during that wild period when Johnny Bairstow was impossible to bowl to against New Zealand way back when.
Yeah, and Surrey have gone for a fascinating field here. They've effectively got a long stop in, don't they?
Now they do. If we can just show that on screen. Jason Roy is exactly behind Ben Foakes. Picked up. That's gone all the way. Majestic by the great man. Entirely dismissive. Just a short-arm jab, really. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what Matt Fisher is trying to do here, as another man goes back now. So the reason they can just about get away with this is that Jason Roy behind Ben Foakes goes again, this time 6 more. Yeah, 4, 6, 6, and he's on to 49 in 38. Nathan Smith was in the game, but it was flat and it was hard, and it was no stopping. We could be in for some fun and games here as we move into the last hour today. Do stay with us. Johnny Bairstow is ticking, as indeed are some of the crowd. The good folk of God's own county have definitely not given up on this one. Wharton to face up, Nathan Smith in. Through the gap. 4 more, no third slip.
In the blink of an eye, that leads down below 100 now. It's 24 runs off the last. Is that right? 20 runs off the last 4 deliveries. And there was just a moment in that previous over after the dot ball where Fisher went down the leg side first of all, and Bairstow sort of, he shadow batted a kind of an extravagant flick, and you wondered whether that was a bit of mind game, saying like, I'm not going to fall into this trap. But Bairstow's way to say like, no, I'm good enough to hit it over them, and he has been.
They've put on 79 already, these two. Been spectacular, really. Bairstow's hit 7 fours in 36 balls. James Wharton doing it in his own way, but ticking over nicely as well. 5 boundary 4s in his 61.
One aspect that'll be interesting to see if they have, Bairstow in particular, if he's decided to put the pedal down, is to see how he actually targets the different ends. One thing that allowed that assault in the last over was the fact that boundary to the leg side in particular is quite short down that way.
Yeah, 7 boundary 4s and those 2 6s, so he's taken 9 boundaries from 38 deliveries. Well bowled by Nathan Smith, sharpish and on the toes, but that is the feature of Wharton's innings, strong and sturdy down the ground. get too carried away here. Doesn't want to start imitating his captain, playing his own game. Stifled appeal, merest suggestion that that may have perhaps struck the outer part of the pad first, but nothing more than that. Another one ticks by then, 162 for 3 suddenly. 95 still in arrears. 13 overs still to bowl this evening. Johnny Bairstow 1 away from the second 50 of the match. Umpires having a chat. As the sun beats down, it can't be anything untoward. We'll almost certainly get these full 13 in.
Looks from the field as if that short ball plan has come to an end. Might well be the wide outside off stump plan even. Just the one man deep on the leg side.
Yeah, an interestingly positioned fielder at a deep backward point, deep gully. Shot through the gap. That will be his 50. Electrifying stuff. 39 deliveries. 89 in the first dig. 50 unbeaten here. We were remarking on day one, with all the noise and the burble around Johnny Bairstow's imminent departure to Mumbai Indians on a short stop visit, which will mean him missing next week's game. We did fancy that we were primed for a Bairstow statement knock. 89 in the first, didn't quite happen for him. You know, anyone who's ever watched him knows that he's never more dangerous than at points like this. Quite a muted celebration as well. He's barely into his work yet, you fancy. And there it is, the airy drive. He's been so disciplined all day long as Wharton outside his eye line there. But as we were just saying, Ben, he just needs to play his game here. Don't get carried away with the pyrotechnics taking place at the other end.
Yeah, exactly. And the challenges as well is obviously not to go for the big shots to match a captain, but also to even be content with just staying on strike and even eating up some of the strike yourself. Like you can see what what Bairstow can do in 3 or 4 balls, and there must be a temptation there to think like, well, if I can just get him on strike, he can do it. But even that can be dangerous. You hang your bat out trying to dab one through the gully region. Has been pretty effective at doing, or into the offside, as with the 2 running so well. But you want to be looking for those, but you don't want to be manufacturing those. Okay, he's played missed once, but I think he's managing it okay so far.
Yeah, and that one dies on Ben Folkes behind the stumps. A tired, weary delivery. And I think that both teams will turn up here tomorrow morning, and Surrey will have in the back of their mind how difficult it was to make Hampshire really force the issue on that final day of the earlier game this year, and how the pitch really offered very little towards the back end of that one. And they hope that history won't be repeating itself here. It certainly flattened out and looked like a nice, easy-paced track this afternoon.
Yeah, it has, but it's amazing how the batters that are at the crease as well can make the pitch look different. You know, when it was Johnny Tattersall and so we're really pinning down the Yorkshire side. It looked like a tough track to bat on that was doing plenty. And now it's looking like you can just play through the line and get value for your shots.
More runs, 2 straight. Bairstow's enjoying himself here. It's been the story of the game, actually, that neither side have fielded what you would describe as first choice frontline spinner. With all respect to the good work that Dan Lawrence continues to do, with him unavailable. Lovely shot again off the back foot, stands tall. With Lawrence unavailable, certainly today, of course, with that back complaint. Wait and see if he's going to be able to feature tomorrow, but if he doesn't, then it's going to be hard yakka really for Surrey to extract these final 7. And just as we saw Yorkshire really hamstrung by their selection with the ball, so we're seeing Surrey as well having to do it the hard way. Quick one. Bowled well here as Nathan Smith.
You wonder if Surrey are almost trying to just bowl at Wharton here. Bairstow's taken a single off the first ball of the last 2 overs, and obviously Wharton's got him back on strike now. But so he's only faced the 2 balls, I think, since that sort of assault into the leg side boundary. Which is a funny position to be in, given Surrey are so far ahead in the game, but that's what Bairstow can do, I suppose.
He's looking for that single. Wasn't available to him. One more delivery to go in the 53rd over of this innings. So there is a result at Edgbaston, and Hampshire have got it done. They win by 89 runs. So wins for Worcester and Hampshire already confirmed. Somerset need just 52 more, with 7 wickets in hand against Sussex down at Taunton. After an early wobble, they've consolidated. So this intriguing championship season takes another twist. Well played by Bairstow. He's absolutely on it today. 165 for 3.
Should Somerset go on to win that would be 3 of the bottom 4 coming into this week, having won, which I suppose will make Surrey only all the more desperate to wrap this one up, to sort of open up a little bit of breathing room if it is the sides in the bottom half.
4 down as we speak, Somerset, so still 52 needed. That one's still not quite done by any means. Wide of the crease, Bairstow mindful and watchful. 165 for 3. Ben Gardner's work for the day is done, and Cameron steps in. So Live and Bean went for 16 and 7 respectively. Jordan Clark and Nathan Smith doing the damage early on. Johnny Tattersall's tortuous 12 from 82 came to an end with a sharp catch by Dom Sibley at second to give Jordan Clark his second. Since then, it's been spectacular.
I know, it's just been late evening fun from Johnny Bairstow. Just a treat for everyone in.
Looks like he's just tiring here, is Matt Fisher. That was a laboured approach to the crease. Into his 16th over this afternoon. 0 for 56.
Well, he's been tasked with bumping Johnny Bairstow, which isn't the most envious of roles to play in cricket. I very much enjoyed the mantra of, right, day and a half to bat to save a match. I'll crack out 50 or 40, thanks very much.
Official crowd number is in. Just a tick under 3,000 today, 2,874. So 6.5 on day 1, 4.5 on day 2, and just under 3,000 today on a Sunday afternoon. Red Ball cricket in South London is alive and well, don't worry about that.
That must take us past the record, does it not?
The record
is 13 and a bit.
13,100 and something it is. So we are very close, if not having quite got there. I can bring it up for you, Cameron.
Thank you very much.
Matt Fisher again, digging deep here. Again in that corridor. And again, Wharton is letting it go by. Playing within himself. The trap is set there. There's 2 men on the drive. And a deepish backward point for the slice. And they keep playing on those temptations outside off stump, but he's been good to it up until now. He's played straight and through the V. He's rarely let himself go outside off stump. Can he keep going? Good again. Technically excellent this by Yorkshire's 24-year-old number 3, given a big role in this side, and he's doing it well today. 165 for 3, 54 gone.
A rare over of calm in the last hour or so. Well, I guess it's mainly been carnage at Johnny Bairstow's end as opposed to Wharton's. But he's had a quiet season so far. This is his 4th half century. No tons so far. He got 2 last year. Batting first drop with a potential 4-5-6 behind you of Root, Brook and Bairstow's. No. Well, it's a fine thing to have on your CV so early.
Bold.
That has hooped inwards.
Yeah, and I wonder if with a ball, 54 overs old, and maybe a hint of reverse?
That's gone miles. That's remarkable. I hope we can get a replay of that. That has really tailed in late to Bairstow.
Bairstow conveys the universal sign, the little dip with the hand. Yeah, that's gone. Right. It's on here. It's the first one we've seen really go in the air. That ball is dry and old, and suddenly potentially starting to hoop. Running hard, Bairstow, but he'll settle for 1. So the record aggregate was actually against Essex last year, and it was 13,706. So it was a bit more than I'd remembered. 13,706. Now, I don't have a calculator with me, or indeed the actual figures, but I know it was 6,300 and something on day 1 here, and 4,500-ish on day 2. So we are not far, but we're not quite there. We need a few hundred more in tomorrow, folks, and not only is there an interesting game taking place here, there's the chance of a bit of history. So get yourself into the ground tomorrow. Another good day ahead of us weather-wise. No one works on a Monday anymore anyway. James Wharton picks up another single.
Well, you might have a full day's cricket, or a great day's cricket tomorrow, But the next 20 minutes here are going to be fascinating because Surrey have got this ball reversing. Bairstow is in a mood, or in the zone even. Whichever
in a mood or the mood?
The mood. Maybe potentially both. You never know. But the combination of these two factors spells for entertainment.
It's been vintage stuff by the great man today. Smith in again, wide of the crease. Bairstow has all the time in the world just to rock him to that front foot and drop it in to the offside. He's in complete control at the moment. All it takes is one moment though.
It's the mysteries and vagaries of reverse swing and swing in general. The first ball of this over ducked in viciously to Bairstow. Since then we've seen a couple of balls hold its line, move away from the right-hander. That one ducks back in.
So who in the Surrey lineup can offer the same kind of movement from this end as we look at it from the Vauxhall end? Smith's got it going from the Pavilion end. Matt Fisher's bowled a long spell here and looked out on his feet in the previous over, so perhaps Rory Burns might want to turn to one last blast from Jordan Clark today, perhaps. Does Tom Laws have the arm speed to get a bit of reverse going, perhaps? Wide of the crease again, Bairstow, mindful, bang on it. Great stuff here. Another one goes, 167 for 3.
Well, Rory Burns might turn to that man on screen, but as we cut to him there, he quite gingerly held his back. He's not moving them at his most fluent there. It's Jordan Clark. But for now, Fisher's going to continue. I always remember my first tour away working, I was working for TalkSport, and I was in the box working as a producer, and Steve Harmison was on commentary, and we were way off to the side, kind of like almost like a cow corner type commentary position.
Matt Fisher again, thoroughbred spell this, coming in for his 17th this afternoon.
I just remember one ball was left through to the wicketkeeper. It was so innocuous, and Harmison wasn't on comms at this point, with his feet up about 80 yards away. Just goes, it's reversing. And I went, what have you seen? What are you looking at which is different to the rest of us? Sure enough, he picked up on certain cues, or whether it was kind of some excitement in the field, the way that, well, I mean, Ben Folkes, I believe, would have taken the ball. The game was on.
Good again from James Wharton. So I know you're on the edge of your seat, Cameron, regarding this aggregate record attendance. Well, I still don't have the answer, but they are crunching the numbers in the green room next to us.
We need 3. We need to add together 3 numbers.
We only have one of them to hand, however. Our producer next door is doing the maths as we speak. So by the end of the day, we'll know how many we need, if indeed we need any tomorrow. Come through regardless. We've got a good one on here. It's been really good to see by Yorkshire. They were down in the dirt this time last night. This morning, everything that could have gone wrong did. Edges through gaps between keepers and slips, and overthrows and stifled appeals and dropped catches. They coughed up 512. They've come out here and really dug so deep. Can they keep going?
Well, I'm quite sad that Johnny Bairstow onslaught ended. I was very much enjoying it from kind of my seat in the crowd before I came on commentary. I was looking forward to witnessing some more of it. But you can't have everything in life, and this is a good spell of bowling from Surrey where they've got the ball moving. Fisher looks to be swinging the ball conventionally. And I must admit, it's a little bit of guesswork deciding what's reverse and what is conventional.
Oh, it's gone the other way, he's bowled him. There it is. That's the reverse that we talk of. This ball has come alive, and so have Surrey. James Wharton's vigil is over. Bowled neck and crop. And a long spell by Matty Fisher finally gets its rewards. What a delivery, Cameron.
Well, he deserves that, and he's visibly fatigued. This is a reward at the end of a long spell. There it goes. Hooping back into the right-hander. Up until that point in the over, Fisher had been getting the ball to move away from Wharton in what looked like a conventional manner. And at the last moment, that ball ducks back into Wharton. I don't think he's got a chance at keeping that one out. You can always tell when the ball's reversing because there just seems to be a bit more excitement within 11 grown men in the field. Having a bit of fun. And Fisher, with a big smile on his face, that plan has come together.
George Hill then is the new man. 4 down Yorkshire. It's a hammer blow and a fabulous piece of bowling. The game has been quiet and dominated by the bat for the last hour, and suddenly this ball is hooping all over the place. Yas Rana will take us through to the close alongside Cameron.
Well, how are you feeling, George Hill? It's a hell of a time to come into bat. 8.1 overs remaining in the day. Fading light. And a reverse swinging ball.
Moment of magic from Matt Fisher. Great partnership from Wharton and Bairstow that's changed the complexion of what is in front of Yorkshire at the moment. Racing along at a pace that meant that Yorkshire deficit was erasing very quickly. But now George Hill, brilliant with the ball. What can you do with the bat? Defended down the ground. And that's the end of a very productive over for Matt Fisher and Surrey. Yorkshire now 167 for 4 with 8 overs remaining in the day.
No, superbly bowled by Matt Fisher, who's worked so hard for that wicket. He's had quite an unlucky season so far. He's bowled very well without plentiful rewards. It'll be interesting to see how Johnny Bairstow goes about playing out these last 8 overs. You can just sit tight and try and survive till the end of the day, or imagine we'll see the replay here. Wharton straight through him. When he's faced 120 deliveries, takes a special ball to get past his defences. Could Bairstow potentially, with a reverse swinging ball, decide one big blow into the boundary fence, stops all the fun.
Yeah, Bairstow's looked to be positive. Hasn't taken undue risk really so far. Left alone this time. Even those 2 sixes in successive balls, it was a calculated risk. Eyeing up what is by some distance the shortest hit on the ground towards the bed to stand behind square on the leg side when the ball is coming from the Vauxhall end. Yorkshire trailing by 90. Driven firmly down the ground, but cut off by Jordan Clark at mid-on. It's been a good day for batting, generally speaking, but Cam and Phil have been talking about the reverse swinging ball has posed questions that weren't really being asked for quite a long time.
It's amazing seeing it change kind of in live time, how quickly it does happen. It was 1 ball from Nathan Smith 2 overs ago. Whereas before that, the ball had kind of been behaving conventionally and not irresponsibly. And just one delivery, I can't remember if it was to Bairstow or Wharton, and it just ducked in so quickly at the last moment. And all of a sudden Surrey, after an hour or so where Yorkshire had been on top, we're back in the game. It's funny, you say that it's been like a good day for batting. I feel like every time I've been on commentary I've seen the ball kind of shooting past the outside edge, but batters just not getting out that often. Ben Code bowled beautifully this morning without reward.
driven uppishly, but actually nowhere near a fielder in the ring. Bairstow picks up a single, brings Hill back on strike. One of the standout performers in Division 1 this season with the ball. And now got a massive job to do with the bat. Still a long way to go this day. Long way to go today. 7.1 overs remaining. Oh, that's a beauty from Nathan Smith. Yeah, fair enough. Acknowledges a really skillful piece of bowling from Nathan Smith, who's getting this reverse swinging ball talking. Wide of the crease, angled into the stumps. He's got to play at it, and just at the last minute it swings away from George Hill. Does well not to follow the ball at the last moment.
That's impossible to play, quite simply. There's nothing Hill could have done there. It looks like we are going to have a bowling change. Matt Fisher's spell and most likely work for the day is done. Tom Laws coming to the attack. All bowling changes are, of course, powered by SSE Energy Solutions.
Yeah, interesting to see how Laws goes to the reverse swinging ball. Probably found the most movement through the air of any of the Surrey bowlers with that newer ball. One slip alongside Ben Folkes at the moment. Scampers through for a quick single. It's been a feature of this Bairstow innings just how much urgency he has had in his running between the wickets, looking to steal every single possible run out there. To Bairstow, two fielders catching close in front of square on the offside. For Hill, looks like quite a different mode of attack. 3 slips rather than just the one for George Hill. Left alone, just dies on Ben Folkes at the last moment.
Quiet start for Hill so far, just the 3 deliveries faced. Very difficult circumstances to come in and start your innings. He's been so impressive with the ball this season. He's one of those players who's young but not inexperienced. He's played over 50 first-class matches now. An average with the bat just under 32. 4 first-class centuries. His average with the ball is 23. Really, really fine start to his career.
Jordan Clark limbering up at mid-on. Wonder if we'll see him in action shortly. Edge, taking a first slip. Law strikes in his first over, back in the attack. Surrey with 2 wickets in quick succession. Yorkshire now 5 down.
Well, Surrey have the chance to do some real damage in the remaining 38 balls that they have at Yorkshire tonight. The ball is swinging, the ball is reversing, and so far it's too much for both Wharton and now George Hill. This is a special period of play for Surrey, and one that could keep on going.
It's a real feature of this Surrey side that when they're performing well with the ball, they're so good at backing each other up. Matt Fisher with a real manful spell. Remember, it's a 4-man attack effectively for Surrey at the moment, with Dan Lawrence unable to take the field. So the seamers have had to work really hard here today. Just the 4 bowlers used in the Surrey and the Yorkshire second innings. And Laws in his first over back into the attack, replacing Fisher with a slightly fuller delivery, getting the ball to swing away late from Hill, drawing Hill forward into the drive. It's a good catch at first slip from Jason Roy. And at number 7 for Yorkshire, instead of seeing Matt Revis, we're seeing Jordan Buckingham, who excited us statistically on day 1. He's got a first-class batting average under 4, but Samo, as I'm sure he'll explain shortly, is really good at staying in alongside his partner.
Love a bit of a statistical excitement, don't we? 3.48 years batting average was coming into this game, but average runs per dismissal while he's batting.
Yeah.
The team is just over 22.
Is that good?
Well, it sounds a lot better than 3, doesn't it?
I was going to say, I don't think I've heard a number yet, which is convincing me of...
You're like this.
Yeah.
Shades of Will O'Rourke.
Right, okay, I do appreciate that. Will O'Rourke, the finest forward defender in the land. I do worry for Buckingham here, in that the ball is reverse swinging and moving and shaking, and I think he'll do very well to see out the remainder of this evening's play.
Full straight given. Laws is 2 in 2. Full and straight, attacking the stumps with that swinging ball, and Surrey have 3 wickets in 3 overs.
Out. That is as out as they come. Foot first, then the bat. Laws is on a hat-trick. I can't wait to see the replay again. You see Buckingham hobbling off there. He struck him flush on the foot. He shakes his head in disappointment, but I think we'll see here the ball just tailing in. It just dips in again at that last moment.
Yeah, Buckingham, who came to the crease with a runner, heads straight back to the dressing room. Yeah, Cam made the point before Buckingham faced up first ball that conditions are difficult. The ball is really swinging at the moment. And Laws, as we've seen in these 2 wickets, able to swing the ball in both directions at the moment.
Well, we heard 2 noises through the headset, but I think that was ball onto pad, bat into ground, and whisper it quietly. I think Surrey have a real chance of finishing this tonight now. They just need 2 more wickets in the next 6 overs with a reverse swinging ball, and then they'll be able to, if they so wish, opt for the extra half an hour. And with the ball behaving the way it is currently, I wouldn't be A, surprised to see that, and B, surprised to see Tom Laws celebrating a hat-trick in about a minute's time.
Yeah, Tom Laws on a hat-trick. 2 in 2. There's a man under the lid at short leg. Rory Burns, the skipper, at leg slip. 3 slips in place. Laws has got this ball talking. And here the crowd geeing Laws on a hat-trick. The new man Revis defended.
Has really come back into Revis there. Well played from Matthew Revis.
And a round of applause for Laws. 2 wickets in that over. And as Cam says, it brings Surrey just 4 wickets away from victory. And how this game has changed. Yorkshire, just a few moments ago, 167 for 3, trailing by 90. Having battled really hard after losing 2 early wickets to get to a point where the draw was looking possibly the most likely option. Certainly a very plausible one. But now, having lost those 3 wickets in 3 overs, they've got a battle just to get this game through to a 4th and final day.
Surrey will be very happy with that single taken from Bairstow. They'd spread the field there immediately. They had third man, fine leg, deep square leg and cover point out on the boundary. And now, with the ball talking, Revis is on strike. You see all these fielders converge into the ring. The imaginary ring, there isn't one there. It's a first class game. 3 slips, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Fine leg is the field to give Smith the option of going short. I tell you what, I know news happens quickly, but the celebration on Jason Roy's slip catch was that of a man who hasn't had one of those in 5 years and is remembering the feeling.
Gone! Oh no!
He stood there.
Surrey were celebrating. Surrey can't believe it. They're convinced, but umpire Milnes totally unmoved.
Well, there was a very thick noise that came through our headset. Oh, goodness me. I don't know. Does the ball carry through to Ben Folkes? Folkes doesn't react. Smith was convinced. I had my finger up in the air, so I was quite convinced. But Revis lives to fight another day.
I think there's a visible deviation.
Is there not potentially a visible bounce before it goes into Folkes' gloves as well?
Very, very good question.
Oh, producer, you've killed us, Mark. The tension.
But it's a really good point. Just because there's a deviation doesn't mean it's out.
So that angle, I do agree with Folkes, with Yas. I think you can see a deviation, but if we can get a replay from this end, be able to see if that ball goes in clean to Ben Folkes' gloves.
Yeah, that angle won't tell us the whole story because we need to know whether or not it carried. I think it does. I think the ball lands safely into Folkes' gloves. Nathan Smith couldn't believe it.
It's a wonderfully aghast face from Dom Sibley as well. No matter, Surrey still have plenty of time this evening. Revis, of course, well within his rights to stand there. I think Bairstow's playing this spell very well from the other end currently.
Defended by Revis with the middle of his bat. An eventful over, but one that passes without the loss of a further Yorkshire wicket. They are 170 for 6, 5 overs remaining in the day, still trailing Surrey by 87.
See the replay once more. Smith wheeling off in celebration. I'm not wholly convinced by Surrey's appeals there. Folkes didn't react. There was a mixed bag of kind of emotions. Now it'll be interesting to see if Laws keeps this ball swinging the way it does. Because part of the mystery of reverse swing is it disappears as quickly as it arrives.
And Bairstow again, content to get himself off strike off the first ball. Though it's worth saying that Matt Revis at number 8 would have batted 7 if Buckingham wasn't deployed as a night watchman. Very capable all-rounder. Still Jordan Thompson to come as well for Yorkshire.
As we see the fielders run around, finding their new positions. Rory Burns, the captain, is going to go in at leg slip. 3 slips, 3 conventional slips. And Nathan Barnwell, the substitute fielder at kind of a backward point gully.
And Revis is off the mark. Taps it into the offside and scampers through for a single.
Ball is still moving a little bit. It doesn't feel as severe as it was even just 2 overs ago.
Again, signs of the swing on offer. Considerable movement through the air from Laws. We were talking about earlier just how he's got an excellent overall record with the ball in first-class cricket, but if you look at his strike rate in particular, it's strikingly low. I think it's 43 balls per dismissal across his first-class career. Probably the Surrey bowler who goes searching for his wickets the most, bowls the fullest length of the Surrey attack. Not on that occasion though. Dug in short.
Can't win them all, Yas. That's fine. That's what makes him so effective, just changing it up. Short and full. For context, Kagiso Rabada, who's kind of known as, I think he's got one of the best strike rates in Test cricket, at least in the present generation, if not in history. His strike rate is 39. So Laws is very close to that figure. It's a wicket every 7 overs.
Short again, and this time it's given wide.
I wonder if that's an indication from Surrey that they think the ball stopped reversing, or more of a case of setting batters up just to try and potentially push them back a little bit in order to then be able to use that fuller ball where that ball is still moving.
Yeah, I think it's more the latter. That third ball of the over, fuller ball, did swing quite a lot. Just 25 deliveries remaining in the day. If we get to a 4th day, we've got something very exciting on the Surrey stream. Surrey legend Ali Brown will be making his Surrey live stream debut, part of the commentary team on day 4.
It's very exciting for all involved.
Down the leg side, collected by Ben Folkes, and that ends the 60th over of the Yorkshire second innings. They are 174 for 6.
Now, I'm just trying to do some journalism, actually, funnily enough. I'm trying to work out when this ball started reverse swinging. See that replay of Folkes scrambling down to his left. And the ball does look like it's going a little bit before the 50th over, but it does seem to quite closely correlate with the 2 sixes Bairstow hit off Fisher, which went down towards that kind of short leg side. And it's not an uncommon story when the ball, I think it was in the West Indies series last year, the West Indies opener, Carl Louis, struck a 6. The England team got the ball back and they went, here we go. They said, now we're in business. I wonder if a similar thing happened here, because we don't always see massive amounts of reverse swing at the Oval, especially this early this season when the square is still so lush and green. But they got it going here.
Clark into the attack. Full, driven down the ground, and that will be 4. Bairstow doesn't even consider the possibility of needing to run on that occasion. Bit of a loosener from Clark, slightly over pitched and driven firmly down the ground. A lot of protection on the boundary, by the way, for Clark against Bairstow. 3 men out on the offside boundary, 2 men behind square on the leg side. The single is there if Bairstow wants it. He's taken it in the last couple of overs.
It's a very unusual looking field at the moment. The 3 fielders out on the offside. You have quite conventional, all individually they're quite conventional fielding positions. Put them together, it's not quite, you don't often see a deep cover point, a deep backward point, and a deep third. So that single is on offer to Bairstow if he wishes to take it. He also have deep square leg and fine leg. It's more offering Bairstow one as opposed to signalling a short ball plan.
And Bairstow accepts the offer of a single, hands a strike back to Revis.
So this will just be a 2-over spell for Clark to finish today. That is, of course, unless Surrey take 2 wickets in these remaining 21 deliveries of the day. Then they can opt to take the extra half hour if they think they can finish it off.
Left alone by Revis. Again, more sign that this ball is still swinging.
I imagine they would take the extra half hour, just because if you can get all your work done in one day rather than 2, it's kind of, that's what everyone chooses to do ideally. But I do wonder if Jordan Clark, I don't know, who am I to question his freshness, but he does look a little bit tired after getting 17, bowling a fairly, well, he's into his 13th over of the day. I said just the 4 seamers rotating today, no Dan Lawrence to break it up.
Testing times for the Yorkshire batters. Surrey still making that old ball talk. 3.1 overs remaining in the day. 3 slips in for Revis. Field drops back a little bit, giving him more opportunities to keep hold of the strike for the start of the next over. And like Bairstow earlier in the over, he takes that opportunity. Yorkshire 180 for 6 with 3 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, that little spark of life we had for 3 or 4 overs when the ball was really reversing and behaving erratically has passed. The ball's still going a little bit, but it's nowhere near as dramatic. I think you can feel that and get that sense from the body language of the Surrey players. They know that they've had their bonus spurt of wickets. Any more tonight will be an added bonus, a bonus to go on top of the previously achieved bonus.
Reminder that tomorrow, even if there's no men's cricket on offer here at the Kia Oval, Surrey women are in action. They are playing Essex, and that will be available to watch on the Essex Cricket YouTube channel. So whatever happens from now until the close, there will be Surrey cricket on tomorrow.
Umpire Mark Newell just having a little look-see at the danger area. Tom Lawson is encroaching on his with his follow-through.
Dug in short again. Well directed, that bouncer from Laws.
It was a good ball, well played by Revis. It's his 3rd or 4th short ball in the last over and a half from Laws. That's the first one he's really got right.
I think you're right, Cam. Just a little bit quieter. When Laws took those 2 wickets and 2 balls, and in that mini spell before it, the swing really was dramatic, late, and they were able to get it going in both directions. Still some movement on offer, but not quite as testing as it was 15 or so minutes ago. Full and straight again from Tom Laws, but well dug out from Revis.
This is really well bowled from Laws. it also speaks to your statistic earlier about why Laws' strike rate is so impressive. We've had 4 balls this over. We've had a Yorker executed, we've had a bouncer executed, we have 2 swinging length balls executed. He's demonstrating his kind of wide range of skill sets, and he's nailing them currently.
Yeah, if you compare him to someone like George Hill, they are, although on paper both very, very impressive bowlers, actually completely different in terms of how they go about it. George Hill basically sticks to what his plan A is as much as possible. Extremely accurate. The movement he looks to get is a little bit more subtle than the movement that Laws searches for.
Well, Rory Burns was just whistling and gesturing to Jordan Clark, I believe. Seeing Nathan Smith going into more of a catch and cover position. Jordan Clark hasn't moved. Oh, Laws is bowling round the wicket. That'll do it.
Good pace from Tom Laws. Good carry through to Ben Folkes. To Maiden. Yorkshire 180 for 6 after 62. I mean, that over's a great illustration. Laws tries almost 4 different things in search of a wicket.
And also happy to follow his captain's lead. His captain asks him to change it up. We'll see the replay of Laws' 2 and 2 there. Well, we had the replay of the first dismissal. Caught it slip. And there we have the LBW. That is out, Jordan Buckingham. That average of 3.84, unfortunately still going in one direction. Whoa, now that's movement. Really gone.
Really late movement from Clark. Bairstow does well to get bat on it. I think he would have been in a bit of trouble had he not.
I mean, I feel like the last 10 overs has just been alternating each ball going. It stopped swinging. It started swinging again. We're back on.
Yeah, that has moved miles. Ball starts well outside off stump. Hoops in late. Attacking the stumps. Left alone this time from Revis. 10 balls remaining in the day.
I wonder if that delivery is a kind of speaks to how difficult it is to control reverse swing, because that's the same line that Clark bowled his previous delivery. He's just holding his elbow there. I hope it's nothing too serious. Same line he bowled his previous delivery, which then kind of hooped back into the right-hander. This time, that same wide line left the right-hander. And I'd be surprised if he'd set his outswinger out that wide. And also, he never really misses, so I doubt he did that intentionally or missed accidentally.
Good carry again from Clark. Revis leaving it on length as much as line.
It's really well bowled by Clark. It's been a very entertaining evening session here at the Kia Oval. We had the early fireworks from Bairstow, who's still going at a run of ball, and then just as the evening started to become a bit more sedate, a bit more calm, we've had this late burst from Surrey.
Left alone again. Probing stuff from Clark. Just maybe a slightly fuller length might draw Revis into a defensive shot.
He looks tired, Clark. He looks like a man who's put in a lot of hard work across the last, 2.9 days. And in 2 balls' time, he's about to take a well-earned rest.
Oh, it's just beaten the outside edge. The last couple have moved away from Revis. This one hooping in, but it misses the outside edge of the Yorkshire rounder.
Look at this late movement. Ben Folkes having to dive away to his left to gather the ball. Revis shakes his head. He said he'll hopefully have just this ball to survive, and then Johnny can take the last 6.
Oh, that's gone well down the leg side. Ben Folkes can only just get a glove on it. Takes some of the sting out of the ball. They run through for 2 byes. It's the end of Jordan Clark's work for the day. Yorkshire 183 for 6, trailing by 74.
Yep, he went searching for the kind of hero magic delivery at the end then, and who can really blame him? See there, summary of the match so far. Yorkshire bowled out for 255 on day 1. Johnny Bairstow top scoring with 89. And in reply, Surrey got all the way up to 512. George Hill, the pick of the bowlers, with 5 for 66. 2 Surrey players in the 80s, Ben Folkes and Curtis Patterson. And where we are now, Yorkshire 183 for 6. And unless 2 wickets fall in this over, it will be the last over of the day. That's a good point, actually. If 1 wicket falls now, do they walk off? Because normally they'd just walk off. Ah, well. You know what? We'll find out in a second if it happens.
Laws to Bairstow. Yeah, in and among the carnage of the last half an hour or so, Bairstow has played really well today. 63 not out of 63 balls. It felt that although Yorkshire were absorbing pressure really well earlier in the day, the task ahead of them still felt huge given their scoring rate. But Bairstow's energy, and there is a tangible energy with Bairstow whenever he's in the middle, looked to have changed the complexion of the day, at least, before that late burst. Fisher bowling James Wharton, who also played brilliantly for 67.
Well, he's hardly faced a ball in the last 5 or 6 overs, and that's not because he's been hiding at the other end or something. It's because he's been able to bat well enough to be able to get off striking effect in a way that his partners haven't been able to, haven't been confident enough to kind of drop the ball for one in the off or leg side. So deciding against taking on that short ball. 3 balls remaining. I think Bairstow will be very happy to watch all 3 kind of sail past him and nestle into Ben Folkes' gloves. We're going to have a little field change. Burns is navigating traffic, controlling traffic. One of those ones. We're going to have 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, behind square. So we have a very fine leg. We also have a wide fine leg. Jason Roy, it looks like, is going to go bang behind the wicketkeeper. He needs to make sure he stays on the offside, which he is doing. And you'll see here the field that we've got. A little bit of body line just to finish off day 3. Laws coming round the wicket. Expect it short. He goes to the bluff. What can you do?
Full and straight from Tom Laws. The field more than suggested that we might get a short ball, but Laws bluffing ahead of the Yorker. And he's all changing the field once again. Looks like a return to a much more conventional field when the ball is swinging. 3 slips. And as we so often see with Surrey, skipper Rory Burns in a leg slip as well. Defended nicely from Revis. 1 ball remaining in the day, we think.
And we will come back tomorrow. I'm actually quite pleased I don't know how that works. There are certain things about cricket where the rules are so dense and varied. I'm happy if I don't know them, because I don't want my brain to have it in there. That's what we have the internet for. And match referees.
Laws to Revis, what we think will be the last ball of the day. Driven nicely into the offside for a single. And that will be the end of day 3. Yorkshire 185 for 6, trailing by 72. Johnny Bairstow will walk off the park unbeaten on 64. A 64 that so far has been full of energy. but Yorkshire well behind in the contest. They were going well not too long ago, 167 for 3 in their second innings, but that little burst, 3 wickets in 2 overs, has meant that they have such an uphill battle in front of them to stay alive in this contest. Cam, another very good day for Surrey.
Very good day for Surrey and a very entertaining day's cricket for the almost 3,000 people that came through the gates here at the Keir Oval. As long as we get a handful in tomorrow. Well, the news is coming in live. And we can announce that we've broken the record here at the Keir Oval for the highest ever county championship attendance. We've had 13,804 people come through the gates over the last 3 days. So with a day to spare, we've set the record. The record has been set.
In the 21st century.
In the 21st century.
It is worth specifying, but yes, 13,804, beating last year's record in the fixture against Essex, 13,706.
That really puts a dampener on that statistic. I was going around the whole time thinking it was ever.
But this century's still been a long time. We're all the way through it.
25 days.
Having a look at the Yorkshire card, as you can see, Surrey, 2 early wickets before Wharton and Tattersall offered sturdy resistance. Tattersall eventually dismissed by Jordan Clark. That brought Johnny Bairstow to the crease, who added some impetus. The scoring rate increased dramatically, and it looked like Yorkshire might end the day 3 down and maybe only 50 or so runs behind Surrey, but in the end those 3 wickets in 2 overs mean that Surrey are only 4 wickets away from sealing their second win of the season. And in the bowling attack, the seamers have had to do a lot of work. Dan Lawrence, the off-spinning all-rounder, hasn't taken the field in the second innings, so the work has been split between the 4 Surrey seamers, and they've all bowled really well actually. And Fisher, 1 for 56, he was the guy who created the carnage in the evening session, producing a moment of magic to remove James Wharton, who batted so well for his 67. Was at the crease for well over 3 hours. But Surrey, at the end of day 3, not too far away from victory. Thank you for joining us today on the Surrey stream. We'll be back tomorrow, not just on the Surrey and Sky YouTube streams, but we'll also be back on Sky Sports Cricket TV channel in the morning. Thanks for tuning in today. We'll be back tomorrow.